KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm starting to get a little bit agitated, though. It's that free agency agitation. No plan for it. I get the feeling that the Texans might not be all that aggressive in free agency this year. So more than any, which, I'm intellectually cool with, but my guts and my emotions tell me, no, do something.
Yeah.
Be aggressive. Spend aggressively and idiotically even.
Well,
Stop trying to be so smart all the time, Nick Caserio.
Well, this just
do something wild.
The math gets in the way at some point. You know what I mean?
So you and your math.
I know.
Math, I'll tell you what. Math has had a good run, okay? All right, it's been... I don't know, a couple thousand years of it or so.
I'm sure there are numbers in the Bible. Yes, it's been a long time.
Whenever Euclides or whoever the hell started it all off, it served its purpose for a while. I think it's time to move beyond that.
I agree, especially in, you know what? Salary cap. Delete. Don't want it anymore. I'm looking at over the cap right now. That's what we do at 6:01 in the morning. Hey, let's check on the cap space early here. According to overthecap.com, the Texans have, looks like $13 million and change in cap space right now. Much of that thanks to Nico Collins. Nico Collins, the hero we all needed. He was kind enough to restructure his contract yesterday by taking a massive chunk of his 2025 salary in advance.
Yeah,
and then the Texans can spread that out. Yeah, it's very selfless of him to take
basically a saint-like move.
Money up front. Yeah. So
we're being sarcastic for those of you who don't know, but when you restructure a contract for cap space, you're usually can push a cap hit down the road.
Check. It's great.
Yeah,
it's great.
Is that how they did it with him? Did they give him a bonus up front?
I'm assuming that's usually what they do. They take a big chunk of your salary for next year, make it a bonus, and then they're able to spread that out over the rest of the deal.
But sometimes you don't get the bonus right away, though. Like, you don't actually get it delivered unto you. Yeah.
I don't know how he received it, if it was direct deposit or if it was a large cardboard check.
Right, no, I'm saying sometimes you don't receive it right away.
You get it like in April or something.
In a future time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the timing of it. Don't really care. So the Texans are operating about $13-14 million in cap space. I'm with you. I don't think it's going to be... Not to pour cold water on everybody's dreams, I don't know that free agency is going to be popping like it. In fact, I know it won't be popping like it was last year. I mean, there were $10 million for Azeez Al-Shaair, $10 million for Denico Autry. Danielle Hunter, step right up. Here's $24 million. They don't have the wherewithal to do that. The DK Metcalf thing got interesting for people yesterday. I don't think that's happening for the Texans, but every wide receiver that comes available. Devontae Adams 2 days ago, DK Metcalf yesterday. If you missed it, the Seahawks are looking to grant DK Metcalf's trade request. Those get interesting because that's a position of need. This isn't something like Joey Bosa getting released last night and going, I wonder how Joey Bosa might fit in on this thing. He won't.
DK Metcalf is a good argument for not getting DK Metcalf. He's just yet another second-round pick that, performed really well. There's lots. Yeah. You've got a high-priced receiver on your roster that you feel good about, and going in the draft or going for a complimentary piece, or somebody that's going to be. DK Metcalf is only going to be 29 years old, I believe. No, he's only. Is he 27?
He's 26. He's 27 right now.
He's 27. Yeah. So he's going to want to restructure in a contract.
He's in his last year.
The guys that agitate to get out. Usually, especially at the wide receiver position, he's going to want a bigger contract. I don't really have an appetite for that. It's funny, when I canvass the Seattle fan base, I would never talk to them in person. Filthy. vermin. But just looking at over the last couple of years, I've kind of checked in on DK Metcalf. He's the kind of guy that frustrates fans, and a lot of it, they'll cite penalties, they'll cite weird behavior at times, but they'll cite drops. His drop rate actually isn't all that bad, but I think because he's a deep strike guy, he averages 15 yards per reception. When he has a drop, it's one where, it would have been a touchdown.
It's not a bubble screen or anything like that. It's something that's 50 yards downfield.
Yeah. It's kind of like the emotional impact of a Laramie Tunsil false start.
Yeah.
It's not just that it's a false start and a 5-yard penalty. It's that, it knocked you from 3rd and 6 to 3rd and 11.
Yeah.
Or, it knocked out a Tank Dell reception downfield.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Tank Dell, beautiful catch. Oh, there's a flag. And then the expectation that it's Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
So and a lot of Seahawks fans have grown very frustrated with DK Metcalf. I don't want to bring on another frustration case.
That's good. That's good intel right there. Because I'm guessing Seattle, as far as teams that Texan fans are watching, both geographically and psychologically, way off in the distance.
Well, you look at the Seahawks, and it's crazy. If you just look at a map of NFL teams on the map, I mean, they've got like the whole upper left quadrant of the United States. It's a vast, barren wasteland in the NFL, except for the Seattle Seahawks.
It's wild
up there.
Yeah, it's wild. I know you saw Joe Mixon's tweet yesterday because you sent it to me. Joe Mixon tweeting yesterday. This is right around the time that the DK Metcalf stuff was coming out. OMG, imagine Nico and, never mind, just wait on it, side-eye emoji. That got a lot. You weren't the only one to send that to me. That got a lot of people's attention. Joe Mixon is stirring the pot this offseason.
He's stirring the pot. I don't honestly think that he's doing anything other than just kind of teasing us.
Is he being a fan? Is he kind of being a fan right now?
Yeah, I think so. I remember, wasn't it right after the season where he said that?
Yes.
He said that Nick's got something in the mix or in the works.
It was in his exit interview, his exit media scrum the day after the loss to the Chiefs. He said Nick's got something up his sleeve. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah.
Immediately, I thought then and now of T. Higgins.
Yeah.
I don't think that's in the mix. Because T. Higgins is going to get a new contract too.
And you got to trade for him as well.
The one that I thought of was Gesicki. He's a slot receiver these days than tight end.
Yeah. That's interesting.
That might be more realistic. It wouldn't be as expensive if you gave him a new deal.
He's cheaper.
But he's a free agent.
He's a free
agent. You don't have to trade for him. Yeah, it's interesting. He's one of these guys now because he's played in the slot so much. On various lists, you'll actually see him listed as a wide receivers. I think the Athletic list has him on the top 10 wide receivers available list.
Well, whatever the list was you and I went through the other day where we went through the top 10, they had him as a wide receiver, and I didn't follow the Dolphins and how they – was he on the Dolphins? Who's he on last year? He was on the Bengals last year.
That's why I thought of him with Joe Mixon.
Yeah. So I think last year was his first year on the Bengals. He was on the Dolphins for a while. Gesicki's an interesting one. That you're right. That jumped out at me. I'm like, okay, he's on the receivers list. There's got to be a reason here. Like, I know that the Athletic proofreads their stuff,
and he doesn't have a tight connection with Joe Mixon. Obviously,
no.
They didn't cross paths directly, but
right.
Scuttlebutt and whatnot.
Friends. They got friends that know each other.
Joe Mixon seems like a pretty friendly guy. He's probably got friends all over the league. My main thing is to say, I don't think there's a damn thing to this because Joe Mixon, he's old enough now. And he's not like a locker room headache type of guy. He's not going to be divulging Nick's plans to the world, I don't think. I think he's having fun with us.
He is, but a little too much fun with some people. Like, there's people that see this and think that there's something going on. You know what I mean? Like, I think he needs to stop. I think he needs to stop doing this.
Because honestly, it could raise our expectations above what is going to happen. It's kind of like when people were floating out Deshaun Watson that it was going to be 19 first-round picks or something.
Yeah.
So there were people that when the actual Deshaun Watson deal went down, which was an incredible deal for the Texans, there were people who were nonplussed by it because they thought whatever. Thought you were going to get 47 first-round picks. I guess we'll take this, bum.
Yeah, that's the thing. If I were Nick, I'd be like, hey, man, can you stop telling people I got something up my sleeve? We've got $13 million in cap space right now. Like, I don't have anything up my sleeve. I got my sleeve up my sleeve. That's all I have. Like, we're going to get to free agency, and their big move is going to be like some middling guard, and everybody's going to be mad at Nick because Joe Mixon said he had something up his sleeve. Like, that's
Yeah.
the worst. That is the worst magic trick I've ever seen. You are no magnificent Gladstone, sir. You're just pulling backup guards out of your sleeve.
Hey, Ben, give me a buzzer. Sorry, Ben. I think I just did that most annoying thing people can do, where I used a word that I didn't actually know what it meant, but I thought
Which
it was
one? I didn't know.
Nonplussed. I don't think nonplussed means. I meant like underimpressed, which would have
Yeah.
been a simple thing to say. I don't think nonplussed means what I meant it to
I don't
mean.
think it does. I blame The Sopranos. That's how Junior Soprano would use the word nonplussed.
Oh, really?
He'd be like, I'm nonplussed by all this stuff here.
I think it's more just kind of you're confused by something
I think
or
so,
whatever.
too,
I
yeah.
meant unimpressed.
Yeah.
What a jerk I am.
I know Junior's using it the wrong way. I promise you that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, real quick, I know it's early, and I know there's plenty of time to recover. I was not that happy to see Christian Walker with a strained oblique yesterday.
You know what?
We have bad Astros. Altuve, Jordan, both had strained obliques in the last couple of years. Older guys.
Two things.
Yeah.
One, Sean Bijani did the Lord's work and went back and looked at Christian Walker's history of oblique strains.
Oh, wow.
So over the last, I don't like that there's a history, I guess, but it's not an extensive. He had an issue in 2021 where he had a couple of times where he had oblique strains.
Yeah.
The first time he missed 18 games,
Yeah.
and then a month or so later he missed 17
When
games.
was the last one, Seth?
July of way back in 2024.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
July, he missed
a couple
32
games. How
he
many?
missed 32 games.
Oh, 32. A couple times 16. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All of
and,
August.
So Bijani says his track record suggests he might be ready by opening day if you go by the 17 or 18 games missed. So the other thing about this is that, hey, we might get to see the revamped John Singleton.
That's true. I like that. Yeah, Jonathan Singleton gets his opportunity.
So far, I think he might be revamped physically and defensively, but I'm not so sure it's going to make a big difference at the plate. But at least defensively, he should be better than he was last year, based on our limited sample size of seeing him make some really nice plays at first.
If he's got to be out there, and he may have to be if Christian Walker's oblique injury is at all serious. It could be one of those things where Christian Walker's just feeling something, and it's spring training, and he doesn't want it to turn into a 17 or a 32-game absence or whatever. We don't know. I just didn't like seeing that yesterday. He is hugely crucial for what this team, what they want to this year. No doubt about that. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Let's stick with the Astros here. Where do they stack up right now? The Athletic has their annual scoring system. Where do the Astros stack up this century among major league franchises? And two young guys in particular getting a ton of love right now outside of West Palm Beach for the Astros. We'll dig into that coming up next.
Ron's got his eyes on an from O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. And yeah, we'll keep our eyes and ears open this morning. The Nico Collins restructure came down during our show yesterday, so maybe we're going to start to get some nuggets during our show during this free agency season, Seth.
A Danielle Hunter extension wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, although that got interesting last night. We'll talk about this a little more in the 7 o'clock hour when Max Crosby got the highest average annual value for a non-quarterback from the Raiders.
Yeah.
$35.5 million. Danielle Hunter makes $24 million right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And he had a good year last year, you know? He had a good season.
Well, I don't want to spend that kind of money.
Yeah, and I know he's an older player too. I'm merely pointing out that the landscape at that position is very, very expensive right now.
With Danielle Hunter, I'd be keeping him the identical deal that he had last year. I mean, obviously you got to raise it up a little bit for inflation and whatnot.
Sure,
but just give him a 2-year guaranteed contract this year and next year. I don't know if he'd be cool with that or not. I mean, he was cool with it last year, but he might have been thinking at that point, okay, 2 years is nice, and then I'll still be young enough to maybe get one last multi-year deal. But the guaranteed money is big, especially when you get it all up front. And I don't care how smart or rational you are. There's something about knowing that, I've only got a 2-year commitment and I get all this money guaranteed, that psychologically you feel untethered. Yeah. I don't have to, I'm not bound to this team for the next 4 years. So, yeah, I'll take that. Yep. So just maybe they just do something nice and just keep kicking the can down the road, but a very short kick of the can down the road.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the one I'm hoping for next, because that makes sense from a salary cap standpoint. If they do it, it's going to open up more space and in the near term. And I want him around for longer than just 2025.
And you look at the way he takes care of his body, it's hard to envision that he's all of a sudden going to have a dramatic drop-off at some point. I don't know if
anybody takes better care of their body. Holy crap. He is
I feel like he'll go directly from the NFL to just like bodybuilding competitions something.
He could, man. He could.
I'd like to see him all roided up. That'd be
after his career's over, right?
You think he's scary looking now? After his career.
Once he's retired,
have him get on a bodybuilding regimen.
Dude,
yeah.
Have some kids come over for charity with guns with torso full of syringes.
Once he's retired,
Once he's retired. The Astros rated the 5th best franchise of the last 25 years by The Athletic. Does that pass the eye test of Seth C. Payne?
It wouldn't, only because it's hard to erase the memories of the early aughts when they were just stringing together 90-plus lost seasons with an alarming regularity. Some of you might remember and feel that. Yeah, you have the emotional scars from all of that.
Lost 111 one year.
And the fact that there's teams that have won multiple. Well, the Red Sox. The Red Sox were above them. This is an objective list, though. They go by a point system.
It's totally done empirically. It's you get X amount of points for World Series wins on down. Yeah.
But for the entire, I think the one thing that you kind of forget, though, too, because the eras of this current World Series run, Astros, it's so far removed from the early 2000s when the Astros were going to World Series and still very good that it makes sense once you think about it. There is a part of me that even puts the first World Series they went to, I almost put that in the 90s century. Yeah. There's the centuries for my Astros are like pre-2010 is almost the 20th century. Yeah.
I think it's amazing that they're 5th. And there's zero recency bias with this. They don't weight the most recent years. They've had the Athletic said they've had people suggest they do it that way, that the more recent stuff gets weighted differently.
Dumb.
Yeah, they've had it suggest.
If you're ranking the best the last 25 years, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I agree with you. It's amazing the Astros are 5th, though, when you consider they, from 2000 through 2014, made the playoffs 3 times. Not won a World Series. I mean, they made it to a World Series. They made it to an LCS. They made the playoffs in 2001. Over a 15-season period, they made the playoffs 3 times. And in 10 subsequent seasons, they did enough to get them to be the 5th best franchise. I mean, it's a numerical, empirical way to look at just how amazing this run that they've been on the last 10 years has been.
I mean, to go to the ALCS as frequently as they did in those consecutive number of times in non-COVID seasons, it's really remarkable. It was a remarkable stretch.
Yep.
There is someday I'll be old and grumpy enough to feel jilted that they only won 2 World Series.
I know. Well, and especially when you consider the 2019 one where they just had to win one home game and they would have had a third. That does hurt to go back and look at, man. So I thought that was pretty cool. If you haven't seen that in The Athletic, the teams that are ahead of them, by the way, Yankees won. These are the best teams just based purely on accomplishments, postseason and otherwise. Yankees 1, Dodgers 2, and closing fast on the Yankees. St. Louis 3. St. Louis is like the opposite of the Astros. They made all their hay in the first part of the century, and they've been trashed. In Boston 4 on a tiebreaker with the Astros.
A tiebreaker with the Astros. The fact that the Red Sox won 4 World Series is one of the things that that was the number one tiebreaker, I believe. Which is honestly, in my mind, the fact. If you can make a criteria up however you want. I mean, the Red Sox have won 4 freaking World Series, and not to mention the number of titles that other teams in that city have won. I feel like emotionally I want to put them higher than the Cardinals or the Dodgers just by virtue of how many World Series they've won. The thing that the tiebreaker though, that where there wouldn't have even had to have been a tiebreaker, and this is the weirdest thing amongst these top 5, is that the Astros got docked points for 3 consecutive 90-loss seasons.
They kill you. If you're a losing team for a sustained period of time, they've come up with some negative points for you.
Yeah, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Cardinals, and the Red Sox had 0 consecutive 90-loss seasons.
Yeah. So 5th is pretty good, man. When you consider, I was opening up that list yesterday. I'm like, I don't think this is going to be as high as I think it is. 5th was pretty good.
You know what I liked about this? I hesitate to even click on articles like this anymore because I dread the inevitable reference to the being better than everybody else scandal. And there was no reference to that in this blurb.
No.
So
good job,
tip of the cap to the Athletic.
Big time. 2 Astros youngsters, prospects, are getting some love this morning. Massive love for Cam Smith from this Jeff Passan article that I'm looking at here. Jeff Passan had 10 prospects that scouts are buzzing about right now down in, I say down in Florida, either in Florida or Arizona, wherever your team happens to do spring training. The Astros are in West Palm Beach. Cam Smith getting a ton of love, and I think, look, I'm hearing it from people. I'm seeing it like, boy, if he keeps doing this, is he going to make the major league team? He's not making the major, barring injuries. He's not making the major league team out of spring training. I don't think. Yeah, I feel very confident in that.
And even barring injuries, including if the Astros get off to a bad start, I think. He's had very few games in AA even.
5.
I think that, he was playing college baseball this time last year.
Yeah.
I think you got to pump the brakes a little bit. And it's not like I see people agitating that you got to play Cam Smith now.
No. Here's what I'm saying. They're allowing it to enter the chat. They're like, maybe he'll make it. And
selfishly, this is what, as an Astros fan, you shouldn't want Cam Smith to get elevated early, just by virtue of service time.
Correct.
You wanna wait until after the service time deadline to where you get an extra year of arbitration out of him before he hits free agency. Because I'm just telling you, everybody. Sean and I were lucky enough to be at spring training last week. Wait until you see this guy in person.
It's amazing.
Wait, it doesn't look right, him at third base.
He's a specimen.
He looks like a wide receiver playing third base.
He does.
He is physically impressive.
He's very impressive.
And now there's a chance, though, too. One of those, let's say injuries or horrendous performance off the fielder.
Okay.
Because there's a good chance that if Chaz doesn't get it going, they're going to have to start thinking about somebody else at right field.
Yes.
And Cam Smith might make a lot of sense out in right field.
Yeah.
Maybe even long term, given how big he is.
Yeah, I think it would probably be in conjunction with the team underachieving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if the team's winning and they're mucking it together with an outfield that's definitely – I have a hard time envisioning this outfield being anything but subpar, even on a good team. if they're winning, I think they'll muck it a little bit longer. If they're losing games, if they're losing games, you got to do something.
Look, this is the thing I get most excited about. It's an extremely small sample size. At the time that this article was written, he had 7 at-bats where he's had 2 home runs and a triple, but then walked 4 times.
Right.
Against 1 strikeout.
Yes.
So that is an extremely small sample size, and yet that's judgment at the plate right there. That's not – we've seen plenty of prospects come up. Some of them that might be on the opening day roster that hit a bunch of home runs or hit for power but strike out like crazy. And that's not been the case so far with Cam Smith. That's a really exciting thing.
Yeah, here's Passan's last sentence on this whole scenario with Cam Smith. I'm with you. I'm super excited about Cam Smith. Before we get to the next prospect here, Passan says, power is great. Good swing decisions are imperative. Both together is a rare combination. And while the Astros' infield defense would be questionable with Smith at third and Isaac Paredes moving to second, it's going to happen. That's the, Passan is stating it as fact that it's going to happen at some point here. The Smith at third and Isaac at second, and that's where it'll be an adventure.
At some point, I mean, that doesn't mean this year even.
Right.
He's just saying it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen.
No, the way that Dana Brown and Espada talk about Cam Smith is way above and beyond how they've talked about any other prospect that I can remember since those guys have been there for their short tenure.
Yep. Spencer Arrighetti's the other one who's getting some love from the Athletic. 6 of MLB's top breakout pitching candidates for the upcoming 2025 season. And they raise a bunch. And Spencer Arrighetti, Seth, has been kind of like sort of a forgotten man in all the, in the pitching litany here for the Astros, because Hunter Brown is getting that ace love. He wasn't great yesterday in his start against the Cardinals. By the way, if you missed it, the Astros beat the Cardinals yesterday 6-5. Jose Altuve had a home run. Jeremy Pena had a home run. That was good to see. Framber, he's always going to get some love. And then I think you got Wisniewski, who came over in the trade, so he's under a lot of scrutiny. You've got Ronel Blanco. He's under, he was performing at an all-star level at a point last year. So there's, boy, can he sustain that. And then there's sort of Spencer Arrighetti, who's kind of been floating in the middle here.
Despite a very promising debut last year.
With extremes, though, right? Like the bad starts were really bad. The good starts were really good.
Yeah, I thought I saw growth in his mindset last year. There were times where flirt with strike zone, and he's addressed that. He addressed it within the season, but this year in the offseason, he's made it a point of focus to just attack the strike zone more. You're not gonna fool major leaguers the way you could fool minor leaguers. Brian McTaggart had a good interview with him where he talked about that, and that part, because we saw it last year, him actually make those adjustments in season, I feel relatively confident, given the Astros' ability to develop pitchers, that he's just going to continue on that same track.
The optimism, the reason why this article showed so much optimism in Arrighetti is they said that the reason why he had an ERA of 4.5 last year, despite some of the advanced stats saying that he should have had a better ERA, 3 reasons: bad luck, walks, homers. Now, one of those things is just you can't control, bad luck, and they said that. They said the chances are his luck will be better this year. The other 2, you go, well, walks and homers, those are kind of a problem, eh? The point they make in this article is that there were some positive signs with his command as the season went on, and that command is something that's not very sticky year to year. There can be a lot of variance with command from year to year. So there should be optimism, or could be optimism, that he gets better in that department.
Well, I think the big thing is the big thing that doesn't necessarily change year to year that you can get better at is that how do you manage your command, and what do you know, and that speaks to him. I think feeling like his level of command was better than it was when it comes to the major league, and when you try to get too cute strike zone, you can't get away with it, because they're gonna go out and crush you, then rock you if you don't have pinpoint command.
Yep. The homers, the thing they cite here is it's just not a big enough sample size yet to know if he has a home run. He's never had a home run problem before. He had one last year, so wait and see is kind of what they're saying. But they're very bullish on Spencer Arrighetti, as am I.
No, and I think the one big thing last year with him was that he had a few really bad games. What's the worst one? In June, he gave up 7 earned runs in 1 1/3 inning.
Yeah.
He had another one where he gave up. He gave up like 6 runs in a couple of innings, another couple times. But it was so you take out the outliers and everything, and it was a pretty damn good year for a rookie.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. All right, let's get to headlines. We got a bunch of Texans headlines to get to from yesterday as they prepare for free agency next week, kind of set the deck up to be able to be active in free agency. We'll circle back to the Astros. A ton of NFL news. This is going to be a really, really fun next several days if you're a fan of the NFL for player movement and news of guys either getting traded or cut or so forth. We'll have all of that coming up in headlines next.
Kirk Homes, 3rd-generation, family-owned home builder.
love.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's start with the Texans. They restructured Nico Collins' contract yesterday. Opens up nearly $10 million in cap space. I would expect there's more to come of that. The Texans, according to overthecap.com, are operating around $14-15 million in cap space right now. They'll need more than that to do what the fan base wants them to do. So we'll see how they attack things over the next few days. Free agency begins on Monday. The legal tampering period, which is when deals initially get agreed to, usually within minutes after it starts, begins at 11 a.m. on Monday. So that was
we had a couple people complain about that term the other day because it's obviously an oxymoron. If it's legal, it's not tampering. Relax, okay? It's all a joke because it's a joke. It's one of the few good jokes that Florio ever came up with because there used to be wanton tampering, and now it's now they said like, all right, listen, we're gonna let you do it for a little bit, okay?
Yeah. It's been called that jokingly for 20 years now. Get over it, people. Dare Gumawale is back. 1 year, $2 million. He's back on the team, so the Texans get their backup running back and special teamer and emergency kicker back. Tank Dell had his ACL surgery yesterday. This is after MCL and his LCL. He's getting all the CLs done lately.
It's a dose of reality, I think, and kind of a reminder that you knew that he was going to have multiple surgeries, and I hadn't really thought about the order in which they go, but they repair all the less important ligaments and tendons first, so that when you do your ACL that you've got support and everything. But man, it's a lot. You know, NFL players typically take about 6 to 9 months or 9 to 12 months to come back from an ACL. I know a lot of people in other sports or at the high school level come back a lot faster. Adrian Peterson came a lot faster. Normally it's 9 to 12 months. So, I mean, even if this was just a normal ACL, you're looking at the end of next season or the playoffs, maybe, and now you're stacking all the other trauma on top of it. If Tank Dell comes back and plays next year, even in December, it would be very, very impressive. I don't want to say miraculous, but it would be way beyond and above the expectations. You just can't plan on Tank Dell for 2025.
No, and I don't think they are. Like, if I had to guess, they're attacking this offseason with the idea that Tank Dell is not going to be on this team in 2025 and hopefully back in 2026. Skipping down here, the Astros, they win yesterday, 6-5. They beat the Cardinals. A home run fest. Jose Altuve, home run for you. Jeremy Pena. Luis Castro had a home run late in the game that helped them reclaim the lead in this game. So they beat the hated Cardinals 6-5. Hunter Brown, I didn't get to see the game because hardly any of these games are on TV. The box score didn't look great for Hunter Brown. Forrest Whitley finally gave up a run. At least statistically, not as great, but they win the game yesterday. The big story, I think, is this oblique strain, which we just talked about in the previous segment, Seth, of Christian Walker. Christian Walker is if the Astros are going to get to where they want to get to this year, Christian Walker is going to be a huge part of that. And I didn't realize about his history with oblique strains until you pointed out Sean Bijani's research into the topic.
Yeah, 2021, he had a couple bouts of it where he missed a little bit over 2 weeks each time. And then in 2024, way back when, he missed over 30 games with an oblique strain. So as you pointed out earlier, and I hadn't thought of this, even though it's obvious, but I'll give you credit for pointing out the obvious, it's spring training. It's spring training.
It's very magnanimous of you.
Thanks. I didn't want to subject you to the sarcasm of all the people that were going to say, "Oh yeah, great point, Sean." It's spring training, and hopefully they're just exercising the height of caution. That he's been through an oblique strain before. Yeah. He feels a little twinge. He doesn't want to invite catastrophe, so he's going to be extra careful.
Was I stating the obvious when I said that? Was I subjecting myself to a lot of like, "Oh, thanks a lot, Einstein"? Thanks a lot, Ken Rosenthal.
No. But when I complimented you for it, like it was a brilliant point or something, then I would have been the one that invited all the sarcasm into your life. Yeah,
I got you.
I gave you a backhanded compliment and then snatched it back because I care about you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's get to the NFL. Joey Bosa released overnight last night by the Los Angeles. This is my biggest fear with the Joey Bosa release, Seth. Is it he's going to sign with the Ravens for like 1 year, $8 million?
Oh, pull a clowny on us.
Yeah, well, just that he's still got a lot left in the tank. He's a good player. He's just, they're they're in a salary cap situation, and so they're making hard decisions. He was the last of the players remaining. I learned this morning that actually played in San Diego for the Chargers. So it's all Los Angeles guys now. Joey Bosa feels like someone who's going to sign a cheapo deal and go get 13 and a half sacks for a Super Bowl contender.
Well, the thing about Bosa is he's missed a boatload of time for 3 consecutive seasons. Yeah. You look at if he plays, if his normal workload, he would play about 850 snaps per year. Okay. In the last 3 seasons, he's played about 850 snaps or 900 snaps. Oh,
wow. Okay.
Yeah. So injuries have really mounted with him, and a 1-year deal, a nice, tidy 1-year deal for him at a team that has a lot of cap space probably makes a lot of sense, but you can't rely on him being available.
No, but it'll get widely lauded. When deals like that get signed, people forget about the injury history, and they're like, look who the Eagles just signed. Joey Bosa on a 1-year deal. DK Metcalf wants a trade out of Seattle, dynamic wide receiver. And it looks like Seattle's going to accommodate him. This on the same day where they released Tyler Lockett. So that wide receiving core, which was one of the better ones in the NFL with those 2 guys out there as the main catalyst behind it, looking very different now. Like that, they're now building around Jackson Smith.
Tyler Lockett would be an interesting one if you're looking for a complementary piece to bring in and, not a high price tag. And he's been pretty durable in his career. Yeah. He's played all at the age he's going to be 33 years old. He hasn't missed a game since 2016.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe once. When did they go to 17 games?
2021.
Okay, so he missed 1 game in 21 and 1 game in 22.
That's impressive.
So in his career, he's missed a total of 3 games.
Yeah, and he's not a big dude.
Started in 2015.
Yeah, he's not a big dude either. That's like he's a smaller guy. The thing I'll remember about Tyler Lockett, I really wanted him in 2015 for the Texans coming out of Kansas State, I think it was, and he got picked literally the pick before the Texans took Jalen Strong in the 3rd round.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jalen Strong.
Strong.
I almost completely forgot that he was ever on the Texans.
Yes, Jalen Strong, who was
he one of the KC3?
No. That was 2 years later. He was best known for somehow being fat with a wiry frame. he was overweight.
A skinny fat man is never in a skill position, especially, is never something you want.
Max Crosby gets a huge extension from the Raiders yesterday. 3 years, $106.5 million. Boy, the Raiders, Seth, they're not operating like a team who finished in 4th place in a 4-team division last year. Giving a big extension to Max Crosby, guaranteeing $106.5 million. This is basically almost a fully guaranteed deal. There's talk of them. I was listening this morning to the show before ours. There's talk of them going after Geno Smith to repair with Pete Carroll there. Maybe them going after DK Metcalf. Tom Brady, as a new owner, is not sitting around and letting them squalor. They may squalor in 4th place, but it will not be for a lack of trying to get out of 4th place, it sounds like.
Yeah, he's working real hard,
He's working hard,
man.
Yeah. He's putting in the hours.
That was the article. It was like, hey, he's working hard. Yep. Okay, yeah, great. He's also got like 19 other business ventures. Yeah. Spare me, all right? He's spread too thin. And at least for 6 months of the year, what you would think would be a full-time job as a color commentator, which he's underperforming at.
Yes.
I think he'll get better, but he is underperforming. And now all of a sudden, he's going to do this too? Please, tell me the difference between Tom Brady and that talk show host that coaches the basketball team.
The talk show host that coaches the basketball team.
You bring him up all the time. The sports radio host who coaches the college basketball team.
Doug Gottlieb. Okay, Doug
Gottlieb and Tom Brady are basically the same person.
Doug Gottlieb. Yeah.
Underperforming at multiple jobs.
Yep, that's right.
What a bum. Max Crosby, good angle to that story was he mentioned that he's been 5 years sober.
Yeah, he had issues.
In his press conference there. Mm-hmm. And I had forgotten about that. I remember he had some issues or whatever, and I remember now hearing about him getting sober, but it's been 5 years now, so good
for him, man. Good for him. I would say from a number standpoint, Texan fans, not to ruin your morning, but 2 of your best 5 or 6 players whom will be an extension next year. The other of whom is being agitated for an extension by Payne and Pendergast, Daniil Hunter. So just keep in mind, $35.5 million a year. That's the going rate for a really good edge rusher right now. Let's see. One other bit of news. Around the Horn on ESPN. Kaput, Bupkis, gone. They got canceled earlier this week. Said their last show will be May 23rd. Around the Horn and PTI, pardon the interruption, were kind of revolutionary shows when they came. That's a nice long run for a show like that.
The interesting thing about this is that the people are assuming this is part of them kind of preparing for their direct-to-consumer service, where either through the internet or a package on cable, you're going to be able to get just ESPN as a package.
Yeah.
It's that this is the kind of format that is exactly what is working on the internet now.
Right.
You got 4, 5, how many panelists?
There's 4 panelists and a moderator, yeah.
So you got 5 people all in different geographic locations connected via video link.
Yep.
That's what's working incredibly well on the internet. So I think you probably still see maybe a scaled back version, not as high production value or whatever, but this is what half of the internet is when it comes to sports content.
I didn't watch Around the Horn very much. I'd watch it like if it were on in the room type of thing. Yeah. But I didn't hate it. There were individual panelists that I didn't like at all.
Woody Page turned me off to it forever.
He did? See, I didn't mind,
he always annoyed the hell out of me.
I didn't mind Woody Page too much. There were a few of the more recent ones now where I'm like, why are they on the show? They started to cycle people in there. I just didn't know who they were.
Around the Horn in Hollywood Squares.
Hollywood Squares has 9 squares. Around the Horn has 4 squares. That's all I know.
Which was the one that had that real flamboyant, funny actor on it?
Paul Lind was the center square. Was the center square.
Was that Around the Horn or that was Hollywood?
That was
Squares?
Hollywood. That was Hollywood.
Okay.
Wait. No, that was Hollywood Squares. Yeah,
Okay,
Paul Lind
thanks.
in the middle
All right.
square. Hollywood Squares is back. Nate Burleson hosts it. It's back now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, now Nate Burleson is a guy that's got multiple jobs and seems to be doing very well at all of them.
He is, except
Take
when
a lesson, Tom Brady.
Except when he commands us to admire greatness instead of root against the Chiefs.
That was a little. Everybody has a little glitch.
That was a big fail.
Everybody's killed a hooker at some point.
Some
you know?
glitches.
That was his.
Some glitches count more than others. Corey killed a hooker. All right.
Don't deny it, Sean.
It's a reminder. It was a long time ago. Reminder to be listening for your chance to win tickets to see Journey live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That's next Friday, March 14th. I'll be there. Can't wait. We're giving away tickets all day long for you to go see Journey. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. All right, we mentioned some of the big news items in the NFL. There's a few more that we didn't get to. Texans-related questions for all the big NFL news items. We will get to that coming up next. But first, I want to get your sinuses. I want to get
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Payne and Pendergast.
A couple text messages before we get into the big stories in the NFL and what the Texans' angles are with each of these. Why does everybody speak? This is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, by the way. Why does everyone speak as if Tom Brady is a majority owner of the Raiders? Because he is an active minority owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, he's like an executive member. Yeah, yes. He's not like your typical minority owner that just is there because it's a nice thing to put on your LinkedIn page. That he's very active, yeah. And as we alluded to, there's an article yesterday about how much time and effort he's putting into the whole project. And that's why it gets stickier when people start to think about conflicts of interest with him calling games and everything, because he's not just a passive investor in the Raiders. He's very actively involved with them.
Yeah, and it's. And I think that's part of Mark Davis's plan. I think Mark Davis wanted him there to lean on for situations like this.
I've sometimes wanted to be a minority owner of a franchise just so I could feel like I've got the license to bitch. You know, you come in, you're like, what the hell were you guys thinking?
Yeah.
And then they calm me down. They've got somebody assigned to me and everything. and it'd be nice to put on my LinkedIn page if I ever go back.
I love the idea of somebody assigned to you, like an emotional concierge.
The facial recognition software as I'm walking up to the building all of a sudden puts off a red bell or a red alert
he's here.
in somebody's office.
Liz
has to come down and take care of me.
He's here. Story here in the NFL. The big one yesterday, or one of the big ones yesterday, the big one locally was Nico Collins' contract got restructured. Texans opened up a bunch of cap space. I think there will be more of that coming down here in the next few days, if I had to guess. The Joe Thuney trade to Chicago is an interesting one. Joe Thuney, who's been one of the best interior offensive linemen in football over the last few years, played left tackle for the Chiefs down the stretch last year because of injuries on their offensive line, and did a decent job until he didn't in the Super Bowl. Was traded to Chicago for a 2026 fourth-round pick. So a relative pittance for Chicago to get a guy who's, granted, older, but I think at a position, Seth, that at age 32, you don't really blink an eye at that if the guy's been largely healthy for the last several years. I guess the big Texans question would be, now after having had 24 hours or so to sit on it, should this have been a deal that and we don't know if the Texans were offered this deal or not. We should point out Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, came from the Chiefs. So who knows? Yeah. This may have been a deal that he did just, strictly one lane, working with one team here, or that the Chiefs did that way. But the way I framed it at the end of the show yesterday, and I feel no differently after having a day to think about it, is if just replace the Bears with the Texans in this trade. And the news item is that Joe Thuney traded to the Texans for a 2026 fourth-round pick, keeping in mind that his salary this coming season is nearly $16 million. So that's a lot. What would our reaction? What would excite that they went and got a real bona fide left guard? The question in the back of my mind is, all right, how many more moves can they make this offseason? How many more gymnastics do they need to go through to open up more cap space to make more moves? But I would have liked the move. I would have
liked the move. I'm not going to lie and say that I wouldn't get excited about any kind of addition on the offensive line. Where I'm trying to stay calm, cool, and collected about it is understanding and reminding myself that Bobby Slowick did a really bad job this year. And I know I think you and I differ from other people at the station and other shows, but there were so many things on the sum total of it all where, yes, you can look at multiple different things and say, well, you can't blame the offensive coordinator for this, you can't blame it for that. When guys aren't executing in every position group on the offense and guys are playing below what they've done historically, yes, I will blame the sum total of it all on the offensive coordinator. I mean, my God. And I'll go back to this. They took multiple weeks to really realize and understand that teams are going to be playing a bunch of cover two against us this year. Mm-hmm. And they were completely lost as to how to handle it and adapt to it. That is a bad offensive coordinator. They could not run the ball in such a way that you cannot just excuse it by saying, well, the offensive line this, the running backs that. No, they were horrific at running the football. And if it weren't for Joe Mixon, if they just had an average running back in there, it would have been even worse. So a lot of it had to do with Bobby Slowick. That's why Bobby. So what you have to do is just wonder and wait. If the Texans don't add aggressively in free agency to the interior offensive line or something there, you have to feel that the Texans think that Caserio was a huge problem, and they're hoping that Nick Caley can be better in that. That Slowick was a huge problem, and that Caley is going to be an improvement, or they hope that he's going to be an improvement.
I tell you what, what's the bolder move? Going out and making trades like a Joe Thuney trade, or standing pat if you're the Houston Texans? Like, that's pretty bold if they don't make at least one big change on the offensive line.
It all depends on what perspective you're looking at it from. If they think that Caserio really was the big issue,
Slowick, right? Slowick.
Man, why am I saying that?
Yeah,
so if they think, thank you, Sean. Mm-hmm. If Slowick was the genuine issue, that they should expect more out of some of those offensive linemen, like they saw, and in the run game specifically. In the playoffs, they did some things really well as an offensive line in the run game.
Yeah.
Things that we really hadn't seen much of previously in the season. They were getting really good movement at the line of scrimmage when they were running inside zone and duo and more of these power type running plays. They did things that I didn't think they were necessarily capable of. So I think it's very possible that, Slowick just didn't know how to identify and recognize what they were going to be good at and what they should be focusing on.
And I guess when I'm saying bold move, I'm talking more from public perception than I am actuality,
Right, no, the bold move from public perception would certainly be going out and getting, nobody ever likes hearing that sometimes in action. Many times that is 100% the case.
Yep.
That's not the way we function.
Nope.
Do something. You got to do something.
Yeah, the Thuney one, Chicago's made two moves now on the offensive line. Of the two moves, they traded for Jonah Jackson, who I'm not going to sit here and say I've broken down a ton of Jonah Jackson film. He was a free agency signing in L.A. that they were willing to dump for a day 3 pick because he hasn't been good. It's not been a good signing for them. So I have a hard time getting worked up that the Texans didn't go get Jonah Jackson. By the way, if there were an offensive lineman they would have intel on, it would be somebody from the Rams based on Nick Caley being in the building now. So, if he were to be a viable solution for a 5th or a 6th round pick, which I think is what the Bears traded to get him, then I'm guessing Nick Caley might have stood on the table saying we should go get this guy. You know what? We misused him in LA last year or something like that. Or just the system wasn't for him. But what I'm going to do here, he'll be better set up for success. I would think they would have made a deal like that.
Well, if you look at where the Texans are now, though, too, we're coming off of them having a wealth of draft picks for a couple of seasons, where now they're operating more like a normal team. I think Caserio looks at maybe the second round and thinks about, wow, if we want to move up in the second round for a receiver, say, where you can go out and find some damn good receivers these days in the second round, that those 4th and 5th round picks matter a lot when it comes to those trades, whether they're this year's or next.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right, so that's Joe Thuney. So, again, if they had made that deal yesterday, the Texans, I would have been excited that they got a left guard. I would have had a lot of questions as to how they were going to make the money. Crosby, a 3-year, $106.5 million extension from the Raiders, $95 million of it guaranteed. This is a major contract extension, and especially from a Texans perspective, when you consider that Danielle Hunter could be a guy that they look to extend in the next few days here, just to make open up cap space and make things a little easier in the short term, and reward him and keep him around. And B, Will Anderson is going to be up for an extension after next year. If Will continues on the same trajectory that he's on right now, he basically becomes a younger version of Max Crosby. Here was Adam Schefter yesterday from ESPN talking about the defensive end market now that Crosby signed this deal.
All the other pass rushers that are out there are all taking notes on this deal. Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson. A couple of years ago, we had the offseason of the quarterback deal, and now we are looking at an offseason in which there are an abundance of available wide receivers, which we'll get into in the show, and there are any number of outstanding pass rushers that are going to get paid this offseason. But Max Crosby started it out becoming the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
Okay, so I'll point this out. This is a good problem to have if you're the Texans, right? I mean, we got all these good guys, and we got to figure out how we satisfy. Like, that's a better problem to have than the one they had 3 years ago, which is we don't have any good players.
Right. Yeah, so. I think that to reference Texans history a little bit, there were a lot of times with Bill O'Brien's teams where, or with Gary Kubiak, really going back to then, where it felt like they were very, very top-heavy. And, that's where the Texans are in danger of being if what you look for is, man, you got to get marquee guys at every position, at cornerback, at defensive end, at wide receiver. You got to get a second high-priced wide receiver. Then you're going to be giving up draft picks at times to get those. You're going to be giving up a whole lot of cap space that you could use to go out and sign journeyman types. I think now they've got an embarrassment of riches in terms of skill position players that are high-dollar items, because I feel very good about Kamari Lassiter. I feel very, very good about Derek Stingley. He's about to get paid, and that's not going to hurt you on the cap this year, but it's going to be tough in coming years when he gets paid.
Yeah.
And you've got high-priced guys at defensive end. You've got one high-priced wide receiver. You're going to have a really high-priced quarterback. The marquee signings really don't do it for me right now. I want a well-rounded football team.
Yeah. And it can be done with all those, like getting all those guys as your core.
Right.
It can be done, but you're right. You're building around guys that are in the building already for the most part. You're signing your
somebody that he didn't mention, but that who's going to be paying attention to that number today is Will Anderson.
Yes.
So both Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, who's only got 1 year left on his deal, both those guys are going to be getting big contracts sometime soon.
Yep.
And you got to account for that too.
Yeah. So that was the first thing that in cornerback, like any position where the Texans have a good player who's still on a rookie deal, or in the case of Daniil Hunter in a contract year, then it matters. DK Metcalf asked for a trade. Seattle says they will look to honor that request. I feel like any receiver set that hits the market, Texan fans immediately start photoshopping Texan uniforms onto them, wondering what it would look like, showing highlights of that player saying, man, Nico Collins and this guy would sure be. Now Nico Collins and DK Metcalf, that's interesting just because they're very similar. Like they're both, DK Metcalf, like Nico looks like he's built in a lab. DK Metcalf looks like he's really built in a lab. Like DK Metcalf is a specimen.
And he's still young. He's 27 years old.
Yep.
But he's going to be wanting a longer-term contract. My appetite for a big wide receiver contract right now is almost zero. And I'll go back to the stat we talked about last week, and I'll retroactively give credit to a listener who made this point because we disagreed with him at the time.
Yeah.
But I don't think I understood his point necessarily. There were 7 or 8 teams last year who had 2 wide receivers who were both making $20 million or more. One was the Eagles, and it worked out really, really well for them.
Yep.
If you didn't notice, they won a Super Bowl. Amongst all the other teams that had 2 wide receivers that were making $20 million or more, they had a combined 1 playoff win, and it was the Houston Texans. Ironically enough, when they didn't even have one of those high-paid receivers, they did it without the high-paid receiver.
Yeah.
So, going back to having a well-rounded team, I want capable players at positions who are solid NFL starters right now to have a complete football team, more so than I'm looking for a marquee big bang.
Yeah, again, if the news came down at 9 o'clock today that the Texans traded a second-round pick to Seattle for DK Metcalf, I would find a way to get really excited about that, about the idea of having the offensive fireworks out there. And then probably at some point later on today it would set in like, oh, yeah, that's right. We're supposed to have 3 wide receivers last year that were like really explosive, not just
3,000-yard receivers. I hear tell. Yeah.
But it's look, my brain always goes to the excitement side of things when they do stuff like this. Now, for what it's worth, the odds for Metcalf and where he will wind up, for what it's worth, Green Bay is the favorite, and Green Bay is the one where the rumors started last week that Green Bay and Seattle had already been in talks about a DK Metcalf trade, 3-1. New England at 5-1, depending on how aggressive New England wants to be at this stage. But that makes some sense. They have a ton of cap space, first of all. I don't think they're trading the 3rd overall pick for DK Metcalf, but they've got a very high second-round pick and probably other picks they can trade. And that would be your wide receiver that Drake May can grow with for the next few years.
Plus, man, DK Metcalf is one of those guys where, all right, not only am I going to have to trade a draft pick for him, but I'm going to have to give him a new contract.
$35 million a year. Yeah.
Is that the guy that I feel awesome about doing all of that when we're sick DK Metcalf in Seattle, despite the fact that when you look at some of the stats and you look at him in a lab and all that other stuff, he should be your dream candidate. I just don't look at him as this. He's not that same level of a guy as if you were going to trade for Jamar Chase or somebody
Justin
like that.
Jefferson, guys like that. He's that next tier down. I would agree with that. Texans are 12-1 for what it's worth. They're 7th on the board for DK Metcalf. 12-1. Texans are on the board for all these guys. Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf, Chris Godwin, but they're in the same spot on a lot of these. You know, they're like 7th through 12th to get these guys. So not strong odds that they land any of these guys. Jonathan Allen sounds like Seth, defensive tackle for the Commanders, who's been productive throughout most of his career, getting older now. Sounds like he's going to get released if they can't find a trade partner. That's what I would wait. That's what I would wait for if I were the Texans on a lot of these guys. Cooper Kupp, other guys like that. I know it's a different position, but Jonathan Allen getting released and put on the open market it almost feels like a potential souped-up version of the prove-it deals that they've given to some of these lower-tier D tackles the last couple of years.
Yeah, and he might, you know what, Jonathan Allen might be a guy that is cool with, because he hasn't played as well the last couple of years, and he's coming off of a torn pec last season. It only ended up playing 8 games in the second half of the season because he tore his pec early on. He might look at it as a prove-it type of deal. So that would be a guy that you could bring in and isn't going to do a whole lot for you necessarily in the run game, but will give you inside pressure. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm not thirsty for him, but that's the type of deal.
If that were one of the deals they made on Monday or Tuesday of next week, if he gets released, I would imagine the Commanders are going to release him before then so he can hit the open market while the money's out there. And
I feel, man, when we talk about guys like that, I feel like I think Cooper Kupp's a real possibility. There's just too many dots that connect between Nick Caley's experience with him. The fact that he's been banged up and injured, which makes you nervous, but at the same time, I don't think he's going to get nearly top of the market money, and it's probably going to be on a shorter term deal.
Yeah.
And you watch him last year, part of it wasn't that his production dropped because he's declined in physical traits all that much. They've got Puka Nacua, and Cooper Kupp's also been injured. So those are the injuries make me nervous, especially when Nico Collins has been injured.
Yeah.
But he's still one of the things that Cooper Kupp does really well that you can really imagine Nico Collins taking advantage of is the toe tappers on the sideline.
Yeah.
So that connection that
CJ.
D'Amico has with a big, long receiver in Nico Collins, you can see Cooper Kupp doing a lot of that same stuff.
Yeah,
Did I say D'Amico? CJ. The connection CJ has.
Yep.
It's been a rough morning so far. I got to bring back the positive reinforcement.
You got your bell?
For when I get names right.
All right, keep it right there. Keep it handy.
Thanks, Sean.
There you go. You're welcome. I don't mind signing guys who've had recent injury history as long as that's baked into their price. You know what I mean? As long as if that's what's depressing, then that's just how business is done. You know, it's when you pay top of line for somebody who's got an injury history, hoping and praying that you're going to get the healthy version of them. That's where the risk really comes in. So if they get Cooper Kupp if Cooper Kupp, if it's not a trade, if they end up releasing him, and I think it was Les Snead, I saw Seth yesterday did an interview where he made it sound like it's the very heavy favorite is that Cooper Kupp will not be on the Rams next year. He left open the possibility that he could be, just because if he is back, he doesn't want it to be awkward. Like we said, no, he's gone. But it sounds like he's out in
okay,
LA.
I know there's one phrase that you do not like at all, which is there's a greater than zero chance.
No,
of something happening.
You say there's a non-zero chance, and you put my disdain for that phrase much higher than it actually is. I actually use it now a lot.
You do use it?
Yeah.
You used to hate it. You've come around on it.
I did? Okay.
Yeah.
Non-zero. Yeah, no, I've used it. I use it now. I've tested it out. You know, I looked at them before. I'm like, those are ugly shoes. And then I put them on. I'm like, oh, they're not so bad. I'm going to use them.
You're like when your grandpa had a pleasant experience with a minority. And you're like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll rethink this bigotry of mine.
It's the exact
back in the
same
1950s
thing.
or so.
Right. It's the exact
Archie
same.
Bunker, when Archie Bunker had a pleasant, that's
what
you.
Were you going to say
that's
about
you
it?
right now.
What is there a non-zero chance of that you're about to say?
Les Snead said, the least likely outcome, it would be him. I'm paraphrasing. The least likely outcome would be Cooper Kupp being on the Rams next year.
Right.
I like that. I like phrasing it that way.
Yep. Zach Bond goes from a backup in New Orleans to a 1 year, $3.5 million prove-it deal with Philly. Proves it in the biggest way possible, becomes a first-team All-Pro, and then gets 3 years, gets what feels like kind of a good deal for the Eagles, actually. 3 years, $51 million for a guy who was the best linebacker in football last year. In that system, too. This is not somebody they're giving a contract to, and he played over here. It's not like it was Patrick Queen played for the Ravens. How does he fit in with us over with the Steelers? Like, they know exactly what it's going to look like with Zach Bond, and they got a pretty good deal for him, I think, yesterday, Seth.
It's a third highest paid contract, third or fourth highest amongst off-ball linebackers. So it's a really nice deal, but it's not like he has an incredible track record. So probably makes sense. And this is a classic don't overthink it scenario. I think that they can throw the scouting report and everything out the window. He works in this system, and it's working really well. Get him on a nice short-term contract for a bunch of money, and we're off to the races. It's notable, I think, when you look at Howie Roseman, the GM, and how well he's operated for the past couple decades, he pivoted. This is an offseason where Howie Roseman does not like paying running backs or off-ball linebackers. Hasn't traditionally done it much at all. And now he's given Saquon Barkley a gigantic contract, and he's given an off-ball linebacker a gigantic contract.
Yeah. They have a lot of credit card spending going on in Philly. Like, anytime I bring up Philly, I feel like this curmudgeon. Like, well, they use these voidable. Like, they have over $400 million in like the 2030s. It's crazy.
But they're one of those teams that gets to say scoreboard. All right, yeah, it's gonna suck at some point. If the Saints had won a Super Bowl in Drew Brees' later years, if they'd been a better team, they'd be able to say that right now.
Yep.
Like, hey, what are you gonna do about it? But they they did a lot of extreme credit card spending and all for naught. They did get hosed in the playoffs that 1 year, but I think the Eagles are in that catbird seat of being able to say, yep, we know what we're doing. Look, we just won a Super Bowl.
They can do whatever they want now. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast. So those are, and I guess the big question, as long as we're doing Texans questions applying to each of these, is the Texans, with what cap space they have now, can they find their Zach Bond in free agency this year, like the Eagles did last year? I'm not saying that linebacker. I'm saying a guy that you bring in, a guy that they kind of probably thought Dalton Schultz was to some degree when they signed him on a 1 year deal 2 years ago, and he came in and he was really good, and then they signed him to a 3 year extension. I hope it goes better for Zach Bond in Philly than it did for Dalton Schultz this past year.
We got to check in on Ron, by the way, because Ron Hughley loves to say that the cap isn't real, salary cap isn't real.
Yeah.
Now that the Chiefs have made a habit of shedding really good football players now and losing Joe Tooney. Remember, the Chiefs are a team that had a sketchy offensive line play last year.
Right.
And now they're losing one of their best offensive linemen.
Team MVP. He was their team MVP this year.
I really, the Joe Tooney trade, that actually, much more so than the Super Bowl, made me feel like, okay, the reign of terror is over. I think they're getting an above-average team because their defense is so good next year. Mm-hmm. But you look back at the regular season, and all credit to them for being so good in critical moments and in the fourth quarter and all of that. But they were not they were not one of the best offenses in the league offensively last year.
No.
And they were horrendous offense in the playoffs. So it's going to be a scrappy team again, but I think that the Super Bowl was a punctuation mark on it, but I think last year was the last year of them being one of the bullies in the league.
If the salary cap weren't real, Joe Tooney would be a Chief. Like, it's that simple.
Tyreek Hill would be a Chief.
Justin Reed would have been re-signed already before he hits free agency next week.
The cornerback there for the Titans now would still be a Chief.
L'Jarius Sneed, yeah. Like, they would all still be on the Chiefs, for sure. Let's see, a few texts on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. About Devontae Adams. Okay, so not DK Metcalf, but Devontae Adams. I saw Devontae Adams on the Netflix Receivers show. He bitched and complained the whole damn show. In his defense, he was on the Raiders. Okay, so that's pretty good.
with Davante Adams, it's the connection with Aaron Rodgers. It perturbs me, and that it feels like he might just try to follow Aaron Rodgers again wherever he's going to go. Because let's remember too, Davante Adams made a big display of how he wanted to be with the Raiders because his lifelong best bud Derek Carr was the quarterback.
Yeah.
And then I didn't hear a peep out of it when all of a sudden there was drama with Derek Carr.
Yeah.
I just saw him talking about, I don't know. He's been more durable than Cooper Kupp.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Davante Adams, he answers the bell.
Davante Adams has been more durable. He's a little bit, just 1 year older than Cooper Kupp or 2 years older than Cooper Kupp.
Davante Adams is 32 right now.
He's going to be 33 next season.
Yeah. Yep. So, Diana Rossini, this is a text message. Diana Rossini is saying Seattle wants a first and a third for DK, LMAO. I don't know how much LMAO. I mean, I could see Seattle wanting that for DK Metcalf. That's been, kind of sort of the going rate. It's whatever the appetite is for the team that trades for him to also extend him at the same time. There's two things going on here. I don't think anybody's gonna trade a first and a third for DK Metcalf without having a commitment that he's on that team, not just at age 27, but through the age of 30 on that team.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Keep texting in. I'm curious. A lot of people weighing in on some of this stuff and what it has to do with the Texans. All right. This was pretty funny. Bryce Young did an interview. We all know Xavier Legette, the wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers. Let's hit Legette one here just so people get a re-wet their palate here with what Xavier Legette, wide receiver drafted out of South Carolina last year. He was a rookie, very likable, very Southern. I mean, there's not a font size big enough to write how Southern Xavier Legette sounds. Here's Xavier Legette just being asked, how you feeling today?
Today, man, I'm feeling pretty good. A little tired, man. We've been moving around too much, but
all right.
I love him so much.
I do too.
I just want to sit somewhere with him.
Prepare yourself.
Just around a campfire or something and have him tell stories. They don't have to be good stories.
No,
he
just has to talk. He can read
with that accent and that cadence.
He can read the phone book.
You're right. You know what? I bet he's awesome at giving compliments.
Oh, yeah.
I bet when he tells you something nice about yourself, you're like, oh, that's just coated in honey right there. Oh, yeah.
Tupelo honey, baby. Yeah, he seems like a genuinely positive person, too. That helps. But here was Bryce Young doing an interview. This was funny, where he said, I'm out with the guy, and I literally can't understand what he's saying.
Yesterday, I seen him, and it was, like, a little loud where we were at, and it was dark. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I can't, we can't have a conversation.
Because you can't, it's like having the mask on back in the day. Like, you can't read lips, you can't see emotion, and you can't understand him. I love that Bryce Young, from Los Angeles, by the way, not anywhere near the Deep South where Xavier Legette's eating raccoon. He's like, bro, I just can't understand you. That made me laugh.
Dude, he would be the classic guy if they're doing an interview with like three different players that they'd have subtitles for him, but not for the other ones.
Oh, yeah.
So, did you ever see the video? It was a satire from during the Gulf War, I think, where the one guy they were interviewing terrorists. They were interviewing something, and they had subtitles underneath the one guy who was speaking English. And then the reporter interviewed another one of the Al Qaeda members, and there were no subtitles for him. And the first guy is like looking at the monitor, and he says, "Wait, why are there no subtitles for him? I studied at the American University in Cairo." So he ends up throwing a huge tantrum for them needing subtitles for him.
Oh my God.
That's Xavier Legette.
Oh my God! You want some more? I got more Xavier Legette if you want.
I want it for the next 3 hours.
Xavier Legette. Here's Xavier Legette. What's a song you like that others might not expect that you like?
A song that I love that people probably wouldn't expect me to love would probably be Honky Tonks, a country song.
Honky
Tonks.
Honky Tonk, I guess, it's a country song. I'm not.
He said it sounded like it was plural when he said it.
Yeah.
Play be Honky Tonks.
Tonks?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. You know what, though? I feel like already, just maybe being around, an NFL locker room, it's a lot more geographically diverse. He's been hanging out with Bryce Young, who speaks the King's English.
Yeah.
That it feels like maybe it's been smoothed out a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm almost disappointed. I don't want him coming back 3 years from now.
No.
And sounding like he studied at the American University in Cairo.
No, he needs.
It's just I need to. Just you stay you, Xavier Legette.
That's it, man. Xavier, you stay you. Are you curious what Xavier Legette's first job was, Seth?
Wait. I want to hand. I'm guessing it was. He worked in a restaurant.
Okay, that's accurate.
Okay.
Oh, I worked at KFC. Probably a week and a half for real. Them boy had me cooking the gills, the chicken liver, or they had me cooking the chicken and all that. The little timbers.
Tindles?
Oh, tenders.
Tenders is what that was. Yeah,
okay.
I know it sounded like
said thimbles.
I know it sounded like Tindles.
KFC's always coming out with crazy new stuff. I thought maybe they had chicken thimbles.
Deep fried thimbles.
Like you dip your finger, you put it on your finger and you eat it. They got 10 chicken thimbles on each digit, and you just eat them one by
Suck 'em
one.
off the fingers. Yes, finger licking good. Yes,
yeah.
We're licking thimbles.
That's an idea. You're welcome, KFC.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you say KFC?
KFC. Yeah, Ben, play it one more time because I think he said also that he only worked there for a week and a half.
Oh,
Yeah,
I worked at KFC. Probably a week and a half for real. Them boy had me cooking the gills, the chicken liver, or they had me cooking the chicken and all that. The little timbers.
Hey, man, I know the text page will weigh in on this because we have listeners who've lived everywhere. I've never been to a KFC that actually cooks gizzards and chicken liver before.
I know. That's got to be a regional thing, too. Yes, KFC does offer chicken gizzards, but they may not be available at every location. Like the one on Kirby Drive, I'm guessing. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. I have to go. Is there a KFC on Main Street down by the stadium? Or is that
I don't know. There's a KFC.
Popeyes? There's a Popeyes.
There's a Popeyes. There's definitely a KFC on Shepherd, though, over where you're over where you're talking about. I walk by.
Check it out afterwards. If you don't eat chicken gizzards after the show.
It is my promise. I'll go there today. If they have chicken gizzards, I will video myself eating chicken gizzards at KFC if they have.
I like it. A big chunk of my family lives in North Carolina, dairy farmers, and it reminds me of going into a country store like way out there in rural North Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
And when I was a kid, I was down for the summer, like working on my grandfather's farm.
Yep.
And he would send me in for stuff, or sometimes, oh my gosh. He'd send me out. I'd have to go pick up a piece of farm equipment that a family had borrowed, and I'd pull up like in a tractor, the way we travel out there. Yep. And it would be like 7 dudes in coveralls with no shirt underneath sitting out on the porch like a scene from The Simpsons, that family in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And I would have to ask them where it was and everything. And I didn't understand a single thing they were saying.
You needed subtitles.
The whole time.
Yeah.
And I was terrified.
Yeah.
And then you get to know them, and they were like the nicest, scary family on earth.
Yep.
But I never understood. I think they thought I was an idiot because I didn't understand a thing. And they had like huge mouthfuls of tobacco.
Yep.
Looked like they had the mumps. And what he said was, it's around back behind the barn, but watch out for that rooster. He's nasty. I didn't know any of it. I'm driving my tractor all around their place, and they're laughing at me with their damn banjos and blowing into a water bottle and stuff.
Water jug.
While I'm getting attacked by a rooster. Just so I can pick up a hay rake.
Oh, my God. I have one more Xavier Legette here if you want it. How many 5-year-olds would it take to tackle you?
How many 5-year-olds would it take to tackle me? It'd have to be about 20 of them. I ain't going down easy.
20 of them?
Well, the thing about fighting 5-year-olds I've learned, the thing is, they don't generally have a good plan.
Mm-mm.
So really, you can fight almost an infinite number of 5-year-olds because you only have to worry about the first perimeter.
Yeah.
And they're gonna try to cave in on you, but they don't have the critical thinking ability to decide like, wait, one of us should climb up on another one's back or something, and then start gouging the out. They don't know where the weak parts in the anatomy is. Basically, you can stand there and just cover your groin, and until you fall asleep, you're fine.
And you say this because you made a habit of fighting hordes of 5-year-olds throughout your life.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a fight, but yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Whooping them good.
There's one last one here. This is from Adam Thielen, who is in that receivers room in Carolina, former Minnesota Viking. He's been the Panthers' leading receiver the last couple of years. He has been designated as the Xavier Legette translator in the wide receiver room.
In receiver meetings, no one knows what he's saying except for me. So Coach Moore will literally ask him a question, Xavier will respond, and then Coach will immediately look to me like, what did he say? And I have to translate, and then everyone's like, why are you the one who's translating? It doesn't make any sense, but what he's saying.
They need to do a remake of Helen Keller, but it's basically Adam Thielen is Helen Keller's teacher.
Yeah.
Or he was the one that they somehow learned how to communicate with.
Translate for Legette, you can translate for anybody.
Yeah, it's going to be an emotionally moving moment.
Oh, my God.
All right, so now I feel bad. I do think he does need to work on his elocution a little bit, just enough to function in non-rural South society.
Nope. I'm with the old Seth, the Seth from 5 minutes ago. No,
Sean, he's either gonna pick up the wrong hay rake someday, or he's gonna end up having an interpreter that is filtering money away to gamble, like Shohei Ohtani.
Cost of doing business.
You can't be in the position where you're trusting Adam Thielen with your money and finances, okay? You never know when Adam Thielen is going to develop a gambling habit.
Cost of doing business, my friend. All right, that was fun. I love listening to Xavier Legette. All right, mock draft injection coming up next. And this is the first version of somebody who I know is a respected voice on this show. I know you and I both respect this guy's opinion. The Texans pick is interesting. What happens at the top of this mock draft is very intriguing, especially because it involves the Titans and the Jags.
And it also unearthed something that will infuriate some people, a comp that they make for Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah. I like that. So we'll do that. Mock draft injection is coming up next. I'm already looking at my prize picks for tonight.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. We do this every day at 7:45 during draft season here, keeping it spicy during draft season as we head towards the NFL draft at the end of April. Before that, we've got free agency starting on Monday late morning. 11 o'clock is when legal tampering begins, and it's the names that are getting thrown out there now too, with the guys that are not just conventional free agents but trade candidates, guys getting released. It's going to be a really, really fun next 7 or 8 days here in the football world. All right, mock draft injection time. Let's do it. Charles Davis. This is a pro-Charles Davis show, I would say, right, Seth? I think I can speak for the two of us and say that we're both thumbs up on Charles Davis. Right?
Yeah, no, he's one of my favorite color commentators. You can tell that he does the work. He, unlike some other color commentators who feels like they're just looking at the depth chart for the first time when they go into a game, yeah, he really studies, and I enjoy watching him.
Yeah, I think when a guy is an NFL commentator and yet has enough expertise to put together a pretty good mock draft on the college game, that shows the amount of attention he pays to just the sport overall. So this one, from a Texan standpoint, there's not going to be anything groundbreaking with this particular one. With the 25th overall pick in the Charles Davis NFL.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. Here's what Charles Davis, and by the way, Emeka Egbuka, according to the Drew Doherty mock draft roundup, is the second most amongst all the experts, behind only Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Charles Davis says this: I think he's a clone of another former Ohio State wideout, Seattle's Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Houston needs a receiving threat to help Nico Collins, with Stephon Diggs hitting free agency and Tank Dell recovering from a second consecutive season-ending injury. Not to mention Egbuka caught passes from Stroud at Ohio State. Some very basic points, but all very good points. Texans need a receiver. This is a guy who's very solid. He's viewed as a pro, and he's got chemistry with C.J. Stroud. So,
right, and the biggest thing I worry about him is that he's not as athletic. He's not as fast. He's not as twitchy as a lot of the other guys that are projected to go right there. Luther Burden goes to the Texans a lot. So I don't want to say I'm souring on him. It's not like I'd be upset, but I'm not as excited about him. I worry. We talked before about how, hey, it would be awesome to have guys who are nothing but top-notch team captains, salt-of-the-earth, swarm mentality guys on your team. But you do need some really good athletes, too, and especially at the wide receiver position or what have you. Like Will Anderson's the rare guy who checks off both boxes.
Mm-hmm.
The Egbuka, I feel like I don't want to too heavily weight the character side of things when it comes to wide receiver.
I want Matthew Golden if they're going to take a wide receiver there. I think the Golden is a guy who pops. And he's U of H for a little while.
And he's got swarm traits. He's got a scrappiness to him.
Absolutely, yes. The more interesting thing about this particular mock draft is Charles Davis of CBS and NFL.com this is the first one I've seen this season, Seth, this draft season with this dynamic, has quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3, which we've seen a couple times in the last few years. It happened back in 2021 with Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance. How did that work out?
Yeah, it was a great strategy that year. Yeah.
Happened last year. I think probably a better trio last year. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, the rookie of the year, and then Drake May. I think all three of those teams are very high on their guys still. I think that the one from 2021, I think Jacksonville was still in on Trevor Lawrence because they had to be, but they had the number one pick in the draft the next year, too. So he wasn't all that great. And then I'm guessing the Jets and the Niners were out on Zach Wilson and Trey Lance from about 3 weeks into their first season as rookies. These three, it goes like this. With the first overall pick in the Charles Davis mock draft, the Titans select Shedeur Sanders. With the second overall pick, the Browns select Cam Ward. And how about this? With the third overall pick in the 2025 draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
This would be the ultimate Seth Payne hates this dynamic pick right there. Guys getting picked way higher than they should get picked because their title is quarterback.
Just because they're quarterbacks.
Yes.
I don't hate it as long as it's not my especially when it's a team like the Titans taking Shedeur Sanders #1 overall. I don't think there's a chance in hell of this happening. Frankly, I was surprised that Charles Davis, who tends to be a very non-hot takey type of guy, I was surprised that he put Shedeur Sanders up as high as he did.
At #1? I wasn't as surprised at that because I've seen it happen before. The one I was referring to is Jackson Dart going 3.
There's a lot of people that are starting to wonder if Jackson Dart isn't a better prospect than Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, yeah.
People don't like. There are a lot of people that, not just because of his bad interviews at the Combine or what have you, it's that when you try to look at him as a thrower of the football, the comps that come up are Geno Smith or Teddy Bridgewater or what have you. Oh, cool. Does he have the personality of Teddy Bridgewater? No, not by a long shot.
No.
Not even close.
Yeah. Shedeur
He's got an intact knee, but that's different.
Yeah, Shedeur, right, yeah. Teddy had skinny knees, and that proved to be the case. Remember when people laughed at that assessment of his skinny knees? I do. When they were like, he's got skinny knees. And I remember myself going, really, this is what we're doing? This feels like hand size and hip fluidity and all that stuff. And I'm like, and then 2 years in, his knee just basically explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was always surprised that people look at that as like some stupid caveman scout take. It's a very physical game. I don't know if people have noticed or not.
No.
And when you meet some of the greats, like J.J. Watt, like they're just thick dudes. Not in terms of muscularity or anything. They're just like Gronk is probably a good example. All that muscular or anything, by NFL player standards, he's just a big person. Yeah, and a lot of the better quarterbacks, when you meet them in person, they're big guys. They're not overly muscular or anything. They're just big guys.
So that's interesting. So let me ask you this then. What's the hotter take by Charles Davis here? Shedeur at #1 to the Titans or Jackson Dart to the Giants at 3?
I'm guessing Jackson Dart to the Giants at 3 just because I think that Shedeur is a guy that you can see teams looking past some things and talking themselves into it.
Yeah.
But because if he does, like, one of the things that Shedeur has going for him is that he does seemingly have a really high football IQ.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't always practice it. There's times where he tries to improv where he probably shouldn't. But in terms of reading coverages and all of those things, he looks like he's got a lot of potential there. So what they can envision, I think, is a guy that plays with great anticipation. Sure, he doesn't have impressive arm talent or anything, but if he makes up for it on the mental side of things, I think that they can talk themselves into it. Where Jackson Dart is still a little bit more of like he's a riser, but I don't think they necessarily feel like he has the same ceiling.
He's a Senior Bowl and Combine workout riser, which is a little scary.
Yeah.
And I think, too, not that the mock drafters are all right when it comes to stuff like this, but this is the first time I've seen him in the top 15 in any draft, and he's at 3.
Yeah.
So there's that. I think the other thing I would say about Shedeur, too, is that as grating as his just general personality might be on NFL people, and clearly it has, very self-aware as to how far he has to go as an actual under center on the field quarterback. Like I think he overestimates his ability as a culture changer, and I think he's right in line with where his ability is as an actual quarterback right now. He's not cocky in that respect. He knows he doesn't have all the on the field stuff figured out. It does feel like he thinks he has all the off the field and leadership stuff figured out, which is
I would say, when people worry about his personality, I think that there's degrees to that, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But like he's not even close to somebody like a Ryan Leaf or a Johnny Manziel or somebody like that. I think it's the extroverted side of things that people might not like about him, but it's not like he doesn't understand or respect or even get everything you just alluded to. He knows how far any rookie quarterback has to go.
Yeah, I get the sense he likes the work that goes into it. I think he's a hard worker for sure. All right, so that was an interesting one. That was a good one. Charles Davis, nice job. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. What should the Texans wide receiver? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Ben, let's Journey tickets too. Bad job, Sean. Party foul. Sorry, fake Steve Perry. Didn't mean to disrespect you like that. I disrespected the Filipino Steve Perry. March 14th, That's when Journey is coming to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I can't wait. I'm going to be there. It's a Friday night. It's going to be off the chain, man. 71355 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Keep it tuned here all day long, including in the 9 o'clock hour when we'll give away the next set of tickets. But we'll be doing it here all day long, and it's Journey tickets, wall-to-wall, here on Sports Radio 610. What should the Texans wide receiver shopping look like the next several weeks, according to a mantra that we were handed from DeMeco Ryans within the last year or so? That is coming up next.
Hey, are you going to have enough money when you retire? Kind of a big deal.
TFMG2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the names that are going to shape the next few days here in the NFL as far as dominoes to fall, starting to come together, and one of them is going to be, it looks like DK Metcalf, the star wide receiver from Seattle. This was Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network yesterday reporting Metcalf has requested a trade. Looks like Seattle is going to try to accommodate.
That's right, another situation that has been bubbling for the last several weeks. DK Metcalf has requested a trade from Seattle. He had a meeting this morning with Seattle brass, discussed the trade request. The team has acknowledged it and essentially said, you are allowed to explore it, and they will do some exploring as well. It is not a great free agent class at the receiver position. It is not a great receiver class in the draft. Players like DK Metcalf, I would say similar to Deebo Samuel, when they become available and there's just not a lot of other players where teams can improve upon their roster with, these guys become coveted. I expect there to be significant interest in DK Metcalf. We'll see if Seattle gets enough interest to do a trade. This is really one of the best receivers in the NFL. The fact that he's become available, I can assure you, teams have noticed.
That's an interesting point that Rappaport made there, Seth, because the DK Metcalf one is interesting to me because, look, some of it is Seattle is just literally so far geographically and functionally far away from the Texans. They're in the NFC West. We're in the AFC South. Like, I don't pay much attention to Seattle. So when I saw this at first, I'm like, what's he requesting a trade for? They're not a horrible football team. Like, they've, is this just a toxic situation? Whatever the case may be. But Rappaport's point there about the fact that this free agency class with wide receivers is so shallow that Stephon Diggs is considered one of the three best free agency options on the market by a lot of people. And he's coming off an ACL injury in a year where his stats were okay, but not what they used to be. And he's 31. And it may have nothing to do with Seattle with DK Metcalf. It may be like, okay, this is I can essentially turn this into free agency, a version of it if I want to. If I ask for a trade and a team wants me, and oh, by the way, I make a new contract a part of whatever the trade is.
Yeah, there's teams out there that are, as it has been for a few years now, teams are desperate for wide receivers. We've seen so many blockbuster wide receiver trades. You're going back to, what was the one that really started it off all? Tyreek Hill probably, and then A.J. Brown right around that era.
Tyreek Hill, and to me, it was Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams getting traded within days of each other.
Oh, that's right. That was on Bam Bam, didn't it?
Yeah.
So and it makes it interesting, given that Stephon Diggs is coming off an ACL and he's currently in a legal battle in the civil courts, or at least he's filed a lawsuit and it involves domestic violence. That I think that it might be a little bit for Stephon Diggs before he signs, and yet that doesn't mean that he's not going to get a big contract. The people are just going to check in on his health and check in on his off-field situation, and it might end up making it. If I had to choose between Stephon Diggs, all things being equal, if it was an equal contract, I'm going Devontae Adams right now.
Yeah, no question.
I mean, he's had 6 of his past 7 seasons. He's had over 1,000 yards, alarmingly consistent, even despite being on 2 bad situations last year. About the same age, 1 year older than Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
But he's not coming off an ACL.
That's right.
I would choose. So all things being equal, Cooper Kupp or Stephon Diggs?
I would say Diggs. I've been saying Diggs all offseason. I'm saying Diggs. Now, I've been saying Diggs all offseason before he got involved in a legal entanglement. I put it this way. My guess is if the Texans were to go back and sign Diggs, that they probably have pretty good intel on what exactly is going on with the legal situation. I would guess.
I mean, if you think about Cooper Kupp, who's also coming off in a season where he had an injury, the last 3 seasons he hasn't played more than 12 games in a season.
Right.
Stephon Diggs has been very, very durable until this ACL.
ACL, yeah.
So, which usually these days it's pretty simple. He'll have 9 months to recover. That's the standard, average time it takes to recover. But he is a guy who's in his 30s, and his short area quickness and agility and all of that, the things that you would worry about a guy coming back from a knee injury, boy, what I worry about is this. I feel like Cooper Kupp might give you the better performance, but also has a higher chance of only being available for half the season. I think Stephon Diggs comes back from his ace, but is the same guy performance-wise.
Yeah.
That's what I just don't trust as much. So it's which is the evil you choose there?
Right.
I can't figure it out.
Right. Yeah. Would you rather get 70 yards a game out of Stephon Diggs and you get it all season long, or 93 yards a game out of Cooper Kupp, but you only get him for 12 games out of the season?
Right.
Because those 5 games become an issue. If you're back to where it's Nico and the Nicoettes out there, then you're back to where you've been the last couple years at this time.
Plus, I guess the other big question is, it would be Stephon Diggs in a new system to him, and he really wouldn't be able to do much in training camp. Whereas with Cooper Kupp, it stands to reason there's going to be some similarities.
Yeah.
There, maybe the verbiage and what have you. Because we don't know how Caley is going to oprate. I mean, he spent way more time in New England than he spent a couple years with the Rams. And I think people too quickly think like, oh, he's going to run the Rams offense. Like, no, he's going to pull from both of his areas. So,
yeah.
But he's worked with Cooper Kupp recently as a passing game coordinator.
They've gone out of their way. I feel like everybody who's spoken about this topic, what's the system going to be?
Yeah.
From Nick Caserio to DeMeco Ryans to Caley himself have gone out of their way to not attach themselves to either of the systems that Caley's been part of specifically,
Well, think about how stupid it would be if Nick Caley were to come in and say, you know what, had some good times in New England, won a Super Bowl or 3, that was cool and all, but I'll tell you what, I got to the Rams, the way the Patriots believe how stupid it was. I'm all Sean McVay.
Yep.
Which was probably appealing to DeMeco that he didn't say that or anything like it, because he would be an idiot to say that.
Yep.
But or even to think that. But also because they're coming off a situation with a coordinator who I think was trying to be his own version of Kyle Shanahan and failed at it.
Yep.
Quite spectacularly.
He did. Here is DeMeco Ryans. Now, as far as what the Texans are looking for in their receivers, I think this is an important cut to play here in advance of next week. When I do think there's going to be a new wide receiver on the Texans here. I don't know what bin they're going to be shopping in, Seth, if it's that Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams bin, or if it's one that's a little further down price-wise. But I do think there will be a new veteran wide receiver on this team this time next week. Keep in mind, this was DeMeco Ryans. This was back early on after he took the Texans' job, I believe at the Combine, a couple Combines ago, where he said, this is what we look for in wide receivers.
With the receiver position, we're looking for guys who are separators, right? Who can separate, who can find a way to get open, right? And if you have that one redeeming quality that you can separate, right, that's what we're looking for. Especially that shows up on third down, right? How do you win third down? How do you stay on the field as an offense, right, and continue to produce and move the ball down the field? It's about third down, right, and being able to convert. And the way you convert is guys who are savvy enough to find a way to always get open.
So I was thinking about that quote yesterday. I went back and got it because obviously it's relevant to what. And I just looked up the NFL Next Gen separation stats.
Oh, nice.
For all of the top guys who are available, either as free agency or trade targets. There's a few at the bottom that probably, whatever. So it's interesting because a couple things stick out, which is that 2 of these guys have been on the Texans already, Deontay Johnson and Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Deontay Johnson didn't have great separation stats this year, but two of these guys on this list of available players have already been Texans.
Right.
I don't want Deontay Johnson back. I got myself
no.
all worked out about him once.
No.
So the guy who had the best separation amongst all these guys was Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. 3.3 yards.
3.3 average yards of separation at the time the ball was either a catch or an incompletion.
Yeah.
Chris Godwin is second at 3.2. Big surprise, right?
Available.
Yeah, he has really good separation.
Available in free agency, yeah.
But then it goes Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big surprise there.
Nope.
Elijah Moore, intriguing. And then Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
So, and then also, you know what I would add to the mix too? A guy that the Texans reportedly tried to trade for right after Stephon Diggs, actually tied with Stephon Diggs at 3 yards of separation, Keenan Allen.
Yep.
So the two of the top six there have been either signed or targeted by the Texans already.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, in one of the replies I got to this when I tweeted it out was, okay, well, why did they draft John Mechie then? I think that was the first year of D'Amico Ryans that maybe they've talked about and they've started to figure out what kinds of guys are we going to target.
Yep.
They go out and get Tank Dell the next year as opposed to a John Mechie.
Yeah.
They're a different type of athlete, different type of receiver.
Yep.
So it's not a huge tiebreaker. Now, some of this is related to scheme and quarterback and all of that. But when you go down from the top to the bottom on this list, it all pretty much matches the eyeball test.
Yes.
It's other than
Yes.
DK Metcalf, I think, and that's one where you could say maybe the quarterback had a lot to do with that. For the most part, by and large, the guys that are at the top of this list are the guys who are better receivers and tend to be twitchier guys or guys that do get good separation through route running or whatever.
Yeah, and Metcalf is 12th on this list, just to give some context.
DK
Metcalf, yeah, you just mentioned him. He's behind Deontay Johnson. He's behind DeAndre Hopkins. We didn't mention Hopkins because we get a lot of that still, Seth. Hey, could they re-sign D-Hop? They could. I don't think they will. The names on this list, Kupp, I think Cooper Kupp is absolutely in the right in the mix here if he gets cut to become a Houston Texan. Chris Godwin, I think, is going back to Tampa Bay somehow, some way. Devontae Adams, I think, is going to have a market out there. I think he might get a little pricey. And Diggs, we've talked Diggs. We've exhausted the Diggs topic. Elijah Moore at 3.1 is very interesting. Like, he was viewed as a guy. Cleveland went out and got him as a guy that they viewed would help Deshaun Watson because of this, because he separates and he gets open. And things like that. Deshaun Watson.
Right.
Elijah Moore's a guy who's been in New York in a bad quarterback situation and in Cleveland in a bad quarterback situation. That's an interesting one to me because I don't think he's going to be on the same price level because of just the lack of film out there that shows him killing guys and racking up yards.
Right.
The two names that intrigue me that I think will be in the price range for the Texans are Elijah Moore, and the other one is Christian Kirk, who Jacksonville is cutting. Jacksonville overspent on Christian Kirk a few years ago. Everybody knew it was an overspend. Yet he was still pretty good for a Jacksonville offense that wasn't that great. He can play some slot for you. He can get open. And he's a Texas A&M guy if you're looking at geography and all this. Those are the two names that if we're looking at the aisle, I think the Texans will be shopping in with free agent wide receivers, not named Kupp potentially.
Yeah.
That those would be some names to keep an eye on that I would get excited about those two guys.
Yeah. So, and I think that's where the Texans are probably headed, given their cap situation and given the amount of contracts that they're going to have to dole out to guys like Derek Stingley, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud in the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any kind of an appetite for a 3 or 4 year deal on a high-priced wide receiver right now.
Yep.
It's for wide receiver right now. It's the draft, and it's potentially the way that they maybe a little bit sexier version of what they do with defensive tackles.
Mm-hmm.
Which, all right, take a guy with upside that's maybe been in different situations or what have you, but that can get the job done on a 1 year deal or a 2 year deal, and you get the most out of them.
Yeah, I think
we
don't.
You know, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, and you're right. And there may be teams out there willing to spend more than the Texans have on Kupp. What may really come in handy with Kupp is if there is some sort of connection with Nick Caley there. You know, if he really if he feels that connection. And I think C.J. Stroud factors heavy into some of the decisions these guys make. especially if Cooper Kupp's in his 30s now, but if he feels like, hey, he comes here on a 1-year deal, and if he comes here and balls out, he can get one of those sort of veteran, 2-year, $30 million deals somewhere next year.
Nick, you know what Nick can say? I mean, look, we paid Dalton Schultz.
Yeah. Bar ain't that high.
Dalton Schultz had one good year.
He did.
Look at what we paid him. Yeah.
To be fair, I was okay with it when they paid him too. I was okay with that deal when they gave Schultz that deal last year.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I'm not okay with it anymore. It wasn't great. All right.
Well, we'll see. You know what? Too. We'll see. I mean, Dalton Schultz. He's never going to be a great blocker, but at the very least, as a receiver, maybe with a different offensive coordinator, it looks different.
Yeah, I'm confident Nick Caley's not going to have Dalton Schultz blocking Nick Karlaftis on the edge in a playoff game. You know what I mean?
Well, sometimes it's going to happen, but but to not end up in that situation as often as
multiple times in a row. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, reminder, we're giving away rodeo tickets in the 9 o'clock hour to Journey. This is one of the hottest tickets at the rodeo this year, is Journey, so keep it tuned right here. And big congrats to Seth in Cyprus. Seth, were you calling in from do that every year?
World. Good job, Seth.
Every year I tell you, don't call in to win the rodeo tickets, and every year you win rodeo tickets. It's amazing.
I filled out an Astros fan survey on The Athletic the other day.
Oh, is it the Hope-O-meter?
They ask you for your first name. So when the Hope-O-meter comes out, I'm going to see if I made the cut. Yeah. They don't have you put your last name.
No.
So there won't be any I won't get a leg up or anything by, celebrities.
But
celebrity status.
But did
local celebrity status.
C-list local celebrity status.
Yeah.
Did you say anything in there? Because you vote, you fill out the poll, but there's commentary on there as well, and they pull the comments.
Yeah, that's why I put mine. Yeah, they wouldn't be quoting me if I didn't put a quote in there.
Right. No, I know. But did you say anything after? I'm saying this for the benefit of the audience who's never filled out the survey before.
Yeah.
Did you say anything afterwards where you were like, chef's kiss, this will probably wind up in the piece that they do that summarizes it?
No, I did. You know what? I played it pretty vanilla.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do anything to give it a little bit of extra pizzazz.
If you had a little spice, it would get in there.
Man, I was really banking on turning this year around for me. If it'd be something positive I could point to that's happened, and now that's probably not going to happen.
Fill out another one just like with Seth, with 2 H's or something like that.
Old Sethers.
Old Sethers or Pope Zaza. Oh, yeah, go in and do one of Zaza. Do one of Zaza in Houston and make it really spicy.
That alone gives it some pep and zazazz.
Yeah, Zaza in Houston.
Zazazz, as I like to call it. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here in the 8 o'clock. The bet that we were all hoping would pay off is not going to pay off anymore, sadly. We will tell you what that is coming up next. Academy Sports and Outdoors is where you need.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is great. I'm out on Christian Kirk. This is a text to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Sorry, Jim Adler. I got to get you that mention in there. I'm out on Christian Kirk because his name is too close to Christian Kirksey. And
Kirko.
You know who I heard wasn't a big fan of the nickname Kirko? Kirko. I heard from sources that he was not all that hepped up when people would call him Kirko.
It feels a little bit degrading. I don't know. There's something because it's too easy.
Yeah.
It's like if I call, you know what? I'm not a big fan. A lot of people call you Shawnee. I don't. It's not like it grates against me or anything. But I guess any kind of nickname where all you're doing is adding a vowel to the end of somebody's name. I feel like it's lazy. It's lazy.
Well, I'll let my son Sammy know that.
Oh, no. Oh, well, okay, now Sammy's different, though, because that's more of a standard
He uses
name.
that as his name. Like, he goes
right, and a lot of people go by Sammy.
Yeah.
Sammy Sosa and Sammy Pendergast are the two Sammys I think of first.
Like, I never introduced myself as Shawnee. Hey, I'm Shawnee.
I'm Shawnee. No. Billy O'Brien, I feel like, of all people that wouldn't want to be called Billy, I feel like Billy O'Brien would be the first amongst them, and then that's what they call them in New England, probably just to differentiate between him and Bill Belichick, or because they knew what a hot-tempered dude he was, and they wanted to agitate him a little bit.
Yes,
yeah.
I think that's the chalk right there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. The dream is over. The dream of J.J. Watt coming back to play for the Cincinnati Bengals, Seth, is done.
JG? Oh, no.
Jage is JG.
No, but we call him JG.
On this show, he's JG. Burnley won their game against, I forget who they played the other day. Here, I've got it. They won 2-1. It doesn't matter who they played. They gave up a goal.
Now
Burnley,
I'm curious though. Are they in the major leagues or the minor leagues?
They got relegated, so they're trying to get back up into the.
What do they call their minor leagues?
I don't know. It's a good question. Text in 713. Wrong answers only. Text in. What do they call?
Yes.
What do they?
Give me your Cockney version of what they call their minor league.
What is the
EPL
league that J.J. Watt's football team finds itself in? 713-572-4610. They got a goal scored on them. James Trafford, the goalkeeper for Burnley, allowed a goal. First time in 14 games he's allowed a goal. Yeah.
Cut him.
And for those who don't know, J.J. Watt had made a promise to the goalkeeper of the team that he owns, the goalkeeper's name, James Trafford, that finding out he's a big Bengals fan, if he didn't give up a goal through the rest of the year, at that time there was 25 games left, then he would suit up again for the Bengals. Well, Trafford credited him. He made it 13 games into this 25-game stretch with a clean sheet. The ride is over, and J.J. Watt retweeted the results of the game earlier this week. He said, Cincinnati, that was a fun ride. I hope you enjoyed getting to know a bit about Burnley and our squad. What an unbelievable run for Traff and the boys. An improbable bond formed from across the pond. Bengals fans are welcome on Turf Moor, must be the name of their stadium, at any time. As for me, a feast and a drink await. So JJ is going to go celebrate by football again.
Burnley is third in their league right now out of 24 teams.
Okay, so that's good, man. So they're in the mix to get bumped back up. I'm admittedly I'm somewhat ignorant. I think we've demonstrated that already. Yeah, I'm so ignorant on the process. Yeah.
You know what though? But man, that goalie has been pretty much the sole reason they're as high as they are.
Yeah.
Because they've only allowed 10 goals against, and there's nobody in the top 10. Coventry. I forgot about Coventry's.
Don't disrespect Coventry, man.
Yeah, I forgot about Coventry. They've only allowed 5. No. Wait, I'm wrong. No, they've allowed 44. Yeah, no, nobody's even close to them defensively in the entire league. They've allowed 10 goals, and then all the other better teams, the closest to them has allowed 27 goals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good job, Traff. I'm going to call him Traff because I've made that the impermeable bond that I formed. I guess it sounds like Cincinnati. I'm judging purely on JJ's tweet here. It sounds like Cincinnati as a city kind of maybe formed a bond with Burnley through this whole thing here on the likely.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because they were pulling for him too. Yeah,
because he says in the tweet, he leads off the tweet with Cincinnati, that was a fun ride. Hope you enjoy getting to know a bit about Burnley and our squad. So I'm guessing that JJ, who for a guy who's got 5.5 million Twitter followers, I think follows things on there pretty closely, especially stuff related to him. I'm guessing he got, there's probably analytics you can look at now to see how many new followers he got from Cincinnati and things like that.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there was a for the league that JJ is the owner in, for the Premier League there. That's a home run, man. You know, like that. Just that.
Oh yeah, because they care about social media engagement worldwide and everything, and
get
obviously
more
in
American fans in. Yeah,
America is still the mecca in terms of say what you want about what people might boo at our hockey games or what have you. When it comes to trying to get customers, Americans are the gold standard. Because baby, we worship our false idol of consumerism over here.
Oh my God, yes.
So yeah, they love to have Americans because we'll spend about 8 times more money on things than
you want the most irresponsible spenders ever. That's us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That government teat over there in England can only provide you so much soccer gear,
man.
you know?
Boo all you want. You want our irresponsible spending. JJ, by the way, Seth, the top 3 move up, somebody said. So they're in the mix right now to move up back to Division 1. Yeah.
What's the name of the conference?
In reality, it's Premier League Division 1 and Division 2. We haven't gotten any good wrong names. Someone said the Slapsticks for the lower league. We need some more text. Wrong answers only. What is the name of the lower league in the Premier League?
I'm happy for J.J. Watt because as long as that goalie went without allowing a goal, that it put J.J. in an uncomfortable situation, which he would never be able to discuss publicly, which is probably really hoping that he didn't go the entire season without scoring a goal. I don't think JJ wants to come back and play at this point, and certainly not for the Bengals. And that he was probably like, all right, just allow one here. It's somewhere along the way, please.
Well, imagine all the things that JJ has on his plate these days. Team that he owns, he travels back and forth to England a lot to go see that team, his broadcasting career. And then all of a sudden, because he made some, like what he thought was a non-serious bet, all of a sudden he's having to work out to get ready for an NFL season.
And take physical punishment for it.
Yes.
For only probably several $1 million.
I mean, that's the worst.
This is what I you know what? I was refreshed this summer when there wasn't nearly the same fervor in the fan base for J.J. Watt making a comeback as there was in 2023. And part of it was, hey, Will Anderson, by the end of 2023, Will Anderson looked like he could be something special. The Texans went out and got Danielle Hunter and Danico Autry, and there was a feeling of, all right, we don't need to be a sideshow anymore.
No.
Okay, when it comes to defense especially, and bringing J.J. Watt back felt a little bit like it would have been more of a sideshow than a real thing.
I think overall, I agree with most of what you said there in terms of like just the overall feeling during the summertime. There was that period though during his softball game where he had that quote of like, I told D'Amico, if you need me, I'm there for you. And people took that. To their credit, they only took it and ran with it for like a few days, not all summer long, like sitting up in Wisconsin at the airport waiting for JJ to show up to fly to Houston or anything like that. But you're right. It helps. Dude, it just helps that the team's so much better now than they were a couple of years ago.
Let's see. The game last year was April 16th, 2024. So they'd already made their offseason. They'd already made the J. Watt charity class.
Oh, that was okay. The softball game was. I got you.
Yeah. No, May 4th.
It was May. I thought it was in May.
So May 4th. So it was well after they had already made. Draft. Was it right before the draft?
It was after. The draft was in late April. Yeah, it was right after.
So they'd already done all that, and it's still. I feel like there was excitement about it, but it wasn't nearly the same as the fever pitch it was the year before.
I agree with that. I agree with that. JJ did a little drive-by on Skyline Chili afterwards too.
Yeah, that's when I was. That was the tweet I was thinking of when you said that maybe JJ gained some fans in Cincinnati. I thought the opposite because I was thinking of JJ and his tweet about Skyline Chili.
Yeah. So JJ just he had that whole nice missive to Cincinnati about how fun this whole thing's been, and then his reply tweet to all that was just one sentence like, I didn't really like Skyline Chili anyways.
Yeah, like you couldn't help taking that shot. I gotta think that in Cincinnati it's a little bit like Houston. We have a problem.
Yeah.
Sometimes even if somebody is trying to say something nice to you, but they use Houston, we have a problem, then that person's dead to me for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Skyline Chili.
You had it.
In Houston, we have a problem, though. It's extra insulting because it was a great moment in American history where astronauts rescued themselves from the brink of disaster, as well as, obviously, NASA back in Houston.
Yep.
That I feel like it's taken a great moment in history and turning into some little snarky, snide comment.
It is.
And that bothers me. Skyline Chili is just a stupid chili that I'm guessing the majority of people in Cincinnati don't even like Skyline Chili.
Yes, the Houston we have a problem thing that it's part of. Skyline Chili literally watered down. It's literally watered down chili on pasta of all things. Have you had it? I've
had it. Yeah.
What's your review?
I want to say it used to be they used to serve it sometimes at team buffets when we were in the Northeast. There'd be like if we're going to play the Bengals.
Yeah.
I think they would have a tray of Skyline Chili, but I didn't know that's what it was called at the time.
That's what
I didn't know until the internet came along, which is I had it my entire career, but not to the same degree now. I didn't even know I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
So I only learned through social media what Skyline Chili was.
Are you talking about like the buffets, like the catering the night before the game when you're up there on a road game?
Yeah.
Should you really be eating? Should you be eating bowls of chili the night before a game?
Well, for one, it's not chili.
Yeah.
So two, why not?
Okay.
It's not. There's no beans in it.
Yeah.
Now, if they're beans, hell no. I would not eat any bean-based food 48 hours before a football game.
That'd be a good way to keep the offensive linemen away from you. Just turn around.
Yeah, but it's also uncomfortable.
Yeah, it is.
If you're gassy, you don't feel like you're a male performance peak when you got a belly full of gas.
Yes. Yeah. Fair.
And not to mention you're wearing white pants a lot of the time.
That's
Sean.
true too. Yeah, that's.
I don't need to shart into my white football pants on national television.
No. Yeah. Kylie Wong standing behind you. What the hell's going on with Seth right now? Yeah.
So long story short, I always just thought, I used to have the Skyline Chili a lot because I thought it was meat and pasta. I thought it was pasta with meat sauce, which is what it is.
Yeah.
So I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah.
I like pasta with meat sauce. I don't like calling it chili.
Chili is a false label. This is what you're saying. Pendergast with you. Must win tonight. I'm declaring it right now. Yes. Early March, NBA season. For my sanity, this is a must win. We will discuss coming up next. I'm going to tell you what.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I would hate to have Seth in the crosshairs of chili talk.
I know I screwed up as soon as I stopped saying anything and we went to break. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm not going to check the text line on this because I'm guessing I got destroyed. I said that it wasn't chili because it doesn't have beans in it. Obviously, that's not what my point was. Skyline chili isn't chili because it's actually pasta.
Yeah.
But that's a big difference. It's actually pasta with what you might argue is chili on top of it. The beans, yes, I get it. Beans are not what make the chili.
Yep.
I apologize that people can be an idiot on the text line,
Nobody
but I'm
yet.
not even going to check.
Nobody yet.
Wow.
Yeah, nobody
Well, what
yet.
a bunch of idiots. How can they not be what the hell? How are you not policing chili talk on the radio like I need you to?
Yeah.
Morons?
There are three things, text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, three things that are the brunt of many jokes in my life over and over and forever. 1, Arby's. 2, Beaumont. 3, Cincinnati chili. Lay off of Beaumont and lay off of Arby's. Their commercials lately are depicting their various sandwiches as very tempting. Right.
What are Arby's jokes all about?
I don't know. I think
is Arby's considered like a low rent fast food place?
Like a punchline? It may have been at one point.
I always thought it was fine dining.
Yeah,
I like it. I allow myself. I don't eat fast food that often anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But if I have my choice and there's an Arby's at the exit, I go to the Arby's.
Yeah,
I love those roast beef sandwiches.
Roast beef sandwiches are not bad at all, man.
You know the hard thing. You know what though? Now that I've cut out because of my blood pressure. Which everybody, it's below 120 over 80, so everybody that's been keeping tabs on it.
Good for you,
it's
man.
Spectacular. But the salt, it's too salty. Now that I don't eat much salt at all, when I eat most fast food or a lot of chain restaurants, I'm like,
Yeah, I'm lucky. I don't like salt very much, so that's good. You a big fan? Is it a big sacrifice for you to not have salt on stuff?
I don't. It's not like I don't have to have it, but I used to like saltier food than I do now.
Yeah.
So it's one that's cool. Once you get rid of the taste for it, then all of a sudden, most of the really bad stuff just doesn't taste nearly. It tastes way too salty. That and then once you limit your sugar for a while too, then the super sweet stuff doesn't even taste that good to you.
It's good, man. Habits to get into for sure. Seth, I'm declaring it right now. The Rockets tonight in New Orleans. They've lost. What have they lost? 3 in a row. They've lost their first 3 games here in the month of March. 1 to Sacramento at home, not a good loss. The second loss to OKC I can excuse. They didn't have their regulars out there. They actually fought in that one. But the loss to Indiana the other night just had so much of what's been bad about this team the last month or so. They're 5-11 in their last 16 games. I'm telling you right now, for a regular season game on a Thursday in early March, if they lose to the Pelicans tonight, the Pelicans who suck, they've won 17 games all year. If they lose this game tonight and they're doing some of the same things that are partially being attributed to, hey, it's a young team and they're getting deep into a season where they haven't really been in this spot yet, that doesn't excuse dumb stuff. Like if they lose tonight because they're falling asleep on defense and it's lazy turnovers and it's everything else, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to be ballistic tomorrow. Like I am declaring this a must-win for Sean Pendergast's sanity. Not mathematically, although we're getting to that pretty soon with all these teams nipping at their heels in play-in. They're the 5 seed right now, and these 6 and 7 seeds are starting to get a little too close in the rear view. They need to win this game tonight. They got to take care of business tonight.
And this is the problem. I agree with everything you said about how they have been a different team in the second half of the season and in the first half of the season, except for the shooting. That's why if they aren't playing their really scrappy version of basketball, the shooting is as bad as it's ever been. It was horrendous the other night. They lost 13 straight shots in a row when they had a 1-point lead, and they completed 50% of their damn free throws.
Yeah.
They can't shoot. So the only thing it's not like all of a sudden they're going to turn into a good shooting basketball team between now and the playoffs. Mm-hmm. The only thing they can do is get back to their version of defense and scrappiness and everything else like that. The rebounding, they've kept that up by and large. They're just not capitalizing on it.
Yeah, I mean, I could deal with it. Like if teams are just making crazy shots, like the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was just unstoppable the other. And I know that was against all the backups, but it's they're giving up just so many more easy baskets now than they were earlier in the season. They're just committing so many silly turnovers. You're right. They can't afford to. They're not a team that can afford to just be forfeiting possessions the way that they have in the second half of the season. So got to take care of business tonight against a really, really downtrodden and bad New Orleans team. Do it, Rockets. Hey, quick reminder, too, we're giving away Journey tickets next hour. So be listening in the 9 o'clock hour. They're coming to the rodeo on the 14th. Be listening for that. Zach Martin had his retirement press conference yesterday. I watched some of it, Seth. I like Zach Martin. He's a Notre Dame guy, so I liked him. I wanted to watch that press conference. There was one line in particular that got a lot of attention in that press conference yesterday. This was Zach Martin. He had about an 8-minute open to this thing where he thanked everybody under the sun for his, for all the various points. Yeah, he even admitted, like at the 6-minute mark, he's like, I'm almost done, guys. Don't worry.
Hey, post it on Instagram, you clown.
Yeah.
Get out of the league.
So they had a press conference, and Steven is sitting on one side, and Jerry's on the other side. The Joneses are sitting on either side of Zach Martin. Here was Zach Martin thanking Jerry Jones for making him a Cowboy.
To Jerry Jones and the Jones family, from the moment I put on a helmet, I dreamed of playing in the NFL. Even though it took a little bit of convincing back in 2014. Thank you for believing in me and giving me an opportunity to live out that dream. Playing in the NFL is an honor, but wearing the star on my helmet was a privilege I'll never take for granted.
Okay, the reason they're laughing is because, if you recall, and it's been confirmed, and it gets reconfirmed by Jerry Jones in this audio we're about to play here, Jerry Jones wanted Johnny Manziel with that 16th pick. I think it was the 16th pick in the draft that year, somewhere around there, in the teens. And Jerry had to be basically pried away from the phone with the jaws of life to not draft Johnny Manziel, to make a much more responsible pick.
Right. Yeah, he didn't even want him. He's like many of other. He was almost as close to as Jerry Jones' allegedly bastard child that he has out there.
That's right.
That he just didn't want to acknowledge that John, but he got stuck with him. He lost the paternity suit with Nick Martin.
Yep.
No, not
Zach
Nick
Martin.
Zach Martin.
Yeah, Zach
Nick
Martin.
Martin is currently doing something other than football.
He is definitely not at a retirement press conference being lauded the way Zach Martin was as a future Hall of Famer yesterday.
You know what? I don't like Zach Martin because I feel like Bill O'Brien, who is always everything, I feel like he was susceptible to the pedigree of Zach Martin.
I think that probably happens,
Nick
right?
Martin so much.
Yeah, I think that's probably not uncommon in the NFL, I would think. Dude, I'm with you. I'm watching this press conference yesterday, and I love Zach Martin. He was a great player in college at my school, and I love him. And I'm sitting there watching him, I'm like, why couldn't Nick be a fraction as good as you were? Why did you get all those chromosomes? Why didn't he get some of those chromosomes? Here's one more. This is from Jerry Jones saying, in his own special way, in 2014, when he drafted Zach Martin, he made the right decision.
The reason you're sitting in the middle, I think, is because he wanted to separate me and Steven over here. Because I still have knots on my shin from him kicking me under the table when we were sitting there discussing that draft day. I hope it was an example of, at the end of the day, I do accept the smarter decision and make it around here, although I know I've got a lot of questioning that in the room.
Yes.
You know what that all feels like? It feels like an inappropriate best man speech at a wedding. Like, hey, Jim, remember when you called me up late at night and you said you weren't sure you could go through with the wedding and you wanted to run off with that whore that you had met at the strip club? Oh boy, you made the right decision, man. You came back. Good job. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Have you been in
raise a glass?
Have you been in the room for one of those before? Like just a horrifically bad best man speech, like a best man speech.
At my own wedding, my brother got up, and my brother's a good speaker, but he was feeling extra happy because we had the ceremony at this ski resort, and the reception was right there. So we had the ceremony outside, and then you walk right in, and we had the open bar starting during the wedding. We started the open bar before the wedding. Mm-hmm. So by the time we got around to best man speeches, Dan gave a really good 3-minute speech, followed by a really good 13-minute speech.
Oh,
but it wasn't appropriate for a wedding. It was he kept going and going and going to the point where I was like, I got to go up there and.
Did you?
He was like he was doing improv comedy.
Did you
something,
go get him, or did he eventually realize, like, no, the set's over?
I think I'll have to ask Brandy. I think I kind of walked up next to him to kind of try to move it along.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad or embarrassing or anything, but it was long. It was way too long.
I didn't have an uncomfortable bet. My brother was my best man at my first wedding. My brother Kevin, he gave a great speech. Wallace Marsh was my best man at my second wedding. He gave a great speech. My brother thanked my first wedding took place on the Saturday that would have been Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals back in 1995 between the Spurs and the Rockets during the second title run. But the Rockets fortunately won it in 6, like 2 nights before that. So my brother actually started his speech by thanking Clyde Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon for winning the Western Conference Finals in 6. He's like, otherwise, Sean would have been very good opening joke. Yeah, so that was
okay.
Yeah.
My old teammate Jay Foreman, when he had his wedding, he and Stephanie got married in Toronto because she's from Toronto, and they had it at this place where it was like some kind of facility you could rent out, and most of the family and everybody else were down on the first floor, and all of the friends were up on this balcony that overlooked the stage.
Wow.
And they were having they had the ceremony on this stage where bands would have set up and everything, you know. But they had the open bar going during the wedding and everything. So
you're in a show. It's like
so
you're
you
in a
go
show.
right from the wedding immediately into the reception. There's no reception line or anything. They just invite everybody to be sure you're coming down and meeting everybody and mingling.
Yeah.
And then Stephanie had a friend who was a comedian, and they had a comedian get up and do like 30 minutes, and it was hilarious.
That's a great wrinkle.
Because, well, she had given, it was like a roast. Because
Yeah.
she had fed him all kinds of information about the family and everything, and the families were cool with it. Plus, Jay Foreman's dad was Chuck Foreman,
Yes.
the Vikings running back. He got up and gave one of the best man speeches ever, because he raised Jay as a single father and everything. Wow. So it was that's one of the best weddings I've ever been
I was
to.
going to say, dude, I was just going to say, that sounds like a top 5 wedding right there.
Yeah, it was great. And it was in Toronto, you know, like, so everybody, it felt like it was like a destination wedding without all the sweating. You know, I'd rather be up north than down south in the summer.
Yes, that's great, man. That is great. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We will be giving away rodeo stock on rodeo sometime in the 9 o'clock hour. Be listening. What if these two AFC South QB needy teams made this move? How would we feel as Texan fans? This big move. We will discuss that coming up next. My big move today is probably going to be
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go with you.
Hey, real quick,
yeah.
before I forget.
Yeah.
You spoke to Joe Pogge's University of Houston class yesterday.
I did, yeah.
I wanted a synopsis at some point of what you talked about, what the best questions you got.
Okay, I'll do. How about it? I'll do that. I'll do that in this segment. How's that?
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Shawnee.
That's okay. I'm told that people like to hear what got teased into the segment. So, I'll hit that.
Oh yeah. No, I just said it because I would forget it, but you'll remember.
I'll remember it. Okay, so the big domino in free agency is, it sounds weird to say this, is Sam Darnold. Certainly at the quarterback position, and maybe overall when you consider that quarterback and the draft is a big topic, this quarterback class not being so good, which really benefits Sam Darnold. Honestly, Tennessee picking it number one, I think, is a sellable, viable solution if they choose not to draft Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders and go whole hog into maybe bringing Sam Darnold in to replace Will Levis. And if you get the same Sam Darnold in Tennessee, Seth, next year, or this coming season, that Minnesota got last year, big if, because Kevin O'Connell is a witch when it comes to this stuff, big if. But how much would a Sam Darnold signing in Tennessee, and I'll even throw Indianapolis in there. Let's pretend Indianapolis, Chris Ballard finally goes, you know what, I'm tired of even paying lip service to this Anthony Richardson thing. We're going to get right back on the quarterback carousel and sign Sam Darnold. How much does that change the dynamic in the AFC South if Sam Darnold – I can't believe I'm saying this, but if Sam Darnold becomes a thing either with the Titans or the Colts?
I don't think that what I've heard, and these are all rumors, and I think Matthew Berry mentioned this in his column, or one of these guys did, was that the Titans are very much open to signing a quarterback and drafting a quarterback. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how much it changes. I guess if it's – and it seems like the most likely scenario, or one of the most likely scenarios that's being put out there about Aaron Rodgers, is that Aaron Rodgers might go to Tennessee if he doesn't go to the Giants, and the Titans would still draft a quarterback. I guess the difference would be, boy, who's going to get a bigger contract on a short-term deal as a quarterback to the Titans? Sam Darnold, who you could expect to play 5 more years.
Even 30 yet. Aaron Rodgers is 40, yeah. Or
Aaron Rodgers is going to, I think, let's say no matter what, it's a 2-year deal for either of them. Okay. Who gets the bigger contract?
I'm going to say Sam Darnold. I think there's a bigger market for Sam Darnold. If the prices are driven by supply and demand, I think there's a bigger demand out there for Sam Darnold and what he was last year than Aaron Rodgers and what he has become over the last couple of years.
Plus, the way that coaches work. They're going to see what Sam Darnold did last year, and for the first 2/3 of the season or so, for let's say the whole season, in the regular season, looked really good.
The last 2 games until the playoffs in the Week 18, he was really good.
Yeah. He just fell apart in the playoffs. I think that's easy to excuse away for multiple different reasons, and they're going to be intrigued by the upside of Sam Darnold. So, there's going to be teams that are more willing to pay a tax because there's a bigger lottery winner. The lottery is just like everybody starts playing the lottery when it gets up to $1 billion, as if somehow $750 million wasn't lucrative enough. So, $1 billion, I'm definitely playing now. With Sam Darnold, there's a silver feel like, okay, this could be $1 billion jackpot, as opposed to Aaron Rodgers, where, all right, the best we're going to get out of him is 1 year maybe, and if he stays healthy, so I don't know.
I still don't see a team with Sam Darnold and the number one pick, whoever that may be, whether it's Abdul Carter or whether it's Travis Hunter or whatever. Now, that get intriguing if they signed Sam Darnold at quarterback and then drafted Travis Hunter thinking they play him at receiver, but I think they may see him as a corner, whatever the case may be. A team that signs the top quarterback on the free agent market have to give up to get that quarterback. It's a free agency signing. They were the worst team in football last year by definition. I don't know, what do they become? An 8-win team? A 7-win team? Are they a threat in the division with Sam Darnold, the Tennessee Titans?
I think that you could say they're going to, defensively they do some good things. They're a better defense, and we saw that, right? Yeah. The worst team in football kind of de-pants the Texans.
Up front they did, yeah.
Yeah, so there's something there. Mm-hmm. Boy, one quarterback. I know when Aaron Rodgers was in his prime, when they would try to do the stat projections on this, or no, just even with Vegas, wasn't the difference between having Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback versus his backup like 7 or 8 wins? It was something extreme. Are there really good quarterbacks in the league?
At Aaron Rodgers' peak, you're talking about, or last year?
Yeah, or just in general, for a really good quarterback.
Yeah, really good quarterback. Okay, so last year, I think Mahomes would be the guy. Either Mahomes or Lamar Jackson would be the guy that would be in that role, and they're worth like 6.5 or 7 wins. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So with Aaron Rodgers, whatever version you get of him, which I do think I think this will be the first time. This is going to be the first time that Aaron Rodgers ever got completely and totally dumped. Because he was trying to force his way out of Green Bay for a couple of years, and now he's been dumped.
Well, now he's reportedly begging to stay in New York, according to reports, right?
Yeah, reportedly. Yeah. But whether he was or he wasn't, he got dumped.
He did get dumped, yes.
And that could go one of two ways, but I could see it putting a chip on his shoulder in a way that maybe he hasn't had in a long time.
Yeah.
Because and it might be a little bit of an ego blow to the ego which he claims not to have, because of his spiritual ego, and there's been a big old divot taken out of it. So you might see, and Aaron Rodgers, who's so motivated that he shows up for mandatory team events, even that level of sacrifice, where he shows up, he might actually show up to the mandatory minicamp.
Okay, let me ask you this: how do you feel about an AFC South? Because I'm trying to wrap my brain around this. I'm trying to come up with scenarios where the Texans are not the favorite all of a sudden in the AFC South, and I don't think I don't think there's a series of moves available in the draft and free agency for any of these other 3 teams that would all of a sudden displace the Texans. Because I'm assuming the Texans are going to make a few improvements as well, that they're not going to go backwards. They're still in a position, even with the limited cap space that they have, with the draft capital and with the cap space they can create, and with more importantly, the nucleus they've already got in the building signed already. I don't think there's a scenario out there from a roster construction standpoint where Jacksonville, Indianapolis, nor Tennessee becomes the favorite in the division. But let me throw this scenario at you.
Okay. What
if the Titans were to sign Aaron Rodgers, which I know you love, and the Colts were to sign Sam Darnold? Because I've seen a little bit of that. Daniel Jeremiah proposes that the Colts be. So now you'd have a division with C.J. Stroud, Aaron Rodgers at the Titans, Trevor Lawrence with the Jags, and Sam Darnold with the Colts. That's 4 proven at least okay or above quarterbacks.
And just as it is with Tennessee from last season, you got to look at the Colts and say, wow, Sam Darnold really put one on the Texans last year.
Yes.
He really torched them, made them look like fools, like idiots, on a team that has always had a good roster but just no good quarterback play. That's more realistic, I think, than people might think, because, okay, well, aren't they committed to Anthony Richardson, all this? I don't think so. I think Chris Ballard, the GM, either was forced into making that pick, or I think he totally was forced into starting him as quickly as they did.
Agreed.
He has said that he wants a genuine quarterback competition.
Yeah.
To which people will say, well, no, that's bogus, because if Anthony Richardson doesn't start, then Chris Ballard's going to lose his job. Here's the problem. If Anthony Richardson starts, Chris Ballard's going to lose his job if he doesn't take a huge leap forward in terms of maturity.
Yes.
And I think Chris Ballard, looking at it, thinks we've got to get this kid grown up as fast as possible, and he needs a dose of reality about how hard he's got to earn his way into a starting role. Last year we tried to do it, and Joe Flacco just sucked so bad that we had to put him back out there.
Yep.
And they ran him more, and he looked better. But then guess what happened when they ran him more?
Yeah.
Injured.
His back gave out. That would be hilarious, because teams, when they have a quarterback that they draft high, like Anthony Richardson or C.J. Stroud or anybody, they're like, we got this guy on his rookie contract. We can go out and make some big signings. And the Colts are like, yeah, we got Anthony Richardson on his rookie contract. We're going to make a big signing. We signed Sam Darnold. We got all this cap space.
Competition.
Yeah, we're going to go sign Sam Darnold.
They just want to get to a point where Anthony Richardson's completion percentage looks better than
yes.
We just want to get him up into the right sport.
I love that.
Right now he's right around like, he shoots 50%.
He's amazing.
No. He's a football player. He's a quarterback.
For a quarterback,
shooting 50% is not acceptable.
For a quarterback, he's really good at basketball. Yes. Yeah. That's funny. I want him to start, because I'll miss your updates on his completion percentage if he's not the starter in Indiana.
What did he finish? Did he finish the season above 50%?
No, there's no way he did, because you came in many a week gloating about how low his completion percentage was.
Remember, I think for his career, he might be above 50% now.
Okay.
That's the thing that's irking me now.
Yeah.
So last year, he finished the season at 47.7%.
That feels right, yeah.
The previous season, and this is bogus because it was in 4 games, 2 of which he didn't play the whole games.
Yep.
He had a 59.5% completion percentage.
Yeah.
So he's sitting at 50.6%.
For his career?
For his career.
Okay, we got to take care of that. Texans, if you get Anthony Richardson early, you got to put one of those 30% burgers on him like you did to Josh Allen and him last year in the first half of the season. Do we know what's happening? Do we know what's happening with Case Keenum, by the way? All these free agency lists have Case on them. Do we know? Have we heard anything about Case being back in any capacity?
When we talked to him a couple months ago, did we get the feel that it kind of felt like he was thinking about hanging it up?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think we really pushed that with him too much.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and listen to that because it was he's always fun to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
We should have him on. If he does retire, we should try to have him on as
he's
a more
great.
regular guest.
I'm with you on that. I was over, you mentioned Joe Poe's marketing class over there.
Thank you for remembering this.
Dropping some. I put it in size 16 on the rundown right there.
What? Okay. So you're talking. What's Joe Pogge's class there?
It's a marketing.
Of some
it's a
sort?
marketing class.
Okay.
It's a marketing class, and he brings in a lot of guests. A lot of familiar names come in and speak there that are some involved in marketing, some just involved in business in general. The sense I get, because I usually when I do this, I've done this probably 5 or 6 times now in his class each semester. I go in and speak, and the sense I get, because I show up, the class starts at 11:30. This guest speaker, which was me, starts at noon. So I get to sit in on the class for a half hour and just see, Joe being up there doing his teacher thing. And the sense I get is, it's a marketing class, and he's teaching a lot about branding and things like that. And Joe's a master marketer. Anybody who knows him knows that. He's been involved in the Houston marketing scene for a long, long time. But I think he's also trying to teach them a lot of life lessons about networking and functioning in the business world and stuff, which is right up my alley.
He's a teacher who understands that. He's like, hey, listen, kids, we're going to teach you a bunch of book stuff, but you're going to get out in the business world, and you're going to find yourself wondering, how is this jackass making so much money?
100%.
Be more like the jackasses.
Yes.
Here's Sean Pendergast.
I'd like to welcome the biggest jackass to the front. So, so it was cool. I do a version of the same kind of talk each time. He wants me to go through mainly 2 things. My story about how I got into radio, because it's very unique and involves a lot of stuff that he likes, the networking and sales and things like that. And then change, how we are going like 100 miles an hour into a digital world.
Yeah.
While the terrestrial, it's funny because terrestrial radio, every graph that you see and every chart that you see indicates that the demise of terrestrial radio has been greatly exaggerated. A lot of people still do listen to the radio. It's trending in a direction where it's moving more digital. Nobody denies that. But when you're in a room full of people who are between the age of like 19 and 22, and the first question you ask, who listened to the radio today?
Right.
And 2 hands go up out of 40.
And did they actually listen to the radio, or did they stream a radio station?
No, I made it very clear. I'm talking about terrestrial radio. Yeah,
okay.
the actual radio.
Had a knob and everything.
Yeah,
okay.
So I kind of use that as the place setter for the industry part of it.
Yeah.
Naturally, I end up talking about myself way more than the industry, of course.
That's what you're there for.
Yes. Yeah. So I give them my message. My message is networking is everything. Keep in touch with all your contacts. And my other thing is everything is sales. I'm a huge person when it comes to not just conventional sales, but like the impressions that you make on people. You're always selling yourself, that kind of thing.
Did you talk to them at all about you and how you transition into the digital side of things as somebody that's because these kids, they come out of the womb with a smartphone these days.
Yeah.
It's much more intuitive to them. So from your perspective though, you maybe see a different side of it.
Yeah, no, I did. Talked about, realizing I talked about obviously our show and the strength of how we're doing digitally. YouTube, our YouTube numbers are really good. You and our podcast numbers are fantastic. Started my own podcast with social media in terms of marketing and outside of radio and stuff like that. You know what? It's the platform now, You know what? You should get some opportunities where you speak to young business people who are in their late 20s or early 30s to kind of get them ready for just making that transition. They're like, hey, you're getting to the age where you're going to be outdated real quick. Yes.
If you don't, you just got to you got to adopt this attitude now to where you can keep up with it. And that's what it's one of the things I always admired about John McClain was that as all these people lost their jobs in the newspaper industry or in just whole companies were shutting down, like he just was constantly learning how to do new things.
No doubt.
And he was one of the most successful, one of the most popular Twitter people for Texans stuff was a 70-year-old man.
Yep.
You know, it's impressive that he was able to stay relevant that way.
He knew it. And I think the other thing I tell them is that, and I think this speaks to what you're talking about, like the Darwinian aspect of what we do, like the survive or die aspect, is that the ones you see die are the ones that view their job as being the 4 hours you're on the radio. Your job, and you've adapted, I've adapted. You've got your YouTube channel. I do my activity on social media, writing, podcast, etc. People, if you're interesting and you're good and you're funny or whatever the case may be, whatever reason it is people want to consume you, they don't want to just consume you. They want to consume you when they want to, which is the on-demand part of it. But they're also expecting that you're going to put in more than just the 4 hours on the radio these days.
Yeah.
That you're going to give them
I always
more.
think back to when my grandfather, a horse carriage salesman, put his finger up in the air and decided, wait a second, you know what? I'm going to stop grousing and complaining about these horseless carriages. I'm going to go start selling them. Boom.
Yeah.
He did quite well.
He did. Yeah, exactly. That's where the money is, man. So it was good, man. I always enjoy it. It invigorates me to go talk to the youth. And after the class, usually several of them will come up and we'll chat for a while. There's usually one or two that really want to, they're asking about internships. So I think it's great. I help any way that I can with that,
Fast forward 6 hours later, you're doing a keg stand at a frat party.
Yeah. So yada, yada, yada. I'm pledging Delta this week.
It's great.
Amazing. I haven't told Amy yet. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
So everybody reach out to Sean for speaking engagements.
Please do.
Okay.
If it pays, yeah. I'll talk about whatever you want. Actually,
That's what we should do.
I have one. I have one coming up in 2 weeks that pays.
Yeah,
I'm excited. It's a lunchtime one. It's another Pogey production. Yeah.
You know what we should do is we should take our show on the road, not our sports show. We got to craft some kind of motivational speaking thing.
Yes.
Where you and I can go up and do it together and get really good at it.
Yeah.
Those people, some of the really good ones make like $50,000 a pop to go speak at a corporate luncheon.
We could do it. I think you and I could be serious.
That's 35 for me and 15 for you. That's good. That's good money.
It is good money. Sean, not a negotiator. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, big questions around the NFL this week. Trade, free agency coming up. Where do the Texans fit in with all of these guys? We will have that for you coming up next.
Sport Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Sorry, Seth and I are just being entrepreneurial during the break here, trying to figure out all the ways.
I'm putting that in my non-sarcastic Google Doc of business ideas.
Don't say it on the air. I don't want people stealing the idea. All right? But it was a really good idea. Yeah, put it in the Google Doc.
The Pendergast boner pill. Yes, so there it is.
That's exactly what it was.
That's not what it was.
I can't do any better than the ones that are out there right now already. They're pretty good stuff. As a media relations director and a communication pro, I absolutely love that last segment. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
That's our core audience. Yeah. That's mostly who we're looking for. We can just corner that market.
Yeah.
That specific demographic.
Yes.
Boom.
Yeah. Media radio 610. Yes.
It is. Okay, honestly, This is the last of the career advice, or this is life advice in general. Yeah. My mom and my stepdad have a family friend, Mel, who worked until he was 90 years old as a pharmacist. And he was actually at Wegmans, the grocery chain up there. Yeah. He was like the face of their Wegmans pharmacy commercials and everything. Because he's just this delightful guy. Yeah. Lots of energy and everything. But I think the biggest thing about, so I started looking at other people that kind of thrive in their later years like that. And you start to notice a lot of common things. But one of them really is that they never get cynical about young people. They always really, truly appreciate and people can offer things that they can't, and that older people can learn things from younger people, and they really see the positives in people and everything. And that goes hand in hand with your more selfish motives of like, if I want to get up to speed. Somewhere back in the 80s, there were a bunch of old codgers that didn't want to learn how to use Excel. Yep. But when they could have leaned on some 27-year-old in their company to teach them how to use Excel, and everything would have been just fine.
Yep. It's great advice, man. No doubt. No doubt. All right, Joe Thuney. He's kind of the equivalent of like a 50-something in the real world as NFL standards go. 32 years old. Traded to Chicago yesterday. He, of course, all-pro offensive lineman for the Chiefs. Recently best known for playing out of position down the stretch last year and in the playoffs at left tackle when the Chiefs got hit with injuries. Did a decent job, and then the Eagles came along, and it was hard for anybody to do a decent job for the Chiefs on that day. But he's been a really good player for a long time. He is a guard by trade, and had he stayed with the Chiefs, he would have, I would imagine, gone back to guard. But they trade him, dump him really, for a 2026 fourth-round pick. He's got a $16 million salary. He goes to the Bears. So the Bears made 2 trades in 24 hours to address the interior of their offensive line, which was about as bad as the Texans' interior of their offensive line. I think there's probably a lot of Texan fans going, okay, should the Texans have been in on a deal like this? If the Texans had traded for Joe Thuney yesterday for a fourth-round pick next year, I would have been very happy about that. I would have felt like, okay, about shoring up the interior of the offensive line. I think they are serious about it. I hope. That would have been a sign that they're definitely serious about it, because that would have required the Texans to make a whole lot more moves just to fit Joe Thuney in under the cap, or they'd have to extend Thuney and spread some money out. They'd have had to do some things to get him in here under the cap. So I guess by definition, I'm maybe disappointed that this is a deal the Texans appeared not to be in on. I'm still hopeful that they're in on a deal like this. But I would have been really excited had they done this.
No, I would have been totally excited about it, and I'm just kind of bracing myself because I think over the next couple of weeks we're going to see a lot of deals that we would have gotten excited about that the Texans are not making, and it's because they're operating in a different environment this year. They were very aggressive in free agency last year. They don't have as much room or latitude, and they don't have the draft picks that they had in the previous years that can kind of set them up to be aggressive over a 2-year period. We were looking at a 2-year window where they had an extremely aggressive trade for Will Anderson, and then the next year they go out in free agency and they spend very liberally. And I think that was the splurge. And this year it's a lot of, hey, we got to fill this team out in the middle areas. We don't want to be a top-heavy team. There's going to be free agency acquisitions that don't get you all salivating and everything. I don't think it's not like they're not going to sign anybody. Right. I'm just bracing myself for myself for a bunch of our listeners being really PO'd it be that exciting.
What's the number? Like the cap now is like $270 million. The teams that have a ton of cap space are anywhere from like 70 to $100 million in cap space. The Texans can create a lot of cap space. I don't think they can get up with those teams. I mean, I guess they could if they wanted to.
Yeah.
You're talking about leveraging, pushing a lot of money into the future. I guess I'm trying to think of like what the number is. Like right now they've got about $15 million in cap space, which to me translates to average to below average excitement level free agents they'd be in on. I'm like trying to get the number in my head where I go, ooh, they're cooking something. Where I'm Joe Mixon saying that Nick is cooking something up, you know?
Like
what's the number? Like, is it 30, 40, 50 million, something like that?
Yeah, I don't. But I'm not saying that they won't.
Yeah.
That they definitely won't make one big move because where the Texans are in a good position is they've got a boatload of cap space in 2027, which I know right now sounds like forever from now. But when you start pushing contracts into the future a little bit, or even if you bring a guy in and structure the contract in such a way that it's not a big hit this year, they can do it. I just don't think that they're going to be as comfortable doing it. But like with a wide receiver, let's say, if they got somebody, and it's not going to be Chris Godwin, the scuttlebutt is that the Bucs are all in on re-signing Chris Godwin, by the way.
Yeah.
That they want to see what the number is and that they're going to match. Yeah. So I think one of those guys, when we talk about receivers, if they end up spending $18 or $19 million a year on a guy like Devontae Adams, on a thing that is a reasonable big-ticket signing, but it's not top of the market, but it's still a big chunk of money for a guy that's got some risk just because he's up into his 30s now, but who is still has been very good consistently for the last 7 years.
Yeah, and the upside, man. Like if you get it right, you're not looking for him to be with you for the next 6 years. You know, you're looking for the next year or two until other guys start to get really expensive that are homegrown guys. The upside of that is like crazy to think about. Like a Nico Collins, Devontae Adams pairing where both are healthy and right is scary as hell.
And then I think the other thing is too the defensive tackles. I mean, it's not a blisteringly awesome group of defensive tackles in free agency, but there are guys who are viable starters and who would be upgrades. And that's when you start getting into that realm. There might be a guy that you get excited about because he's going to be an upgrade and an improvement, but maybe it ends up being that's close to $20 million a year or something. But it's not. You know, there's not really anybody out there that's a slam dunk all pro.
Okay, there's a hypothetical free agency class here? Okay, of guys that are discarded guys from the. What if their free agents are Cooper Kupp on a waived or released Cooper Kupp, like not a trade, but he gets released, he gets put out there. Cooper Kupp on a prove-it contract, Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle, Commanders on a prove-it contract, and then a guard that's near that, the Will Freeze, the Kevin Zeitler, some of the other guys you were talking about that they're not $20 million a year guys. They're older, especially Zeitler, who is old by football standards. But you get him on a 2-year deal for $12, $14 million. If their free agency class is aging Zeitler on a reasonable deal, aging Jonathan Allen, prove it, reasonable deal, and aging Cooper Kupp on a reasonable deal, how would you feel about that class?
You know what? You've got me. You've put more sizzle on a prove it cast than I thought there could be. I actually am pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
Because that's another thing we love to do. Just the same way after the day after the draft, every single one of us and every single fan base is looking at 6 or 7 draft picks and projecting them as first-day starters. Right. Well, look at this. You filled the need here. You filled the need there. You filled the need here. I'd get really excited about that because it would still have been moderately aggressive, but without stretching yourself. And we would feel immediately like, especially with Kevin Zeitler is a classic one. The guy's been really, really healthy for a long, long time. He's in his mid-30s. I could see him getting a Danielle Hunter type of contract that you'd feel much, much better about the state of the offensive line. Not just because he would be a better player, but because you feel like he could provide some veteran leadership there. He is more of an O-line type, like a classic, gritty, not going to win any beauty contests type of offensive lineman than the rest of the offensive line right now for the Texans.
Very targeted approach. You hit all 3 areas that you need. with guys, still have some left in the tank.
Devontae Adams is the interesting one just because of I wonder what his expectations are for what kind of contract he can get.
Yeah.
And what is he going to do and wait? Is he going to wait for Aaron Rodgers to go somewhere?
Don't do it. Even if you don't come here, Devontae Adams, don't stop being hooked to Aaron Rodgers.
What are you, Yella?
Yeah.
Do something on your own.
You got to make
once
that
in your life.
You got to make that
once in your life, Devontae. Can you just prove it on your own, where you don't need Aaron Rodgers to be you're not. He's not your sidekick. You are very much his sidekick.
Very much.
Can you be a solo artist?
That's right.
Huh?
That's right. All right, let's give away some Journey tickets here. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's Friday, March 14th. Call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, you're going to be on your way. Keep listening all day for more chances to win rodeo tickets. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on. A restructure took place today that makes me laugh in the NFL, and I've got a new favorite prospect at wide receiver because he seems to have a bit of a Texans fetish. We'll get to that as well. Final segment coming up next.
today.
From O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Do we know if Seattle is even granting DK Metcalf's trade request? As of right now, they say they are.
Well, they've allowed him to at least seek out offers, right?
Is that what it is?
So, yeah, they've. I don't know if they've. I guess, yeah. So they basically have until they actually approve the deal. Then, but
they're not doing what Cleveland is doing with Myles Garrett, which is saying we're not trading him. Like they're flat out saying we're not. He's going to be a Brown for a long, long time. They ain't doing that with DK. So, a couple texters saying that I got them excited with that hypothetical free agency class as well. With my prove it free agency class.
Okay, because it had everything that you want in something to get excited about with off-season deals, and this is everything anybody wants. Name brand recognition.
Bingo.
That's all. They want name recognition.
Yep.
You bring up some wide receiver who's been retired for 4 years.
Yeah.
Bring him back. Jerry Rice. Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. John Stallworth. Yes.
Andre Johnson signed a $17 million deal with the Texans. 70% of Texans fans, myself included, be like, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah,
worth every penny.
He's still got 10 snaps in him. I stood right next to him at the pregame show, man. Dude's a rock.
That's why we feel so good after Texans drafts these last few years, because Nick only drafts these guys from the SEC for the Big Ten.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, hell yeah. I know that guy, and I've watched him on television before.
And I come in Monday. A++.
Things on him in a nationally televised game.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the show you're listening to right now, everybody, just so you know. So the class I proposed, for those who missed it, was, hey, Cooper Kupp gets released. He gets a reasonable prove-it one-year deal. Jonathan Allen.
$15 million or something.
Sounds good
that.
to me.
Yeah.
Jonathan Allen, the defensive tackle for Washington, who's been a good player, but he's aging. Sounds like he's going to get released if they can't find a trade partner. Give him a reasonable one-year deal, $8 to $10 million, something like that, like a souped-up Mario Edwards, Foley Fatukasi deal. And then Kevin Zeitler. This isn't really a prove-it thing. This is just you need a left guard who's a veteran who brings some oomph to that room, and bring him in too. And you hit all 3 points of pain for the Texans right now.
Well, the Kevin Zeitler part, I allow myself to fantasize a little too much, which is it would feel a lot like when Andrew Whitworth went to the Rams. And Whitworth was a guy who at the time was like 35 years old.
He was drafted in 2006, Whitworth.
And it felt like, okay, he's going to play a year or two, and that'll be it for him. Then he goes and wins a Super Bowl and ends up playing a lot longer at a high level than you would have expected.
High level is the key.
But you could see maybe that. I don't think that Zeitler's all of a sudden going to fall off a cliff. And part of it is because every time I watched the Detroit Lions offensive line last year, I was just so jealous of how fundamentally sound all those offensive linemen were.
Yeah.
Just that when you'd watch them, it looked like teaching tape.
Yep.
Drew Hodgson used to annoy me. My old teammate from the Texans, who was a center, he would text me like every other week. He'd be like, "Are you watching this Lions game?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm actually watching the Texans game. It's my job." What?
Sending you Zeitler porn on your. He was texting you Zeitler O-line.
It's really O-line, and it always should be. It's never about one guy. It's all 5 of the guys working like 5 fingers in a glove.
Yep. Yeah.
Last year it looked like, you know what the offensive line looked like last year for the Texans? Brian Baldinger's hand.
As soon as you started that analogy, I'm like, I cannot wait to hear this.
His fingers pointed in different directions.
Pinky pointed this way. Hey,
Brian, you got a natural-made shocker.
Seth's not. He does. He's got an advantage for sure. Just so people know, Seth was not picking on Brian Baldinger. I believe he openly makes fun of how just how
he's got
messed
mangled
up his hands are. Yeah, like really
Which
bad.
They told him. I think somebody asked him once, like, why didn't you get it fixed? And he said, well, the doctors, when it happened, told me that they'd be able to fix it after I was done playing. And turns out, no. Or was that Moose Johnson? Does Moose Johnson have a janky finger?
I don't recall. We had him on with us at Radio Row. I don't recall if he's a fullback in the NFL for over a decade, so I'm just going to say yes.
Dude,
yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. Sitting and talking to Moose Johnson, I've talked to him in person before. But this was my impression this time around, was like, it's almost like you're talking to John Wayne. Mm-hmm. It's because it feels like, oh, all right, this is a man's man. Because you know what he was as a football player.
Yes.
And then he just kind of presents himself and holds himself a certain way.
Yeah.
You're like, I want to be that way when I'm Moose Johnston's age.
He's excellent. Cleveland Browns, if you're getting ready to laugh, Texan fans, if you haven't had enough schadenfreude in your day today, be ready. Here you go. The Cleveland Browns once again restructured the contract of quarterback Deshaun Watson to get under the salary cap in advance of the league year by doing a simple restructure covering Deshaun Watson's $44.745 million base salary. They turned $44.7 million of his $46 million salary this coming season, fully guaranteed, into a signing bonus. So they're now spreading that out over God knows how many voidable years beyond the time that Deshaun is actually a Cleveland Brown. This is becoming the worst version of credit card spending in the history of the NFL, this Deshaun Watson contract.
It is, it's interesting because they're not in horrendous shape cap-wise 2 years out, but I don't know how much of that is also because they've had to kind of maneuver around Deshaun Watson's contract and plan for what a massive hit they're taking, and I think they're still going to have to push more of his money off into the future again. That it's been a bad deal, man. It's been a bad deal for them. It couldn't feel worse for the Cleveland
I feel
Browns.
awful for the Cleveland Browns and the Haslam family too. They're just so likable. The problem with the 2 years out thing is a lot of those 2 years out numbers, they're valid for sure, but a lot of these teams don't even have 20 guys signed up yet. You know what I mean?
Right. They don't have that many players.
Yeah, you gotta go find 50 guys to get to the actual number. So just know that the Browns are in they're in level right now.
My favorite part of this every year with the Browns, two things happen. One are the Browns fans who will be livid if you suggest that Deshaun Watson isn't actually playing well, despite all objective evidence that he's playing horribly, that you don't know ball. You're not watching the games, and then I'll turn on the game and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's bad football.
Right.
No, he's been bad. And then the other part that I love watching in Cleveland is the people who will desperately try to act like the money's not that big a deal. They're like, no, you guys you don't know cap. You don't know ball, and you don't know cap.
Yeah,
like,
you are
settle
cap
down there,
is what you are. You are cap right now.
Look at you adapting with the
Thanks,
times.
man.
Good
Blue
job.
cap emoji. You got this. Yep. So that's the big news with Deshaun's contract restructure. Deshaun Watson, just so you know, I don't know if the check comes today, in a month, or whenever, but at some point he is getting a pre-tax payment of $44.7 million for doing nothing but shredding his Achilles a second time in the last couple of months.
So that's what they did. They gave him a signing. They converted salary to bonus of $44 million extra.
Yeah,
okay. Not extra, but he's going to get it now instead of having to wait for it.
Yes, yeah. He's going to have a base salary of like $1.3 million this year, and he got a $44.
That helps come tax time. He's like it's
really
maybe he was going to have to pay. Like if he was just trying to maybe he didn't allocate properly, he was going to have to pay $10,000 extra or something.
Oh yeah. I have a new favorite draft prospect, at least at wide receiver. His name is Kyle Williams. Washington State is where he played his football.
A release for you, or is it more about the speed after the release?
For me, it's a release. I like separation. It's like COVID. Like, get away from me 6 feet. As much distance as I could create.
It's like COVID. I love it. What do you enjoy running against more, man or zone?
Man.
Okay.
That's my bread and butter.
There you go. Name a wide receiver or two in the NFL who you model your game after.
Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell.
Why?
Dudes are not the biggest, but they definitely get open against all different types of corners. Tall, long, short, and fast. So it's just like they're really creative in space, and that's what I like to model my game after.
I like this guy because he's a good quote. I like separation, like COVID, 6 yards. Yeah.
Oh, is that what he said? All right, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
I thought he said Kobe.
No. Could have made sense, I suppose, as well.
It could have made like a Kobe step back, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, like Kobe.
Yeah. That makes way more
My
sense.
style of wide receiving is all about social distance, man. Like COVID, yeah.
He is quick, and he does create separation. The one thing that D'Amico says he wants first and foremost in a wide receiving prospect, separation. He does that. He doesn't have the surest of hands.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't want this to be a replay of who was our friend that was perpetually in Bill O'Brien's doghouse?
Will Fuller?
No.
Braxton Miller?
No. The little guy.
Kiki Kuti.
Yeah, Kiki Kuti.
Kiki Kuti, yeah.
Thank you. Because Kiki Kuti, we would wonder, like, oh, come on, Bill, why is he in your doghouse? And he'd come out and he'd make a couple catches in a game, and then like it had COVID or something.
Or
he would catch it and fumble it.
Yeah.
And he would be right back in the doghouse again.
Yeah. Will Fuller, even with his janky hands, never wound up in the doghouse. He was always
He ended up in the emergency room too often.
Too often, that's true. Yeah. He was banged up a lot.
He's not in the doghouse. He's at the medical center.
That's right. The vet's office. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez are both in the house right here. What's up, fellas?
How are you?
How we doing?
Terrific.
That's good.
Did you guys enjoy me getting frustrated with Sean recalling a name that I couldn't recall? When I'm asking him to do something that I clearly can't do, and if he doesn't get it right on the first shot,
I count on you.
Yeah, no, that's the role that he plays. I feel like that's fair.
My fear now is that when I jump in thinking I'm correcting Seth, and it's like, no, I'm actually talking about that guy. I didn't need a correction right there. So that's the
no, but we've made progress in that regard. That's a Seth problem, not a Sean problem.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
That was a fun guessing one, actually. Like I was like, oh man, I'm 2 in. I haven't gotten it yet. I need
challenge yourself.
I need another
last
hint.
chance.
Yeah, more hints.
I do love also that the place that you landed is just a fun name to say.
Kiki QT.
QT.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I like it. So, how you guys feeling? What's the big question today, man?
Oh, the question of the day?
The question OTD, yes.
QOTD for In the Loop on this Thursday.
What's your biggest example of buyer's remorse based on Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns?
We just talked about the restructuring of that deal. How insane is that?
Ridiculous.
This is like continuing to spend credit, like Mac loads of horse manure, and you live downtown somewhere. Like you
get another card.
Yeah, right. They just keep giving you cards.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's actually more, hey, now I'm going to use this balance transfer on a new car.
These are balance transfers.
Like I already
That's
bought
what
it.
These are balance transfers.
Like I got the big tubs, the barrels of manure that I have down in storage.
Okay.
But I have to find a way to get this interest down. Otherwise, it's going to bury you.
Yes. Buyer's remorse. Seth, I'm guessing you have an answer to this. I have an answer for mine.
Yeah.
My biggest buyer's remorse, 2. 1, all the books that I buy a lot of books thinking I'm going to read them, and I never read them. I have stacks of books that are decorative in my family room right now that I'm legitimately wanting to read, and yet I never prioritize actually reading these books.
Seth, how do you do it?
Sean?
Yeah.
You do well. This is what you got to do, Sean.
Yeah.
Just commit to reading one page of a book today. Just pull one off the shelf and read one page. That's all you're committed to doing. Then you never know. You might end up reading 37 pages.
That's true. Yeah, you're good at the bite-sized stuff because I know that one of your big theories, not theories, but one of your big pieces of advice is about workouts. For Seth is like, just if you're getting in the habit of doing something and working out every day, there's always going to be a day where you just don't feel like doing it.
Yeah.
Go do 5 minutes of something. I've exercised that a few times over the last year or so since you told that to me. And it's very
more
good.
times than not, you end up doing the full workout. It's just a matter of getting started. So I got that from Atomic Habits. Very good book.
Okay.
There you go.
It's helped me out a lot.
I like the citation right there.
That's right. You'd have to read the book first, Sean. Yeah.
I'm going to hand Seth a stack of books. You read any of these? Give me the highlights.
I'm interested in Seth's buyer's remorse.
Yeah, let's hear it.
My biggest buyer's remorse was we were living in Jacksonville. We had a house on a canal. I had put in a dock, and I was going to get a boat. It's not the boat. The boat's not the buyer's remorse. But we were putting in a pool, too. And I loved it. And I loved, playing there. I thought that I was going to end up being there a long time. So we had this house, and we were let's put in a badass pool, which you do not get the resale value on a
Correct.
pool.
Yeah.
And so, that would be a classic tale of buyer's remorse, except the timing of it was this. I was sitting in my kitchen with the pool contractor about to write the final payment for my pool when I get a call from Tom Coughlin who says, "Hey, Seth, just so you know, I wanted to let you know we're putting you up in the expansion draft. And there's a really good chance that you're going to go." And I'm like, "Thanks, Tom." And I finished writing the final check for the pool that I had bought that I was not going to regain the value on.
Did you ever get in the pool?
Oh, yeah, we had a good couple months there before we went off to Houston, where I would build another pool in a nice house on Cowan Drive, an even better pool.
I love that.
It had a grotto and everything.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Seth is the guy at the blackjack table. Oh, yeah, you just took $200 from me? Here's $400. Deal.
Which would have been awesome. It would have been awesome if we had kept the house, but I don't even know why we sold it. I loved that pool. I buy all these sons of bitches.
We put in a pool. My first house I bought in Houston, we put in a pool in the backyard. It wasn't there. And to Seth's point, anybody who's ever put a pool in and had to sell a house, and you never get your money back. And we sold the house probably 4 years later when we moved to Denver. And I probably lost 10 grand on that pool. Don't care. I had a great time with that.
There you go.
Do not care.
I think I might have gotten the money back. I might have gotten the money back on the West Cowan Drive one just because it was East Cowan Drive, because it was such a badass pool. I think the buyers were like kind of, because I think the buyers were kind of like, oh damn.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but I sold it in 2009.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yikes.
Here's one
I'm
thing.
not going to go back and revisit that.
One bit of exactly that market. One bit of advice: don't use the tiles in the pool to put something personal down there. Like your initials or something. That. Makes it very hard.
That's what kept me from buying Edgar Bennett's house in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
had a big old EB in the bottom of the pool. I'm gonna have to have a kid and name him Ebenezer Buchanan or something.
Change my name to F. Bain. This is horrible. Yeah, this is terrible. All right, fellas. Well, we will get out of your way. We look forward to another great episode of In the Loop today.
Thank you, sir.
No pressure.
We're
you guys chew
Teflon,
up,
man.
Spit out pressure.
Yeah,
I know you do. You can cut it with a knife.
I've internalized all that.
Antibodies to you, Seth.
Antibodies and all, nothing but purchases you don't regret to you.
Good luck with that.
Reggie feels enough pressure for all of us.
Baseline anxiety. Baseline anxiety.
It's there's no way that's healthy. There's no way whatsoever.
To me it is. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, baby. It is a rodeo ticket Thursday. Let's get going here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Here hanging out with you, man. Hope that you are enjoying yourself, and hope that you are ready for another 2 chances to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey on March 14th. We got that in the 11 o'clock hour and the 1 o'clock hour. What we grooving to here, Fig?
This is, who is this? This is Walter Murphy.
Okay.
All right. Oh, Walter.
I was like, it's not a Funky Friday, but we're already in with those vibes early on.
Little Walter Murphy.
Don't tell Figgy that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the alliterative way of getting to that on a Thursday? You know what I mean? Like, you just go easy Throwback Thursday, but I feel like there's something better. On the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line, y'all already doing the thing. I appreciate y'all know.
Texas Hammer!
There you go. I appreciate that y'all know what time it is. 713-572-4610. We're from the 713. They say the Texans buyers are more. Baselli.
Tony Baselli?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be one for sure if you're going to do sports. But I got some. Well, just stay tuned. 1040. I know you have some. Figgy has some. Mine are completely humiliating.
Oh, good. It seems like the people tend to like those. I'm not saying that I enjoy your humiliation.
Yeah.
In fact, I try and help you avoid it, and you don't seem to want to do that yourself. Enjoy that. I feel like that's going to be some good appointment listening. Toe Tapping Thursday is what Rob gives us on the YouTube. Of course, appreciation to Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
There you go for the live stream. Let's get this going on a Thursday. Ian Rappaport had some speculation with the Texans after some news came down yesterday. It was a newsy Wednesday, man, when it comes to these teams getting themselves prepared for the new league year and free agency.
Yeah.
And one of the big names, there was a few wide receiver names. There was a Christian Kirk. There was a Tyler Lockett, who I already know. I have to like do a disclosure up front that I have biases coming in as a K-State alum. But then DK Metcalf came free, and everybody's eyes got real big as if they were in a cartoon animated by Hanna-Barbera. Like, we all got real
That's
excited.
the new girl in the school.
100%. Hey, DK
New
Metcalf.
girl in class. Where she's from? Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, let me
Screw you, Susie.
Yeah, let me talk
it's
to her.
a new girl here.
Yeah.
And she cute. Let me see what she's talking about. Here's Ian Rappaport talking about who could possibly and who probably should be interested in trying to acquire the services of DK Metcalf, who requested a trade.
Receivers, as far as who might be interested, I would say the Chargers, who have Sanjay Lal as a receivers coach, would probably be interested. Texans would be one. Patriots would be another. There's several teams, many teams. The Las Vegas Raiders, who have his own coach, Pete Carroll. A lot of teams going to be interested in DK Metcalf.
Hold on. Run that
Yeah,
right.
what was that
back
second
that
one
up.
again?
You ran right past that, Ian. You going to act like we're not even here? I mean, like, I guess the Texans maybe
More detail on that.
Well, that's a good point because it makes sense with the Chargers. He laid that out. Obviously, Patriots.
Yeah, lots of money.
Obviously, Raiders with Pete Carroll. There was no connection with the Texans.
Yeah.
Like there's no connect the dots kind of thing.
I wonder if we kind of like little news like this because I feel like Nick Caserio is the guy that check in on anything.
Yes.
And might not be interested. You know how somebody walk up to you be like, hey, are you interested? And you act like you're interested. You just kind of check it out knowing you probably ain't going to buy it.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's that GM.
I see your example and I raised you this one. Nick Caserio is the dude who goes on, Craigslist or I guess now Facebook Marketplace and just sends an offer.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
try to lowball people.
Just like, will you take 100 for it? It's like, dog, I'm selling a Dodge right now. What are you talking about? All right, just wanted to see.
150.
The price is $500, man. He's trying to get over on somebody. So that's him checking in on
just
something.
checking. And I'm not even saying that he's trying to get over on folks because that's more of a joke.
Nah, he trying to find a sucker, man.
He might be. And you know what? That's kind of his job, isn't it? Like I feel like at that
I'm
point,
not mad at it.
You should be trying to find a sucker, right? See where you can hit for your lick. But I feel like he checks in, but I don't know that like he is the one in one of those places where he's absolutely diving in. Plus, one of the things that we know about the Texans is that, and this is why you have to, whenever you hear any level report, you have to consider, who does it stand to benefit to hear this, or for this to be heard, or what have you. The Texans are notoriously tight-lipped.
Yes,
they keep a lot of their information in house. This feels like you're just up and going. Yeah, they could use a wide receiver.
Yeah. Well, I want to make two things very, very clear. You just touched on the first one. This is Ian Rappaport speculating. This isn't a report. This isn't, like I've heard this or that. Although he did connect the dots with three of the teams that he mentioned, that the one team that he didn't was the Houston Texans, which leads me to my second point. Every time somebody like this speculates on something, I always wonder, like, who is it that's speculating? If it's, some dude that is a part-time podcaster on the Texans, well, then I don't put, all due respect, I don't put as much credence into it as Ian Rappaport. Because just for him to throw out the Texans' name, you kind of have to start wondering, did he hear something? Is something that he may not be comfortable or have enough to report on, but he heard something? So that's why, as much as it's speculation, I kind of think, not that there's a lot to it, but that he's heard something about the Texans and DK Metcalf.
Well, and, Kick Rocks on the YouTube says maybe he threw the Texans in just because they were implicated in the Deebo Samuels negotiation. Obviously, he ultimately ends up with the Commanders. I almost called them the Commandos because I always want to do it. It's more fun that way.
I already called them the Commodores.
Oh, wow. See,
that's even better.
It looked like the Commodores.
Even better.
I know that they play better, but I don't want to give them all that respect just yet. Y'all get the Commandos. Yeah, maybe we can get you to the Commodores at a later date.
Yeah.
No, but that's a place. And somebody rightfully asked on the text line, do we even know that Seattle's going feeling like the Seattle Seahawks said that they will try and accommodate this request. Now, in accommodating this request,
where you're going. Yeah.
You got to know what the cost actually is. Yeah. We kind of made the jokes and the illusions of the idea. Nick checking in and just being like, "I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar for it," right? Like that's not necessarily going to get it done. And in this instance, I think that this is where it falls apart for me.
Yes.
Diana Rossini, very well connected as an NFL insider. She does her work for The Athletic these days. In fact, she has the Scoop City podcast. It's pretty good as well. And she is reporting that the cost for DK Metcalf, understanding that he has 1 year of, 1 year of time left on the current contract, and he wants a deal. A first-round pick. And a third-round pick. And then, on top of all that, he's looking for $30 million average annual value on the next deal, which I imagine he wants to do asaptually.
Yes, absolutely. And this is where
Nick said, all right, appreciate you, man.
Well, that's exactly right. If they can get that, first of all, I don't think they will get that. I mean, let's be, they won't get a first and a third for DK Metcalf. I just don't see it happen.
I do love it. Feels like the text line and the YouTube look very much like have you played a poker game where somebody's just wilding with their bet and everybody's just like, well, throwing in the card. It's just, I'm out. You don't want Metcalf. I'm good. Versus too much. Everybody immediately folding. 100%.
Yeah, you and I are on the same page on this because that's where I just go, you know what, if you can get that, Congratulations. We're out. We're out.
Good luck going to a place like Carolina or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the Raiders.
Well, I mean, you can still come back to New England. Still makes a lot of sense.
Or New England, yeah.
They're trying to build something with the young guy. They have the cap space to be able to accommodate the kind of payment that he wants. I imagine that they want that type of talent as a roster that was devoid of such outside of maybe just looking at the fact that they had a quarterback that was pretty good. Like you just looked up there and you go, hey, maybe that works for them. He's able to get the money that he wants. He's able to, he's not going to compete necessarily early on, but he has a quarterback at least to work with.
Yeah.
I could see that working out there, but I just don't see.
But even with that first round pick, like if it's, let's say it's New England, like you send it, what were they picking, fourth? I think they pick it third or fourth or whatever it is. I'm not sending that for DK Metcalf. It would have to be like a first round pick for next year.
Yeah,
and
maybe
again,
a third this year.
Right. And again, I feel like Lopez, the point that you made was a good one, is that's what they're asking for. That's what the presumed ask is.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily what they will get. But if that starting point is indicative of anything, I think it's indicative that it's too high. And honestly, the payment on the draft capital is not necessarily the one that gets me out. It probably is good enough to do that.
Sure.
It's the average annual value.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that with this team, we've kind of danced around. We've talked a little bit on this program is just you have a lot of high level talent, a lot of high dollar talent on this team, even if they're not being paid that yet on the horizon. We know that in this offseason, there's the full expectation that Derek Stingley gets his high dollar value of the market.
Yeah.
Will Anderson Jr. still exists there to get his high dollar extension. Danielle Hunter, at the very worst, deserves or is in line for probably a restructure, and probably, if you believe what is it, Sportskeeda that had reported that he is seeking an extension. And I mean, it probably stands to make sense. A reason that is worthwhile for both parties is this: you see the way that Daniil's playing. I think that it's worth giving him a few more years, keeping him happy, and then keeping him around.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that D'Amico loves having a fantastic pass rush, and it seems like he would be able to do that for the next 2, 3, 4 years, or what have you. Right? I think that makes sense. How many other guys do we need to talk about? I know Kamari's still a little farther out. Oh, yeah, that's right, the quarterback, right? You're not far out from him getting – you cannot have everybody paid at the high level, because at that point you then ask, how much do you have to pay for the rest of the roster? And then will you have a roster that's just incredibly top-heavy that's not able to sustain everything? I don't know that the secondary wide receiver is the place where you have to break the bank in that way.
No, but I mean, as you pointed out, if you can get him – what did Debo get, a fifth?
Yes.
And you want a first and a third? Like, they have to be you
got to ask, right?
Yeah, no, they have to be reasonable here at some point. So I don't necessarily think it blows the Texans out of the water. It's just, I think they just have to go back there and say, look, we really think he can do this, this, and this with C.J. Stroud. We'll give you a third. That's it. And then we'll take on the money or whatever. Then we can talk a little bit. But no, I just first and a third. Good luck.
Yeah, I feel like some of these bad teams. I don't want to call them bad teams, but quarterbacks probably are willing to at least give a first away for it, and that's when the Texans are probably out.
Yeah.
And look, I know that Nick Caserio has sung the praise of Howie Roseman, the executive for the Eagles, this at the Combine. I understand Cornbread on YouTube saying, well, the Eagles find a way to pay everybody. To some extent, they let guys go. And one of the things they're also doing is they're making sure to bring in more young talent, which I think is why those draft picks end up being more necessary, and why you should not, especially double pay at the very least. But with that being the case, I think that we've laid it out very clearly why DK Metcalf not the one that you want. All right, so if that's not the place that you go, wide receiver wise, who is your target? Because I know someone kick rocks on the YouTube saying that Godwin is the one for him. I don't know that you're touching Godwin. I think Godwin is going to stay
because that's money. that's going to be big time. Look, we're going to get into some value picks, especially at the wide receiver position. I still think maybe there's something out there with Christian Kirk. Obviously Lockett. Would be the two that I would look at because of the upside and certainly the ability, the proven ability in this league, and they can be a number two. You don't need a number one wide receiver. DK Metcalf would be a luxury. You would have two number one wide receivers, and you'd be awesome. But you're looking for a number two. That's where I would land. Maybe a Kirk, maybe a Lockett.
I think that Seth put something out that was really interesting. That got me really going. He tied it back to the combine where we heard from head coach of the Texans, DeMeco Ryans. This is DeMeco Ryans talking about what he is looking for when you talk about a wide receiver in this offense.
Yeah, with the receiver position, we're looking for guys who are separators, right? Who can separate, who can find a way to get open, right? And if you have that one redeeming quality that you can separate, right, that's what we're looking for, especially that shows up on third down, right? How do you win third down? How do you stay on the field as an offense, right, and continue to produce and move the ball down the field? It's about third down, right, and being able to convert. And the way you convert is guys who are savvy enough to find a way to always get open.
So you have that. Mm-hmm. You start looking at the separators. And, of course, again, Seth did a fantastic job here laying out the people who had the best separation. I'm guessing this is per Next Gen Stats. Mm-hmm. Cooper Kupp is at the top of that, at top of the list of kind of some of those guys that are out there when it, nearest defender, yards between them and the nearest defender, what have you. Cooper Kupp is high. Godwin's also high. Devontae Adams is high. Elijah Moore is high. But then you get to Stephon Diggs, and I think that we've all kind of largely in the same place where I think a lot of people are okay with him returning.
Yeah.
With that same level of separation as Stephon Diggs had, Keenan Allen was a guy that I had not given enough consideration playing there with Chicago last year.
And that was somebody Nick Caserio tried to get, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, remember, we had
tried
this
to get him
conversation
before Stephon Diggs.
We had this conversation last year.
So Stephon Diggs was plan B.
And I was on Allen. 3 yards between he and the nearest defender at the catch or incompletion. I'm with you. You're in on Keenan Allen now?
I think I'm in on Keenan Allen, especially now with he missed a little time when he was playing with the Chargers.
That's value to me.
But I think that there's some value there. And when he was playing with the Chargers, still produced at a high level. Last year, that production went down, but that's in a Chicago offense that one was ran by Shane Waldron, which I don't know how excited I was about that to begin with.
Yeah.
You had a rookie quarterback, and on top of that, a rookie quarterback that was not protected. Not protected to the point where they traded for not one, but two guards at high cost in this offseason just to remedy that. I think that speaks to the ways in which that offense was not going to be optimized. And this is an offense that I imagine is going to be optimized, especially playing opposite Nico Collins. I think he still gives you all the things that you're looking for, and I think that the price might be a little depressed, especially as you look at the market as a whole. I think Keenan Allen might be a guy that I'm starting to really have a little bit of a football crush on.
How about those guys at the top of the list, just looking at them? People talk about who are the best route runners. That don't necessarily have to be the fastest, but the best routes. All five of those guys are generally put in that category.
But if you were a Cooper Kupp truther, there's another good reason to look at that, especially
3.3 yards.
Right. On top of the idea that there's likely to be a level of comfort with whatever Nick Caley brings. I mean, even if it's not wholesale Los Angeles Rams offense, there's going to be some similarities at the very least, maybe terminology or what have you. Like you imagine that there's going to be a easier uptick. That also gives you another reason to look there. But all these points though, I think it's worth circling back to remembering. I think the DK Metcalf thing is one of those things that you just open your eyes, you enjoy looking.
Yeah.
But you don't go talk to that girl. You let that girl over there do what she's doing.
Or have you been in like Sam's or something like that and somebody tried to sell you a TV or something like that?
It's usually the phone. It's usually like, well, who do you have for your phone service?
Yeah. And then they give you that price, that high ass price. And you're just like, I can't do it right now.
Yeah.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
But you checked in on it, just trying to see what they was talking. Just like, thanks, but no thanks.
I do wonder if that was what Joe Mixon was alluding to. Yesterday, Joe Mixon said, oh my goodness, imagine Nico and never mind, just wait on it. Eyes emoji. What are you doing to us right now? Are you talking about?
I hate when players do that, man.
They do it all the time now. It's crazy.
What does that mean?
The eyes emoji drives me nuts.
Eyes
emoji drives me nuts.
Tell me what it means, Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a rodeo ticket Thursday. We'll be giving away a couple of 4-packs of tickets to see Journey in the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hour, so keep it locked on this Thursday. Coming up next, would you be in on this hypothetical trade for Kevin Durant? Bobby Marks of ESPN gives you this potential trade. I want to see if you like it. 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
Ron's got his eyes on an offense.
has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. You know who it is. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. Always get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. That's how you text in and talk back to us. And in this case, I would kind of like your input on whether or not you're intrigued by this potential Kevin Durant or this hypothetical Kevin Durant trade proposal, because ESPN, in fact, specifically, all the NBA insiders, but I think Bobby Marks really took the lead on this, their front office insider. They put together a few trade proposals for Kevin Durant. It seems very evident that Kevin Durant's time in Phoenix is just not going to continue.
He'll tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, it's been abundantly clear there. They haven't been able to reach the places that they wanted to in acquiring him. I imagine Matt Ishbia does not get very much good sleep thinking about that self-contention. And he's sitting with a team that's ranked 11th in the West and has to scratch and claw for victories. So they're trying to probably see if they can pivot. And if they can pivot, if they have to go to a rebuild, or if they can find a way to pivot and continue forward. So they put together 4 trade proposals for Kevin Durant, which I think first and foremost says that as ESPN, they're looking at it, they maybe max find themselves with 4 teams that could possibly vie for the services of Kevin Durant. Those teams being the New York Knicks, the Miami Heat, Dallas Mavericks, and the Houston Rockets.
Dallas Mavericks.
Well, the Dallas Mavericks one, it kind of makes sense. Once you blow up your team's future for with Luka Doncic and you have Anthony Davis, it feels like you are really pushing in for the immediate term. And you have Kyrie Irving in a vacuum before you have all these injuries.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis, and you go, hey, maybe you go in and you add another big.
But they're
ticket.
off the board now.
They might be. I mean,
right?
It's possible.
I have no idea what they're doing. It wouldn't surprise me
Neither
if
do
they were still on the board, man.
I don't think it'd be smart for them to go and push for Kevin Durant, especially considering that you probably have a whole season without Kyrie. And so if that's the case, like, you kind of hamper what you're trying to put together there as a whole team,
right?
To go and
Rockets got Kevin Durant.
There Sounds
go.
great.
Yeah.
No other things though. I want to make that clear. All right, so the Suns would get in this trade. Dylan Brooks. We still feeling good?
Yes.
Reed Shepherd.
Yes.
Cam Whitmore.
Yes.
And no oppositions yet? Jock Landale.
Yes.
Those are the players. Like, so just with the players, we're in a cool place. 25 and 27 first-round picks that are the Phoenix. So trading back Phoenix's picks is what you'd be doing here. That's the.
I would
fullness
do
of the
that
trade.
in a heartbeat.
That is the fullness of the trade.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
In a blink of an eye. All 4 of those guys, in terms of players, are players that I'm not going to say they're, replaceable, but they're sort of like
somewhat expendable in what you have
somewhat
here.
expendable.
They're not the core of your team, though.
No.
Like, you still got Amen Thompson, Shagun, Jalen Green, who I thought would have probably been part of the trade.
Yeah.
And you got Kevin Durant.
I mean, you look at it when you have everybody healthy and you look at the rotation that you've kind of built. 3 of those guys aren't even mainstays in the rotation that you have. And then the last one is a guy that you were talking about once Jabari Smith came back. And if Fred VanVleet was healthy, is this a guy that maybe goes to the bench?
Yeah.
In order to facilitate all these things. So, I mean, you look at the give up, and it's not the worst thing in the world. Helps you. This is the consolidation that we've been talking about in some ways, right? And then you have that you're privy to.
You can have the picks. I get it.
You
First
hold on.
round.
You hold on to the 2029 pick, and you maybe still bet against their future, and say that, hey, maybe y'all still won't find where you get to, and we have another nice pick there. And so it sounds like you guys are in on this idea.
Are you?
I think I would be for this cost. The question that I keep coming back to:
will Phoenix make a deal like that?
I think they would. I think that, like we started with, they're in a place that they need to find the place to move on from. And I appreciate this. Somebody said, pass, do that deal for Booker. Now, first and foremost, if you're getting Booker, you're paying more, but I'm actually okay with the higher price. The question I have is, would Phoenix do that deal? Because I think Phoenix still wants to be some level of, competitive. And I imagine that Phoenix, if they're getting their picks back, maybe they could feel, especially getting a nice grip of talented players. Cam Whitmore is a really nice player that we know looking locally. He just doesn't have a space for him. If you have more place for him,
maybe not happy here, maybe not a fit here,
possibly. Yeah. But I think even just like you can talk about it from a pretty, surface level and looking, he just doesn't have as much of a role. Talk less of like being happy necessarily. I don't know how much I want to speak to that, but. For Phoenix, I think they look up and they go, yeah, I would very much like to rebuild around Devin Booker, the younger of the guys that they have there, and still have an opportunity to try and contend. So I think that's why they'd be more palatable for them. If Devin Booker is there, I think I like that a lot more. However, if you get the Kevin Durant thing, I think that makes sense. The question that I come back to is you still have a lot of Durant. How comfortable do you feel that the Rockets are able to capitalize with Kevin Durant in this system? He gives you some instant offense, but I don't know that is the offense simply a Kevin Durant away?
Yes. There are so many things that have me warming up to the idea of not just that particular trade, but a trade for Kevin Durant, because most of them have happened here in the last month. Kevin Durant, for all his little quirks and everything, is an absolute pros pro in that locker room.
Correct.
Like he is a pros pro. We've heard him talking about Ime Udoka, raving about Udoka. We've heard him criticizing last week, or hell, it was probably earlier this week or over the weekend when he was torching his own sons about how they were prepared and not prepared and didn't, kind of gave up the ghost and all that.
SUNS sons. I was like, I like the idea that you're like, he was torching his kids.
He's torching
those kids. He doesn't have any kids that I know of.
I hate him. No, but he is a pros pro. And this team right now, they need that. Ime Udoka, he's frustrated. He's voiced his frustration. We've talked about his frustration. I think these players need a Kevin Durant to come in here and say, what the hell are y'all doing? That's not how you do it. It's an every night thing and all that. So it's not just the trade to me. It's like, and it's not, you get him because you get a super talent. You get him because you have the go-to guy that you need. And we've talked about that. I think the third thing is you get him because this locker room needs him. This locker room needs him to be able to in the room,
You'd be trading Dylan Brooks adult for Kevin Durant
every day. Every day.
I'm so interested in it, but it keeps bringing me back to, like, especially when you look at, and I understand that they're in a downturn right now, but the Rockets defense has been middling in a way that it needed to be incredible. And the Rockets offense, which has made it so that the defense is so important, especially since February 1st. I was listening to H-Town Hoops podcast. Get that wherever you can find your fine podcast. They just put out another episode that kind of where they were talking about, and I want to say it's B. Scott and Adam Spillane talking about just what's happening defensively and offensively with this team and why they're in this place. And offensively, since February 1st, they're like the second worst team at knocking down twos. And I'm like, no matter how good of a player that you add into it, I wonder how that works, And so I do think that there's, like, we were talking about this off air yesterday, the idea of the spacing hurts. Like, all of these things kind of compound upon each other offensively, and I think maybe that helps. But I'm really interested to see over the next little while. I love this as a trade in the offseason, but I would love to see also them find a little bit of offensive stability in some of those other places, so that I feel a lot better about, hey, you're dropping into Kevin Durant onto something that kind of works in a better sphere offensively, as opposed to just a dysfunctional offense. And now we're dropping Kevin Durant in to be, can you be instant offense for us?
And Kevin Durant would put you over the top. I'm not saying all of a sudden you're Oklahoma City, but I think you get in the mix. For next year. This is a team we talked about. They are entering win now mode. They made a big leap this year, even with their struggles right now. But going into next year with that and a real adult in the room, I think it would work.
And you are adding a 7-footer to the lineup, 8'3", but don't. Hey, he is tall man. He is not big man. Let's be careful.
Might as well be 5'2" when he's out on the 3-point line.
Wait a minute. He said he's 6'9".
Oh yeah, that's
I thought
right.
we gave. Did we not give that up a long time ago?
Yeah.
I was like, what are you stand to gain here? We're no
Most
longer.
people want to be taller.
Well,
I know.
In the time where he was doing it, it was where the NBA was so beholden to if you're 7 foot, you better get your keister in that paint.
Yeah.
And now I think we're in a place where we let the 7-footers be 7-footers, and he's still out here lying. What was it? Was it last year that he was out here trying to tell
he was telling
Kay
Kay
Adams?
Yeah.
No, I'm 6'11". Dog, we can see you.
No, he said he was 6'9".
Was he still trying?
Yeah.
He said he was 6'9", but he was standing next to it, taller
You know
than
what?
a 7-footer.
I'm out on the trade. If you can't be truthful about your height, you can't play. No, I'm just playing.
I said he's got quirks. I told you he's got quirks.
Hey, I would be down for Kevin Durant being in Houston, though, man. He's an interesting dude.
He works out. He works out with like 2 or 3 of these guys.
He's a hip hop head too.
Yeah,
he's an interesting dude.
Yeah, I think Jalen Green was given a little bit of credit to working out with.
I think Jalen Green works out with him. I forget the other one, but
imagine that lineup with Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
it would be very interesting. And
you still got Tari Issa.
Yeah, you still can bring some real fun off the bench from the 3-4-6 before we go. They said they wouldn't trade Dylan Brooks. He plays good defense, and they like the villain attitude. Like, I do wonder.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah. I agree. I do wonder, though, like, do you keep that same, like, Ime physicality, Ime intensity as that roster?
I mean, Ime is still the coach.
As that seems to change a little bit.
I think you do.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I feel like Memphis still doing pretty fine. I don't know if they still have that same attitude, but they doing pretty good.
Okay, I feel you. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. People seem to enjoy it when you brought it up in the handoff. What is your biggest example of buyer's remorse? 713-572-4610, because it feels like the Browns are going through that over again. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is time for our question of the day, a segment that seemingly is grabbing a little bit of attention. And because at the very least, if we could take from Payne and Pendergast, they seem to be excited for it every day.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 is Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
And you can respond there or also on the Mocair Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
YouTube or Twitch. What's your biggest example of buyer's remorse? Because right now the Browns are going through it again. It's not something we did not foresee. They kind of were laying themselves out to do this. But yesterday, was it? No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday, was it not?
I thought it was reported this morning.
It might have been this morning.
I think it was this morning.
Yeah.
The sleep is not really a real line of demarcation for me. It was just all one big day from yesterday. I don't know why that is. But the Browns restructured Deshaun Watson again. So his contract is situated as such that they'll pay him a minimum salary this year and $46 million next year.
46.
Yeah, they were just like, look, if we could push more of this into the future, just
taking that can
spread it out. Remember, because they did a restructure last months ago.
It seemed like every year.
Yeah.
And now they're doing another one in order to continue to push money in different places.
That brother probably ain't even going to be on the team next year.
No,
yeah, I think if I remember correctly, and I'll need to
the dead cap.
Yeah,
I think it stays the same, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, the dead cap is going to be a mess, but they're trying to push more of that into the future so that at least that they could do things in the intermittent time.
It's still trying to be competitive.
They're doing their best, and rather than just eating all of that money at once, which I imagine just what team could you even put out there if you just decided, all right, we give up. But no, they're trying to push all that further down. They're pushing all the credit card debt back, and eventually they will have it will come due. But for the time being,
so they feel like idiots.
I mean, they should.
They feel like just complete idiots. Let's put our egos aside, as I always say, because I don't know if I like to, but
refuse.
I never shy away from completely humiliating myself on things like this, and so I will do it again. Put your ego aside. Your biggest buyer's remorse. Three immediately came to mind. One was not so bad. One was just, I had a hunch it was awesome, and that's way back in the day. Remember when Betamax came out? I bought everything. I bought everything.
You got the player, you got the
tapes,
camera,
blank
you got
tapes. So I could record. I bought movies. Betamax lasted about an hour and a half. I'm exaggerating, but not much more than that.
I'm willing to say somehow, because if you listen to all the experts, it
was. I was there.
It was not a bad decision.
It was great.
But I understand where the buyer's remorse comes from.
Yeah.
Because it was the better product, but for some reason just didn't latch on.
Yeah.
And so that's tough. I imagine that really leads in more to the buyer's remorse, because you go, I did the part that I was supposed to do. I made a sound decision, and yet the rest of the world did not go with me.
Yeah.
That's tough.
But these next two, though, were just, I'm an idiot.
Two more, huh?
Yeah, two more.
Very good.
Y'all think about yours. So I was young. I think I was still working in San Antonio right out of college. And I had saved some money, not a lot, a couple $1,000s or whatever. And I went to this seminar where you could buy gold. And they had like 25 people in the room.
They had a seminar for you to buy gold.
They had actual little gold bars that they passed around.
You needed to sit down with people who told you that,
and
buying gold is a good idea.
If you invest in this, even just $500 or whatever it was, you can be a part of this. Well, it was a pyramid scheme. It was the definition.
Sir, you mean a multi-level marketing scheme?
It was that's what they called it. It was the definition of a pyramid scheme. I lost all $2,000. And then the last one was just, I'm an idiot. So a few years ago, decided, you know what, we got a little extra money from, I think it was from a book I did or something. And, what if we bought a little piece of land and down the road we could build on it, land, on the side of this hill. Beautiful, hey, just sort of dreaming about, hey, someday when we retire, blah, blah, blah.
A house on a hill, huh?
House on a hill. I found out a month after I bought it, you cannot build on that land.
Oh. Well,
you still got that land?
I took the biggest L you'd ever heard.
Oh, you should have just held it. It's land, though.
Oh, no.
You should have just held it.
Oh, no. I got rid of that.
See, I was under the impression that you held it.
I would have been trying to figure out what can I do with this.
Well, I did a little bit, but it wasn't much. It wasn't
You should have just held the land, because at the very least, the land would appreciate in value just off the strength of it being land.
Apparently, it was like a limestone. It was kind of toward the hill country. Yeah, it was like this limestone plateau that was untouchable, and I was like, why the hell didn't you tell me that when you sold me this land?
Because they was trying to sell it. What you mean?
Got a sucker.
They did.
You went to the used car lot.
You was the Cleveland Browns, and they were Nick Casario.
I was Andrew Barry.
You went to the used car lot like, why aren't you telling me this is 11? Of course. Of course it is.
How about you guys?
I'm still thinking on mine because in order to have buyer's remorse, you have to have money to buy things. But I feel like especially for people, or maybe I shouldn't speak for all people my age, but I think some younger folks like subscription, especially as so many things have become subscription models. So coming out of college, right? You might be surprised, or you might not be surprised to hear, I got a little bit of student loan debt, right? A little bit of that. And so there was at one point better. And by the way, I probably should have known better. But from this company that was like, yo, we can help you, handle your student loan debt or what have you. Of course they can. All it takes is this small payment. And it was just the supreme laziness that I have within me. I know this about myself, but sometimes I have a hard time. And I was just like, you know what? Rather than me dealing with it, sure, I'll pay a small fee for you to deal with it. And the worst part about it is, I kind of had the feeling that, this is probably not the most efficient way of going about it, giving some company money to deal with this thing that I should probably deal with. But I did it.
Lost.
I mean, it didn't help at all. They didn't really get very much in order. And it was all stuff that I very well could have done. And eventually I started doing myself once I realized that, oh, yes, if you're not lazy.
All I got to do is this.
All you got to do is go to the website and get the paperwork and actually fill it out.
Yeah.
And I was paying, I don't know what it was, but it was enough to make a dent in my very meager salary. And I was like, I probably shouldn't have been paying this couple of $100 to the service. So, yes, that's the buyer's remorse, except I was lazy and I probably wouldn't get into it anyway.
Yeah, mine is, I'm kind of on the same page with Reggie as far as I haven't spent a lot of money to invest in something per se, but this was when I was a kid. And mind you, I wasn't getting all the things I wanted all throughout the year. So the only way I could get something was my birthday or Christmas.
Yeah.
And so for Christmas, my sister will always get me whatever game I wanted. So it was a game I wanted at the time called Pokemon Snap.
I know why there's a buyer's remorse.
Yes, because around this time, there were no Pokemon games outside of Game Boy.
Yeah.
And so this one came out on Nintendo 64. So I'm like, oh, I want to get it. I want to get it. And I'm thinking I'm about to be fighting and throwing out the Pokeball and all this other stuff. Man, this damn game was just taking pictures. Right. It was just taking pictures
of Pokemons. Yes.
Yes. It was no
You're
action.
Kidding.
It was
Not at all.
no
I don't
action.
even remember this.
Dog, this was the worst.
Exactly. That's
and this was my Christmas present, man.
That's tough.
From her, I could have got any other game.
Anything.
Oh man, I was so mad, man. And then the other game was this same thing. I decided I wanted this game for PS2 called A Dog's Life.
Also haven't heard of that.
Also know this one. You were batting horrible, man.
These were the two games that I totally missed on.
Damn.
But A Dog's Life, pretty much me playing a dog, and I'm just running around the field doing nothing. And I'm like, man, this was my opportunity to get the best game out there,
and you got
and I get this stupid game. I'm still hurt for that, man.
Oh, I bet. I could tell.
The Pokemon game really got me.
bet.
Man.
It was just pictures of Pokemon?
No, you
snap them,
you go around on like a carousel or whatever, like a roller coaster, whatever it is, like a little cart.
Yeah.
And you in the jungle just trying to snap pictures.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, who created that damn game? That was so
somebody
stupid.
who found some suckers. That's responses here from Rob on the YouTube. A wedding ring for my then girlfriend that turned into my ex-wife. He added an adjective in there that I don't really want to throw in there necessarily, but you get the idea.
I see that word.
Yeah. That apparently didn't go as well. The 281, similar thought, a lot more succinctly, getting married. Okay,
Yeah.
understand the buyer's remorse there, especially because like y'all start putting y'all names together on documents and such, and those are things that are tough to get untethered. Look, I was thinking too big, apparently. Some of y'all are like, it didn't cost that much, but I really dislike the fact that I bought it. From the 832, bigger buyer's remorse would be 1, Russell Westbrook Rockets jersey, and 2,
yeah, that's a good one.
my divorce attorney, not necessarily in that order. I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah.
I am sensing a theme. And this is a strong one. In November 2016, bought a 2017 Freightliner Cascadia, brand new, $16,000. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
200 miles down the road, the drive train fell out.
Fell out?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yep. Like, I just can't imagine getting the car, driving off the lot.
Yeah.
And obviously, this is a different level than a car. You getting basically an investment because you getting an 18-wheeler. I imagine you trying to start a business or something. Just drive off the lot and immediately, nope, lemon.
Yeah, you know what? I think a lot of people have buyer's remorse. I could be dead wrong. If you love yours, God bless you. Convertibles. I think a lot of people are like, man, I'm going to put that top down. My hair is going to be blowing in. Have my sunglasses on. But then you hear all the noise, from the convertible, and it's always it gets hot.
It's not always cute. It looks cute on video.
Yeah.
Imagine driving with all the windows down.
I've never had a convertible, but I could see where they would be. I've been in them, but I could see where they would be like, yeah, this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
You do it like once a year, twice a year, man.
There's a lot of jersey talk in here, which is one of the reasons why I've never been a big jersey person, is just because coming back around, great opportunities for you to be holding a jersey with no names.
Hey, I ain't even look at the text line, but I'm sure it's a Davis Mills. I got me a Davis Mills
I didn't see a
jersey.
Davis Mills, funny enough.
Yeah.
Rob was like, he got a James Neal Dallas Stars jersey, and he was traded 2 weeks later. Yeah, that's always the thing I worry about. You get a jersey, and it's good for a short period of time until it is antiquated. Well, there you go. Your biggest examples of buyer's remorse, because the Browns living all the way through it. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including, did you realize that Tank Dell had another surgery? We'll talk about it next.
In the loop. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, as we go around the NFL, I want to start and preempt some of the things that I'm going to do in this segment. I typically try to be a good host and not take you to places that are going to, have negative emotions. I can't guarantee that that's going to happen in this segment. I'm going to be completely honest. So just know that whatever I'm doing here, I'm trying to be reasonable and responsible. However, if you go in a bad place, I apologize. Before we even get to there, many people talking about their just basic jersey buyer's remorses. I'm surprised it took us that long to get there. From the 620, bought a D-Hop jersey and got it about a week before he was traded.
Golly.
That one I feel bad for because nobody was expecting him to get traded.
There was no reason.
Yeah.
Somebody said they still wear their Springer jerseys to Astro games. They do not care. Said his wife also wears Kobe Rasmus jersey.
Good for y'all.
Excellent.
Good for y'all. Somebody just said sea monkeys. That's on you.
Stuff I don't feel sorry.
Nobody ever said, hey, sea monkeys, that's the way to go. Let's buy some.
Oh, goodness. All right. As we go around the NFL, I'll start with with a little bit of Texans here. Yesterday, if you happen to follow Tank Dell on Instagram, you saw that he was having surgery. It's the second one on his injured knee to repair the many ligaments that he hurt in that game against Kansas City. Dislocated his knee, and he suffered a torn ACL, LCL, and MCL. Mm-hmm. He hit 3 for 4 there when it comes to
all
the
CLs
L's in his knee, and apparently this secondary procedure was to operate on his ACL, correct?
Yeah, which is I don't know. I mean, I don't know the process, which comes first, which should come first, et cetera, et cetera. All I know is that ACL by itself is minimum 8 months, right?
That's typically.
They used to say over a year, but now you can probably say 8 months.
Salute to modern medicine.
Yeah,
but apparently.
So that takes you into November?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
it's one of the things that why we've been looking at this year, like, hey, this is probably not one to expect the services of Tank Dell on the football field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it depends how people rehab too and people bodies. So, I mean, if it's November earliest.
At the earliest, I would say November.
Yeah, it depends how he's reacting to it and all that stuff. Then it might be safe to just sit him down for the year.
And it's not counting all the other L's that he's having surgery on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, I'm assuming that it went well because we haven't heard anything new in this regard. But just another update on Tank Dell, who I think whenever we get updates, generally it's just he's in good spirits, which is not nothing, right? Because considering the amount of injuries that he's undertaken over the last couple of years and the severity of them, it is good to know that the young man is just still keeping in good spirits.
If I ever have surgery, knock on wood that I don't, I will not be in good spirits afterward.
You're just gonna be annoyed.
I'll be surly.
And a poor sport in all regards.
I will be very surly.
You know what? I think that you reserve the right to be that in that circumstance. Yeah. I'll bring you some Bluebell ice cream to help cheer you up.
I like HEB better.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Why is that? No, I'm just playing. Let's move on.
I just do.
I was not going to go that far. I just wanted to poke at him a little bit. We mentioned that that DK Metcalf obviously out there as a guy who requested a trade request yesterday, and so he is the apple of a lot of people's eyes. Very interesting. Diana Rossini, we mentioned this a little bit earlier as well, saying that it's likely to cost $30 million average annual value once you get him. And in order to get him, it looks like the Seahawks are, while they're looking to possibly oblige the trade request, are probably going to ask for a first and a third in this. Shout out to Spotrac, or Spot Rack if you choose to call it that. Mm-hmm. They put together a kind of a compilation of trades that we've seen in the NFL for 27-year-old wide receivers. And this is why I gave you that disclaimer earlier. Mm-hmm. There's some ones in here that's not fun for you. Remember, going backwards, 2019. Remember, Odell Beckham Jr. was traded from the Giants. And that was Beckham and Olivier Vernon. Remember the defensive lineman? And then the Giants got Jabril Peppers, who was a solid player at that point. Kevin Zeitler, a good offensive lineman. A first and a third.
Different era. Even then.
Different era, but I mean,
Yeah.
you start looking at some of that there, and then of course they acquired a contract that was still pretty robust there.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills, remember when they acquired Stephon Diggs? That was one where they sent Diggs in a 7th for a 1st, a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th.
Yikes.
Right? So we're seeing that
Yeah.
if you kind of try and do some canceling out of some of those other picks, you're still ending up in that realm
Yeah.
where couple of pretty solid picks. And then this is where I tried to prepare you as best
warned
I could,
us.
man. Remember when the Cardinals acquired DeAndre Hopkins from the Texans?
Yeah, we kind of sort of remember that.
Hopkins in a 4th for David Johnson in a 2nd and a 4th. Just a reminder that probably
Appreciate that.
didn't get consummate value
Yeah,
there.
I appreciate that. God, Bill O'Brien.
What did you do, man?
What
Why'd you
did
do
he
this to
do?
us?
What was his problem?
It's not my job.
Well, clearly you didn't do it. You didn't do your job. But DK Metcalf, they're not going to get a 1st and a 3rd. They're just not. If they do, tip your cap to them.
If they do, it's a sucker.
Yeah, there is a sucker out there. It's like that piece of land on Limestone.
That one hurts, don't it?
It hurt.
Honestly, I think the sucker move was more just not holding on to it. I thought you should just held on to it, man. It's land.
I would appreciate it.
All right, when you look at odds for where the player will sign next, I'm always very hesitant because that Vegas does not have necessarily insight on where a player will play next in some of the ways that they have insight on other things that they put odds for. However, if you are inclined, DraftKings has the odds for the services of Devontae Adams, the best odds going to the Green Bay Packers, funny enough.
Wow.
Yeah, so plus 190 is what it looks like for him returning to the friendly confines of Lambeau Field. And then second best odds are the Chargers.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean that might make a lot more sense.
Yeah, that one feels like it makes more sense.
Yeah.
However, for some reason, really good odds for the Packers. No idea what insight Vegas or DraftKings in particular
They usually have it.
might be having there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and yes, you're right. 281. O'Brien spat on Houston fans by trading Hopkins.
Pretty much.
Again, not like we didn't know it then, but God, that get back was not nearly enough for what you should have gotten there. All right, some other things that are happening around the NFL. Not more than 20 minutes ago, the Rams have at least we've been notified that the Rams are going to re-sign wide receiver Tutu Atwell. Tutu Atwell, one of those guys that I think some people here in the Houston Texas fandom have been looking at. Obviously, Nick Caley and his association with the Rams, and as you need a wide receiver, Tutu Atwell was one of those guys that people thought about. Well, he will remain in L.A. with the Rams. Not a big deal. 1 year, $10 million is what it looks like it's going to be. Or actually, let me make sure. Yeah, 1 year, $10 million. Fully guaranteed in that circumstance. So that's just another guy on, I guess, in those middle tiers that
See, that's the thing.
feels like people are interested in.
It's interesting. I'm not a Rams fan, but they're interesting how they're handling their offseason here with some of the moves they're making and not making. And obviously, we know about Cooper Kupp and some of those, but he's just a guy. He's a number 3, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But, and Lesney, the general manager of the Rams, did say that there is, it's what was the wording that he used? Because I want to make sure I get the phrasing right. But he basically put it as, it's not entirely impossible that Cooper Kupp returns, but he made it seem as though it was very unlikely that he returned to the Rams. But maybe they do ultimately find themselves in a place where they're in full running back mode because, they were still a pretty interesting team and they still want to try and compete. Some other things around the NFL, the Bengals, apparently, even though they put the franchise tag on T. Higgins, people are still hitting them up trying to acquire his services via trade. According to Diana Rossini, multiple teams have contacted the Bengals about a T. Higgins trade, and the Bengals have been said to say that he remains unavailable all the way around. So when we're talking wide receiver market, T. Higgins, teams are even trying to go around it. Okay, franchise tag,
whatever.
Tag. Let us get to him. And they're like, nope. So teams are still looking at the very high end of the wide receiver market and really trying to pounce.
Well, it's a good year to be T. Higgins. He had a good year, and I think they should. I think they should be doing that. But it also like the Bengals, as dysfunctional as they can be, this is a Joe Burrow. We're going to do everything we can for Joe Burrow. Even though we don't spend a lot, even though we don't do anything, like Joe Burrow has a real hand in all these things. Doesn't it feel that way?
Yes, because I mean, I think he really wants to.
And he's talked about it.
He has. I think as an organization, they just also have to look up and be like, how cheap can you actually be here? Like, you got to find a way to do a little bit of something and try to be some level of good while you have that player. It's just you have a responsibility to try and be some level of good when you have a player like Joe Burrow. Otherwise, what are you actually doing in that circumstance? So, yeah, I mean, at the very least, keep him around. But I would say, hey, how about you not be so damn cheap so that you actually keep some more of your talent and give yourself an opportunity?
They don't want to be too obvious.
You telling the Bengals not to be cheap?
Yeah, look, I recognize.
They don't want to be too obvious about it.
Yeah. Just don't be as cheap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe find a level of cheap that is somewhat palatable to the masses.
Exactly.
You know? Like, just don't be offensive in your cheap.
It's like asking me not to be short.
Well, at least give a tall energy. Is what you give a tall energy, though. You don't give a short man energy. And that's all I'm asking. Don't give poor man energy, Bengals. You know
Do people tell you, I thought you were taller?
All the time.
Yeah.
Really?
Hell, Calvin there said I sound taller on the radio when he first met me.
Cal's not a short man either.
No, he's not.
When I met him in person, he was like, oh, you sound much taller on the radio.
Exactly. 713-572-4610. How tall do you think Figgy sounds? All right, I want to get a gauge of how study here.
And plus our show picture, though, it makes me look very tall.
Yeah.
Well, you would also have to know how tall we are.
I'm sitting there neck and neck with y'all.
And also, just go ahead and go around the horn. How tall do you think all of us on the show are just by hearing our voices? 713-572-4610. I'm very interested in that if y'all come through with that. Finally, I want to hit you with this because this made me laugh. Not going to say he was my favorite guest from Radio Row, but why's
that?
Because he added on to the anxiety that I had. He was fun while we were talking to him up until a point. His name is Pac-Man Jones. He's playing the NFL, and he is known for being ungovernable in the way that he goes about things, and that makes sense,
baby. New media.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I bet that podcast is fun to listen to too, the Pac-Man Jones show, but. Pac-Man Jones on he was talking about who was he actually talking with? It was actually Pro Football Talk.
Yeah.
PFT Live. And one of the things he told Brent Schrodenboer of USA Today is that he cheated the program when it came to the drug testing program. Quote, like, I was really good. People don't know how smart I am, but like, I could say it now. I don't play no more, but like, I've never used my urine for a urine test. Not one time. Not one time.
Totally believe him. Like I gotta believe there's ways, because Deion Sanders was on that show too, and Deion said you couldn't do that today.
Yeah, it was Deion's show. It's the show.
Oh,
on,
okay.
Was it two?
I thought they were both guests.
No, it's the Deion show. Well, it's because they have like a host, a woman who kind of is the host,
the narrator. I mean, the kind of controls everything.
Yeah, and so Deion kind of just gets to.
But Deion said
a little bit.
Deion said you can never do that today. Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. You know insiders. You know people that can help you. Totally buy that. And not the biggest surprise, by the way.
Not at all.
Not the biggest surprise.
I do appreciate something that I don't think he's wrong on, is that people don't give him credit for being nearly as smart as he is.
Yeah.
And I think it's because he was particularly rambunctious, right? Like when you end up
he did dumb things.
Yes.
But he was smart.
Yes.
That makes sense.
And those things are not mutually exclusive. They're absolutely not. All right. Already coming in on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line. Figgy is 5'10". Figgy is 6'7", large and in charge. I like what you're doing there. Okay. All right. So now we're getting to the places where this could be taken as being offensive. You tell me, Lopez. Lopez is 5'10". Figgy is 5'8". New guy, a.k.a. me, 5'11". Okay, interesting. From the 830, John is 6'2", Reg is 5'10", Fig is 5'8".
That's the closest one yet.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What are you? You're 5'7"?
Come on, man.
I thought you were.
No,
I'm not trying to be nice.
No, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be 5'7" trying to call myself short.
Well, it's not tall, is what I'm saying.
But
so how tall are you?
Short. I'm 5'3".
Okay.
I would have never guessed.
Yeah,
I would have never.
And I am 6'2". Well, I'm just under 6'2", and you're?
I am 6 foot and 3/4 of an inch.
Okay.
People tell me I should say 6'1", but it feels like
that's what I'm saying. Like
it feels like I'm cheating.
I'm just under 6'2".
Yeah. So so by and large, people largely got you maybe an inch shorter. People think I'm probably about an inch or two shorter than I am, and then people thought, Figgy, you're about a good 3, 4, 5 inches taller.
Yeah.
Just off of voice alone. How about that?
I appreciate that, man.
Is that Journey that I hear
That
in the
is.
background? How about we give away a 4-pack of tickets on a rodeo ticket Thursday?
I don't stop believing.
You never should.
Ever.
Not when you listen to Sports Radio 610.
No matter how tall you are.
Yeah, that's right. And in honor of Figgy sounded 5'9", caller number 9 right now to 713-572-4610 will get a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey March 14th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Caller number 9 right now. Go ahead and get those. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Dane Brugler of The Athletic, one of the best in the business when it comes to this time of year, when it comes to draft, NFL prospects and getting ready for draft. He put together his latest mock draft after the combine, which I put a lot of stock in. If both of these guys are on the board, would you go the way that Dane Brugler says? I'll tell you who the guys are and where he says the Texans are going at 25 next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. How about
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Y'all think we tall as show? That's cool. All right, let's get going. In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 here with a little bit of mock draft. It's a check-in of sorts, but we're actually sticking to one mock draft. It's kind of more of a mock draft injection to steal from the Payne and Pendergast bag of tricks here. And the reason why I'm focusing on one is because it's a very important one to me. Dane Brugler of The Athletic might be the best at doing this, my personal opinion. Because this Dane Brugler does a phenomenal job of breaking down the prospects. I always find his almost an almanac of NFL draft guys entitled The Beast. I find it to be the most thorough breakdown of players that is done. Not to say that there aren't many people in this space doing a great job, but Dane is a good one. But then also, when he starts doing his mock drafts, especially once we get past a careen towards, I like using that word, you know that.
Careen.
Towards the NFL draft, a lot of his mock drafts are not just, hey, things I think are interesting, but are built off of knowledge and conversations with people in the know around the league. And so I found it very interesting when I saw this morning that he had put out his mock draft post the NFL Combine. In addition to that, there's also some interesting things happening here, particularly at 25, where there was a little bit of a choice to be made here by your Houston Texans. According to Dane Brugler of The Athletic, he has the Houston Texans taking guard/center Gray Zabel of North Dakota State. It is a John Harris special. He is in love with this guy. A small school guy, which is a little bit outside of the realm of what Nick Caserio typically does. And the write-up goes as following. Zabel put himself in the top 50 mix based on his 2024, and then after his Senior Bowl and Combine performances, a spot in the top 25 is certainly possible. He played every position in college except center, but his skill set is a perfect fit for snapping the football. So there's that, but then there's also, as you're looking at it, you're looking at 25, it's hard to miss who goes at 26 to the Los Angeles Rams. Can you tell me who that is, Lopez?
That would be one Emeka Egbuka from the wide receiver from Ohio State.
So I found that to be interesting, that in this situation, a relatively informed mock drafter is saying that the Texans would go for the offensive lineman instead of the wide receiver that it seems like, there's a lot of familiarity with when you talk about him playing with CJ. There's clearly a need for a wide receiver, and they've just been kind of handcuffed together in a lot of these mock drafts. So if you happen to be the deciding factor, would you, and you look at it, that 25 comes up and the Texans are on the board, would you go the same way that Dane Brugler is saying the Texans would? Gray Zabel over Emeka Egbuka?
Well, now we always have to qualify it. We have to see we don't know yet what the Texans are going to do at either position, during free agency, although that's percolating real good right now.
Yes.
But, yes, I would go with Gray Zabel at that position ahead of Emeka Egbuka. I'm past – look, we know, and we talked about this yesterday. Are we ignoring just how big getting a number 2 wide receiver? We mentioned it this morning as well. How important it is that this team gets a wide receiver. Yes, hugely important. But as much as that's the case, this offensive line is everything right now for when it comes to protecting your quarterback, improving the run game, just in general, the importance of the offensive line, some of the defenses you're facing, and to be able to get – and that's high. 25 overall is a very high pick for a center/guard, but I would do it. I'm completely down with this.
Yeah, I'm actually also very in on this, especially because the general philosophy that I very much subscribe to is that you get a first-round pick and you need them to be of some level of impact. You hope they're a starter in year one, and that's kind of tough to ask at offensive line. I know that might have been one of those things that kind of, when you look about Zabel being, a senior who went through a whole bunch and then, is played at the small school level and really dominated there and also showed that he could play at this high level. It feels like you can drop him in, understanding that there's going to be a learning curve for every player, but it feels like you could drop him in and feel comfortable, especially when you pair that with the idea that Jonathan Alexander puts up that you might not be done with Shaq Mason in a Texans jersey.
That's true, yeah.
I'd love to have some real good competition, and it feels like Gray Zabel would be some good competition at guard, or at the very least, the flexibility that I know that can sometimes end up being a cop-out or sometimes can end up being something that takes evaluators away from just like the raw or the good talent, is the flexibility ends up being kind of a distraction at times, a siren song. But in this instance, it doesn't seem like it's that. However, are you sold on the idea that your center is absolutely on this team?
No, as much as I like him, I feel like center is one that they're looking at as well. Zabel, and keep in mind, John Harris was talking about this with us on Monday. Like, this guy was a monster at the Senior Bowl. You can think whatever you want about North Dakota State and competition level and all that. And first of all, North Dakota State is an elite FCS team. Like, they are really good every year. So they have a lot of talent. But secondly, like, he was dominating. I think I can't exactly remember how John put it, but he basically faced an all-star SEC defensive front in the Senior Bowl and kicked their asses. I mean, so what does that mean? It may not mean he's going to be a day one starter, but it means he's a really good player that should be a starter on your team.
I just found it interesting that, hey, you have a guy who, in Dane Brugler, who has a little bit of insight. I imagine he's heard some things when he was out at the Combine in Indy, and he seems to look at it and go, that would probably be the way that you lean, rather than an Emeka Egbuka who had been, kind of mocked to the Texans a whole bunch. I know that there's a lot of Texas fans that really enjoyed him. And yes, you're right, 281 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The Texans will probably address one of those positions via free agency. That'll be, huge in, helping understand that. And I do wonder if offensive line is as addressable in that way. We'll talk more about that. I think we have an opportunity to talk about that later in this program. Again, stressing how strong Dane Brugler is when he does these mock drafts. It's not a final mock draft, but I kind of want to go through some of the other things that I find interesting in that. In this, he does have a projected trade at the very top, with the Giants jumping up to get Cam Ward at 1. And then Abdul Carter going to the Browns, so you don't have Shedeur immediately there in any way. Travis Hunter joining the division with the Titans, which is interesting. We'll see. Like, the Titans do need a quarterback, but going and getting like the best, the better player that is somewhat capable of maybe being generational, I find is interesting. And then at 4, something really, really insightful happens. Armand Membu, the tackle out of Missouri that some early mocks had going to the Texans, and some other drafts had him obviously in like maybe the teens. An offensive lineman at 4 here, and then an offensive lineman at 5, to where I'm looking at it and I'm like that always, because it looks like the run on O-lineman happens relatively early.
That's a good point.
Tyler Booker at 10 to the Bears, which would mean they traded for 2 guards and then add another one in the draft, interestingly enough. But no, I think that, I found that to be interesting. Looking at the way that he's setting this up, looks like guards are going to be very, very highly valued in this one.
Well, and the two teams, you mentioned the Patriots at 4 with Membu from Missouri going there, and the Jaguars at 5 with Will Campbell, the LSU guy that has had such a good, people have been very high on him. But what is interesting to me, it just kind of makes sense, even from, we were talking about this last week, that the Giants move up. They have to have a quarterback.
The people are talking about them trying to go get Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, well, that too. But the Titans really in a can't-lose spot if they trade with the Titans at 3, from 1 to 3, because then they get either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. In this case, Travis Hunter. So it certainly sort of passes the making sense test. And then you mentioned it, a run on offensive lineman. You got to get yours when you can.
I think it's super interesting. Some other things that were just kind of interesting looking at this first round mock that Dane Brugler of The Athletic put together. Nick Emmanwori, one of the winners of the Combine, goes 13th. So don't worry about that, Texans fans, if this was how it actually played out. The Colts end up picking up Loveland, Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, in this situation. And then all the way at 21 is where Shedeur Sanders goes in this. Like, dropping to the later Parksburg Steelers.
With his dad.
I don't hate that landing spot, though.
No, not at all. And the other thing that stood out to me is 2 first-round running backs, man.
Yeah, Marion Hampton going to the Broncos.
2 first-round running backs. They're back, baby. Running backs are back. Thank you.
Getting paid, getting drafted highly.
Thank you, Saquon. Thank you, Derrick Henry.
Thank you, Joe Mixon.
Thank you, Joe Mixon.
Even though you send cryptic tweets sometimes, thank you for helping. I feel like we're doing too much. In that
they're making money for everyone.
Is that how you're taking this?
Yeah.
Because they're making money for folks.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then Matthew Golden would be going to the Chargers a little bit ahead. So like, it wouldn't be now if it's. Let me ask you this: if it's Matthew Golden instead of Emeka Egbuka that's there at 25, along with
I don't think I would
Zabel.
change.
Really?
No.
Because Matthew Golden is, and again, I'm leaning on some of the other draft scouts. Like he's one of those ones that you look at least I have seen looked at as a true first round wide receiver. Whereas, Egbuka's still in that place as well. Don't get me wrong, but he also has like more of the physical abilities. And Egbuka is like, hey, he just kind of gets the job done, right?
Yeah.
Almost akin to like Jackson Smith and Jigba or whatever, compared to the likes of Matthew Golden, who, he got the job done, but he also had electric speed, and he has
I did pause a little bit. It is tantalizing.
But you're still in that place where you're like,
I still am. Yeah.
Well, it looks like the text line is in agreement with you. 832, offensive line over wide receiver 8 days a week. From the 281, a wide receiver won't make our existing better protect asset. I mean, asses works as well. CJ Stroud, but a strong line can make our existing wide receivers better. And yeah, okay. I'll see what we're going for there. Pretty much everybody in that place where they'd rather go with what Dane Brugler posits the Texans would do at 25 if there was a wide receiver there and an offensive lineman. In this instance, Gray Zabel is the selection. There. I'm going to continue to watch that space. Anytime I see a Dane Brugler
exciting,
mock,
isn't it?
let me tell you, a Dane Brugler mock will come to air here because I think that he ends up being really, really interesting and largely pretty correct once we get past this point in the draft process. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, man, we keep losing folks, don't we? We'll talk about that more next.
Only one station. Voices live. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Let's get into what's poppin' here on this Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. This is not the biggest news in sports. However, it's just one that matters to me. And that's that if you have been, like me, just out here fiending for some baseball, and you're like, the Astros have not been visible, today's your lucky day. Astros are playing against the Mets in a little bit of in their Grapefruit League baseball outing. And
how about that?
5 p.m. is when it's going on. Now, mind you, prepared yourself. It will be the simulcast of the SNY TV broadcast, which is the Mets home broadcast. But at the very least, you'll be able to see live and in color the Astros playing. I don't know. I haven't seen necessarily in lineup. Obviously, there's a little bit of time still up until they're going to play today. So, I mean, I don't know if the lineup is actually out. But at the very least, it would kind of, I don't know if it would suck. I was like, I do wonder how I'd feel if it's not like close to big league lineup like we've seen them kind of run out there a couple of these days.
Yeah, especially for MLB,
Yeah, I imagine but it's not like they're putting this on and be like, well, then it's going to be a national TV game. Like, I don't think that's how they're going about this.
Yeah, and neither should the Astros base anything they decide on that.
No. But I'm just interested to get to see this, see just what it looks like for these guys out there. And another Astros thing that is popping, though, is that we're getting we got lineups for not necessarily the game, more we're seeing the rosters for spring breakout, where they have the game where they, some of the young cats play against the young cats from another team. That's going to happen next Friday, not this Friday, when the Houston Astros spring breakout team face off against the Washington Nationals spring breakout team. And, of course, Cam Smith is on the roster, so you'll get to see him. Looks like you'll also have some other names to watch. Bryce Matthews will be in there as well, so we'll get a chance to see him. Jacob Melton, a guy that that was one of those places that I think some people had some hope stashed to see if maybe Jacob Melton could crack the outfield and add something. We haven't heard much there, so I don't know what to make of that. And then also Walker Janik, you'll see him in that as well. But I'm very excited to see those guys on the diamond. And then you have some of your pitching prospects, Anderson Brito, Ethan Pecco, some of those guys out there in the spring breakout game next week. But at least we get the roster. And I mean, I don't know that there's how much excitement or like interest would you have in that spring breakout game? I know Cam Smith ends up drawing the most, but like some of the other guys, are you that intrigued to see what Bryce Matthews
probably
has?
am. That's probably where it would end for me. I mean, we're going to have our chances with some of these other guys. I do want to take this opportunity though, because we this happened during our show, and we just kind of said it late about Christian Walker and the oblique injury that he had, and you think, okay, well, whatever, he'll be out a little bit. Well, it's the exact same injury that put him on the IL last year. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. It's not the exact same injury. It's the exact same spot of the injury. Yeah, exactly. I'm correcting myself. That put him on the IL last year with an oblique injury. Joe Espada, actually talked about this and said, hopefully we're just going to monitor that, and it's not anything, that would be long term. And that didn't make me feel a lot better. That really didn't make me feel a lot better. And if you don't have Christian Walker, I mean, we love John Singleton and his story and what he's done and he's transformed.
Yeah. Defensively, I mean, you're back to where you were last year because I mean, you probably have the same kind of similar rotation of John Singleton and either Caratini or Yainer Diaz kind of playing some first base there. I know Dubon kind of comes out of that opportunity because he's likely playing a decent amount.
Complicates
of second base. Yeah, it definitely complicates it. But again, it speaks to the idea that this Astros team, while it feels like they're really piecing together the top line of this, beyond that, there's not a lot of depth.
Not a lot. Yeah,
so,
totally agree.
Get well soon, Christian Walker. It's not like the regular season starts just yet, but I would very much appreciate if you're just feeling better. The Rockets back in action tonight in New Orleans, Smoothie King Center, facing off against the lowly New Orleans Pelicans. And shoot-around is going on, is why I brought that up. right now. Danielle Lerner of the Chronicle sent a little video on social media of the fellas at Super Shoot Around. One thing I can tell you, they were practicing free throws. So for those of you that are like, yo, why aren't they working on free throws? They are. It's one thing, though, when you bring this up, though, like, to remember, there's not that much practice in an NBA season.
No, not during the season. Shoot around kind of is it.
You'll get shoot around. You'll get sometimes if you have like days off, you'll get a practice day within there. But a lot of there's some instances where depending on the schedule, teams might not practice for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Sometimes that
a lot
happens.
of meetings, and that's about it.
Right.
Yeah.
You kind of get a meeting. You'll get a walkthrough or a shoot around or what have you, and then there you go out there and play.
26.
Yeah, not gonna let that one go anytime soon. That's been for an offense that's just been so woeful and really largely throughout the entirety of the season. You can't let the easy things go. Like you got to be on your P's and Q's on the easy thing, the free throws, the bunnies, right? Like the layups. And again, it's a stat that really shocked me when I heard it, and I probably should have known it. The amount of times that I go through and look at the NBA stats website since February 1st, this Rockets team is the second worst at shooting twos. Like you look at threes and you go, all right, this is not a 3-point shooting team, but you would imagine that at the very least that they find some level of. I know they need you to be the best because I understand that you want to get the rebounds and get second chances, but man. You can't be that poor inside the yard.
Like, a lot of times when people say that's inexcusable, well, sometimes there are, some level of excuse. No, 13 for 26 is inexcusable in an NBA game.
And so hopefully that looks a lot better tonight for your Houston Rockets. Some other things that are popping, and this is like, I don't know if there's actually a Houston tie here to be made. It's just something that hit me hard. As soon as I saw this news, I thought of the question of the day that we had yesterday, if there was like a person that passed that you don't actually have a relation to, that people would kind of send you condolences as if you would. Roy Ayers isn't that far off the top of the list for me. I very much enjoy the music of Roy Ayers. And yesterday we found out that the noted vibraphonist, obviously he is the his group, the Roy Ayers of Ubiquity, made this song the Figgy is playing right now. Everybody yesterday, I believe that at the age of, and of course I was about to say it, I want to make sure I was right, 84 years of age, he passed. Record producer, composer, and such. A lot of jazz, obviously. But yeah, man, huge figure and
influential.
Very, very influential. Like one of those guys that his music itself, but then also the influences that he's had on continuous generations of musicians has been huge. And so, that one really hit me. It feels like we're really laying in that cut of people passing in threes.
Yeah.
And depending on how you cut it, I was
wow.
I am,
we're on watch.
I hate being that guy, but I feel like I'm
we've
on
done
watch.
it before.
Because it's Angie Stone.
Yeah.
Angie Stone, yeah.
Roy Ayers.
It's
Roy
uncanny.
Ayers. It was somebody else before.
Oh, okay.
Who was it?
So the couple of people that I thought of to try
Roberta Flack.
Oh, Roberta Flack was.
Yeah.
She's kind of in that.
That's okay.
And I never understood the whole threes thing. Because
I know,
uncanny.
It
how
doesn't
it
make sense though. Like it's not. I think it's our human urge to try and find patterns.
Yeah, because do you count Gene Hackman in that?
Right.
No, because I was thinking more of the musical.
Yeah. Because I was like, former Mayor Sylvester Turner passed the day before. We were talking about Dolly Parton's husband passing over the weekend. Like it doesn't necessarily. It never really tracks quite that way, but the way that our brains work, or the way that my brain seems to work, I don't necessarily want to put everybody else into
mine
it.
is like the same realm.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this fits Roberta Flack and Ayers.
Yeah, mine always count just people I like.
Yeah.
Just people that. So, I never understood the rules to the death by threes. But.
Yeah.
And there's not rules to it, but it's one of those things that I actually know is kind of nonsensical that we do. But even the most sensible people,
you still are
prone to kind of lean into some nonsensical stuff. And this is where I'll raise my hand.
Me personally, I put Gene Hackman in that because he played a major part in me growing up and all that stuff. So it's like all the people I grew up to remember listening to or watching. I'm like, man,
what Gene Hackman movie do you think of first?
The Replacements.
Burning Mississippi.
Oh, Mississippi Burning.
Mississippi Burning,
yeah. Mississippi Burning is one on my list. What's the Unforgiven? Okay. Unforgiven. He was so good in that because he was kind of a villain. He was kind of
Even when he doesn't inherently play a villain, you're in there where you're like, it could happen.
Yeah,
watch out for it.
The best thing about him in that movie is like the movie ended. Everybody's seen Unforgiven. No spoilers here. And you're kind of like, was he a good guy or a bad guy? I still don't know, which is a testament to him.
A good point. We also lost George Lowe, who was the voice of Space Ghost. If that's of any interest to folks.
Yeah.
Hey man, people be passing. Somebody said Superman, enemy of the state.
Yeah.
I guess keep going with that on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, real quick, circling back around to a fan base that's probably having the worst time. In fact, somebody asked earlier, like, who is down worse, the Browns or the Mavericks? The Browns also restructuring again the contract of Deshaun Watson, and we mentioned Kyrie Irving. He tore his ACL recently. He's out for the remainder of the season. I believe that they're in a place where they're looking at Anthony Davis likely being out for the rest of the season. I think Shams Charania was reporting that. They probably have some other guys that are likely out for the rest of the season. And the ACL injury is why I believe that the Mavericks are probably going to be out on the possibility of Kevin Durant, because if he misses most of, if not all of next year.
What's the point?
Yeah, what's the point of bringing him in unless you're like, yo, we're playing for not just this year, this next year, but the year after that? And the question that I then ask is, Kyrie Irving coming off of an ACL at a relatively advanced age within Anthony Davis, how much are you believing in that? But I guess, what does logic have to do when you're willing to trade away at worst fifth best player in the NBA? But with that being the case, there's people asking Jason Kidd if a heavy workload that obviously Kyrie Irving had to undertake once Luka Doncic was traded and AD got hurt factored in, and he says no.
Yeah. On your first point, I think the Mavericks are worse off than the Browns. The Browns are just beaten down. They're just like, yeah, okay, another one. Another punch isn't going to hurt.
They keep trying,
Yeah,
man.
I'm already battered and bleeding.
You can't kill me, I'm already dead?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing with the Browns
I'm
here?
already battered and bloody. You can't hurt me any more than that. So I think that's the answer to that, the Mavericks. But on this, I'm going to use an analogy that's from fishing and boating. Okay?
I'd expect nothing less.
And anybody who's ever had a boat or owns a boat now, there's an old saying. Every time you turn the key on a boat, you got to keep up to them. You got to keep up with them. You got to stay on top of them, keep everything, functioning right, working right, check on everything. There's an old saying, every time you turn the key on a boat, something's going bad.
If it ain't one thing, it's another.
Right. Every time you play 40 minutes in a game, something's going bad. Something's breaking down. And he's averaged 40 minutes a game since the Doncic trade, the Luka trade.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably doesn't help.
Yeah.
That is fair.
I think what make it worse with them is they were just in the finals.
Just
in the finals.
Yeah.
And it just went all the way bleep.
Yeah, well, and it'd be one thing if it went all the way bleep just on bad luck. It was an unforced error.
Yeah.
Nobody made you do this. Yeah. You did this to yourself.
And at his age, and I'm not saying, Jason Kidd, you abused it. No, I mean he played. He wanted to play. That was one of the points that Jason Kidd made. He wants to play all these minutes. All I'm saying is to just outright immediately say that had nothing to do with it. I'm telling you, 40 minutes a game since the trade had to have something to do with it.
Somebody said BOAT stands for bust out another 1,000.
Yep, I've heard that one too.
And salute to a couple of people. Giannis Antetokounmpo, he crashed. What was the milestone recently? In addition to LeBron James crossing the 50,000 point threshold as well. So some things happening basketball wise as we start getting closer and closer to playoff time. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and coming up next. Deal when it comes to anything, shopping or going and finding some players for your team. So John Lopez is now going to be your Maxinista that gets you some deals on some players. Let's go shopping in free agency with John Lopez next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You ever just ask yourself an existential question out of nowhere?
Why? Why, Figgy?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I was just hoping that maybe you had something for us.
That great philosopher,
God
Figgy
bless.
Fig.
God bless.
Why?
Or my favorite, just to throw a little sauce on it. Vaya con Dios, right? Like, just go with God, friend.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We will Vaya con Dios into this segment where John Lopez is interested in value. I think, honestly, this probably comes from just where you are as an organization with your Houston Texans. Last year was the year where you went to go ball out. You walked into the store and you were like, I don't care the price because I need something.
I want one of those. I want one of those.
Yep. Have you seen the video of Michael Jackson when he went into like this, was it an antique shop or something? And he just, he was, I think it might have been like on 60 Minutes or something. So he was walking through and he was just pointing at things that he wanted. Like,
one of those.
Whoever his people was just going to come through and take care of it. I know that's not quite the way the Texans operated last time, but it felt like it. It was just, we need this. Let me get that.
Yeah.
Let me get a defensive tackle because I need one of those. Let me go ahead and I
You got a little receiver action over there?
Yeah, I need a wide receiver.
Let me get a defensive end.
You want an end? I got you an end.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's
This
right.
one's nicer, so I want
This
this
is the newer
one.
version.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the new model. You're not in that.
PS5. What's the latest one?
Yeah, you're not in that space this year. It feels like this year.
And
you're
you just let a defensive end walk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got one at home, but like no, this one over here is nice.
But you know what we're doing
like
now?
Jonathan Grenard is solid. The toaster works, but this one got 4 slots. You know what I mean? And it toasts bagels perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, you know what we're doing now though?
What are we doing now?
Go to TJ Maxx, baby.
Absolutely.
I am a tried and true Maxxinista. Love going to that store.
All right, so what are the best values on the free agent market as it pertains to the Texans via John Lopez?
Yeah, so I got this idea. Shout out to Bleacher Report. They did a best values list. I didn't clip and paste everything. I clip and paste some because I thought they were smart. So it got me thinking, though,
the
about
place where they were dumb.
Yeah,
we're
I
not
just
clipping
left
and pasting that.
We don't want that. That's the back rack at TJ Maxx. I want to go.
Or if you're at the Ross Dress for Less, that's the stuff that's over on the floor over there.
Yeah,
and nobody hung up.
It's those stupid signs that Jack Easterby liked. The ones, little wooden signs that you put in your kitchen that say "gather" and stuff. I never understood that one. Gather. Okay, that's
family.
That's pro family. Yeah, all those stupid wooden signs that they have.
So you don't never walk over there when you go to like a TJ Maxx.
Well,
or
you
got
to walk by them, and then every time I shake my head and think of Jack Easterby.
Or what about the ones with the obvious bathroom?
Yeah,
kitchen,
yeah.
bedroom,
and the stupid ones
door,
like what Bulls stand and whatever sits.
Oh, the ones that are like a kind of themed bathroom sign or whatever. Yeah.
Well, we're going to the smart TJ Maxx, which is always good. So the best, who would be the free agent running back that you would, say, all right, let's spend on that guy? I know there's not a lot, but I would say probably
you're asking
Aaron
the wrong
Jones
because I would say don't.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true.
It's like, I don't know if this is the way
being a cheap ass, man.
But the one at the top of the most list is Aaron Jones. Let's look at the value. Let's go to TJ Maxx. How do you feel about J.K. Dobbins?
I like him as a player. Immediately thinking about it, he's had a few injuries.
Yes, that's where the value comes in.
Yes, helps with the value.
He hasn't played more than 15 games in 5 years. But wait,
when he runs, it's fun though.
Wait, exactly. Yeah. Averages 5.2 yards a carry for his career when healthy, and he's 26 years old. J.K. Dobbins, how does that grab you?
Especially because he run with some power, too, if you want to find a little bit of variance. I don't hate the idea. I just am going to stick to my principles here, and I feel like, hey, man, if you want to go value, you might as well go and get you a young boy.
Well, it's true. He's 26, though. And when healthy, which I think last year it was a knee. It wasn't like a major surgery type thing. It was a knee thing. And his projected contract, this is maybe where you come to the dark side a little bit because I think it is attractive. 2 years, $8.1 million.
Yeah. To me, this kind of remind me of the Cam Akers deal where you just like, he get hurts a lot, but hey, let's bring him in and see what he can do.
And I don't know, that was not $4 million. I'm still in the place where I'd like to see what Dameon Pierce does, and give me a day 3 running back and throw him in the mix and see what we got. That's still where I'm at. I understand.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit closer to the you can get some different value or somewhat close value out of a rookie. I know that, and it kind of violates my general stance on labor empowerment and sorts. But yeah, in this one place, I recognize that running back situation, you could probably find replacement level at a lower cost by going into the draft.
How does a wide receiver named Marquise Brown grab you?
Hollywood
Brown. Didn't play really. Didn't have a good 2024, but super fast, 27 years old, and Spot Rack has him at less than $9 million.
I mean,
I would be in on that.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
But I think that maybe I've just cornered myself into this place where the infatuation is overtaking my sense. Happens from time to time. If you're going to go off of Spotrack's kind of market value evaluations, the number that they have for Keenan Allen is 11.
Oh, well,
and I'm like, that's not that far off for somebody that I feel like brings a little bit more versatility in what's happening. But I hear what you're saying there, and I would not hate that as an addition. I just, I have another one that
I would take either or at this point. I've always liked Keenan Allen, but Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown is pretty interesting, especially at less than $9 million.
All right, while you continue, what I'm going to do is what I need to do is go back here. Remember, that was.
I think he was on the list. He was on Seth's list that he had in terms of best and
why is it when you say the phrase Seth's list that it almost sounds imposing? Like I was almost scared for him when it was on Seth's list, and I was like,
nobody wants to be on Seth's list.
I know, right? Marquise Brown, 2.5 yards of separation.
So not great compared to some of the top end.
No.
Yeah. All right.
And that's from a year prior because he didn't qualify as a receiver this past season, not getting that much run.
All right, let's move out of the medium and large department. Let's go into the XL department. A lot of people don't know a guard named Will Hernandez. Played for the Arizona Cardinals last year.
I keep remembering him when he was with the Giants.
He was with the Giants. He played for the Cardinals last year. I think he would be a clear upgrade. Will Hernandez, is one of those guys that, this is where you're finding the value. I mean, he missed some time last year. He's I think it was another knee injury, but it was 5 games. He seems to be 100% healthy. Still 29 years old, and this is what I think you're going to like. Since he kind of had a soft opening, if you will, a slow start to his NFL career, but since 2022 has a 76 PFF grade in pass blocking, which rates 9th among guards, and has allowed pressure on 4.2% of his pass plays, 17th best. So kind of middle class, pass protection, but still 29 years old, and definitely another guy with some value. 2 years, $8.6 million.
I'll pick that up off the rack.
Right?
I'll pick that up off the rack.
Right?
I don't hate that. Like, I think you sold me, especially when the pass block looks solid. Especially considering that is priority 1 when it comes to this offensive line. And that's assuming that you can't get to the top end. Now, I do wonder if offensive line is one of those places where you go, yeah, let's not go to the TJ Maxx. Let's go over here to Bloomingdale's and see what we can get, right? Like, maybe if that's the way that you need to handle that one in particular, because I know the show was talking about it. Will Fries, just go right up to the top. The guard for the Colts. Go ahead and just go that deep. Although that then makes me go, I can only imagine what the numbers look like on your offensive line investment, how much money you have in that space. But I mean, interior offensive line, particularly on the interior, is a huge point of emphasis. So I'm interested in Hernandez, but I do wonder is that a place where you can maybe find yourself
$4 million a year fixes that problem. He's $4.5 million a year, thereabouts. Might fix that money problem.
Maybe even Will Hernandez, and this might be asking for a lot to just be like, hey, you want to be a depth piece as well? Because that's another
competition.
Thing. We have, competition for sure, especially when we talk about the possibility of Shaq retaining. But I know one of the things that is not very comfortable is the idea that, hey, even if you get the starting lineup figured out, we good with Kendrick Green being back there as your backup guard should being one injury or one false step away. Like, I don't know how much that is. So I'd be interested to see if level, and that's probably being wishful thinking, understanding that offensive line is a place where there's not a lot of these dudes. So just being like, I'll get a good one and just put them on the back burner. But yeah.
All right. Here we go again, Figgy. I mentioned this guy so many times last year and it didn't pan out. But how are we feeling about safety, Justin Simmons?
What's the price looking like?
Yeah, tell me a
1
little bit
year,
more.
$5.8 million. 1 year, $5.8 million. I mean, I think, look, he's slid a little bit in terms of tackling, but coverage still the same. And, not crazy old either. I think he's early 30s at this point, somewhere thereabouts. Justin, I think I've thought it for 2 years. They need an upgraded safety.
They do, but if you're talking about the place that we're sacrificing is tackling with this team, considering the weakness that they had, that's a little concerning. I'm interested.
He was
interested in hearing
all-pro
it out, though.
not that long ago.
But yeah, football is one of those sports where it can go quick.
It is.
It can go quick. Yeah. If you, what was the number that you had? That you had
1 year, 5.8.
I would try
hear
that
out.
I would do that.
I hear that out.
Yeah. There's no question. And certainly can play at a very, very high level. And, the D'Amico pixie dust, might come into play.
That is true.
As well. All right, last one for you. Not necessarily, because I think he's up there. He's ranked among the better interior defensive tackle. Your guy, B.J. Hill. It's 2 years, $18 million is what he's going for, but he won't turn 30 until next season. You realize he's averaged more than 50 tackles and 4 sacks a year for the past 4 years?
I don't think I did.
Yeah. That's pressure up the middle, man.
Which is, it feels like that is what they're looking for, is that kind of pressure up the middle. Yeah, absolutely. And then not only do I know that this is interesting, this is also one of those names that our guy, Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle, in his, I keep using the same word and I'm trying to find a different one, but I'll keep using it. I apologize. In his latest dispatch his dispatch after coming back from the combine, that was one of the names. He's like, hey, look out for, if you're talking about defensive interior, potential ads. So yeah, I like that. I like that one. I'm okay with that one.
Yeah, I think B.J. Hill would be a good one. And certainly there's values to be found, but I wanted to focus on the positions where I feel like they needed: running back, wide receiver, guard, interior offense, interior defense, and then Justin Simmons, because I like him a lot.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a very valuable I like the way that you do it. It's a very valuable exercise because there's some of those positions that you do need to address that are not going to be ones that you can address with valuable draft picks in the first, second, third rounds or what have you, like safety. Like you mentioned, running back. If you're going to get to some of those are definitely going to be ones that you want to see about possibly addressing in free agency and adding some depth. So I think that that's a very interesting thing that you did there. All right. Very nicely done. Thank you, Lopez, for taking us through the TJ Maxx. Now we just
being all the impulse buys.
Yeah.
What do you mean impulse? Have you ever been gotten by any of the quote unquote impulse buys at the TJ Maxx?
Yes.
Those things stink, man. I'm sorry.
They have some interest. You know what? I do need a new phone charger. Or whatever.
Oh, you a sucker for buying the TJ Maxx phone charger.
I see how you bought that little land.
You know what I'm saying? That's right. You getting the TJ Maxx charger? That thing is giving you 5 charges max
for the truck. Just put it in there.
I haven't looked through there since I was a doggone kid.
They got those little popcorn makers. I think that's the last one I bought. The little things you put popcorn in.
I haven't seen it.
I got this bridge for sale, man.
Right. Yeah. You buy anything apparently if you buying stuff off the TJ Maxx.
I walk straight through there, man.
100%.
I don't even look.
I look at all of it. I
don't even consider.
And I gotta question this list now. If you're buying the stuff at the TJ Maxx on the line. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we give our lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Ron's got it. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We just did a little mini confession before confessions off air. Wendy's fries, the curly fries with paprika, I'm not a fan. And yet the old Fuddruckers wedge fries with paprika, loved them. Doesn't make sense. Yeah.
We got to do a fry ranking at some point.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. But anywho.
I want fries so bad. Texan, 713-572. But I don't want fast food fries. I want like some really good fries, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just outsourcing my lunchtime hunger right now.
The thing I miss the most about Fuddruckers is those wedge fries with paprika. They used to have the little container on the table, or you can grab it. Big time.
Yeah, I used to love the cheese sauce with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could just hit the button, get the cheese sauce, the hot cheese sauce.
Yeah.
That was good, man.
All right, anywho.
We just made everybody hungry.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I have a new, I know this is going to be something that I just love all year long with the Astros. Because we saw it yesterday. Jose Altuve made a catch, and the pitchers in the bullpen were like one of them was both hands up, yay, you caught it. And fans are like all over social media, Twitter, X, whatever. That's a good catch. I think he made 2 catches yesterday, Jose Altuve.
Did he? I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, I just saw the highlights. This is going to be the best in-game entertainment all year long. The crowd at Daikin, I almost said the wrong one. The crowd at Daikin is going to be going nuts every time Jose Altuve makes a catch, no matter
the easy ones,
no matter how rudimentary it is.
Just seeing that thing.
It's going to be just fun in-game entertainment every time Jose Altuve. This is going to be my thing. I'm just going to love watching the reactions.
Yeah, that's fair. I kind of like that idea of just like enjoying the little things. I don't think we do that enough in life. So like anything that allows us to just enjoy, hey, my team did a thing that they're supposed to do.
But one of the guys in the bullpen, and I don't remember who exactly it was just he ran to his right a little bit, reached out, caught a ball. I mean, it was, like I said, rudimentary. And he put both his hands up like, yes, good catch.
These are my confessions.
I'm supposed to tell you, because I didn't earlier, Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic.
All right.
How about that? How about that?
Salute to the Men's Clinic.
Shout out to the Men's Clinic.
I don't want to know what the drop is on that one.
Oh, wow. We do have to find the drop for that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think Ron got something.
He's got something.
Make a drop.
Oh, man. That's going to be scary. Didn't he talk about... Anyways.
Did he send a pic?
I try not to ask questions that I don't want answers to.
You know what? I might not make a drop.
Yeah,
you
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, just keep it moving.
That's what I'm saying.
My confession here, I got to confess, I actually kind of hate how efficiency-pilled I am. Everything in sports has boiled down to I needed to be efficient, which, I mean, the competitive aspect is necessary. But there's a dichotomy that exists when we're talking about sports, and there's like efficiency and trying to win, and there's having fun. And so much of sports, and maybe it's just sentimentality, but so many sports things, we were having so much more fun when it was less efficient.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to remember what got me there, but I could find various different plays, like baseball. Oh, it was baseball, because somebody was talking about small ball for some reason, and I was like, man, I'm actually very fond of small ball. We were talking about it. But, sometimes just hitting them over isn't like the most effective way of going.
Yeah.
Man, we had so much more fun when dudes on these base pads stealing things.
I totally agree.
More. Or, basketball, obviously.
I get where we are, but I love that stuff.
Football, I feel like when football was like, yo, we got a dude who is just toting the rock.
Yeah.
You just got Earl out here toting the mail.
37 carries.
We were having a blast. We were having so much fun. And now I'm just like, yo, I'm out here like, I need to make sure that's not the most effective. He's only running.
Just have fun.
He's only running for 2.7 yards
just
per carry. So
it.
We can't do that. Now I'm like, no, get a ball to Earl Campbell and just watch him run the football.
Yeah.
And so I hate that about myself because I'm actually there. Like I have it within myself that I'm like, that's not efficient. And I wish I could just turn that off and just enjoy.
You can?
I don't think I can though.
That's I
don't think I can though.
That's a you problem.
I know. That's why it's a confessions.
That's a you problem.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I was scrambling a little bit this morning. So today is the first day I decided to hire a cleaning lady.
Oh, nice.
For the house.
Oh, Weth showing up for Figgy Fig. That's crazy.
Yeah, right.
I didn't know that the social media did all that.
It's doing a little something. But little did I know that it was probably going to be a Hispanic lady that would be the cleaner.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I totally forgot that it was a possibility that she did not know English.
Oh.
So,
you should have called me.
You wasn't here. I wasn't around here to look for you.
Okay.
And it was.
See, look at you. He got indignant. You were like, you weren't even here.
I went around here.
Pick up the phone.
Yeah, I was about to go in there and mega because I needed somebody at that moment because I was on the phone.
While they were doing work? You was gonna put her on air.
I was about to. The light wasn't on, but I was about. Hey, yo, I need your help. I got you on speakerphone. And then I'm like, you know what? Let me. I told her I'm gonna download the Google Translator.
Okay.
And then I'll text you. So we was texting back and forth. What was the funny part is I think she had a Google Translator too.
Okay.
So I'm texting in Spanish. She texted me back in English. So this text thread look kind of wild right now. Just be full paragraph in Spanish, and she got a full paragraph in perfect English. So she actually just texted me back.
So you got it fixed?
Yeah, we all good.
Okay.
I told her because I went to this website and I put on the list all the things I wanted clean.
Yeah.
And so this is where the issue came. She called me and said, what do you want to put in the list? And she told me, she wasn't really good at English, and she apologized. So I'm like, so I need to figure out how to tell her what to clean. And so, we figured it out, and she did her thing, and I think we all good. And we both texted each other and said, hey.
All good.
Yeah, no, I text her, I need to learn Spanish.
Yeah,
and
let's
she
get
text me, I'm sorry, I need to learn English.
Sound like we starting a comedy. It sounds like there's a movie in here somewhere.
Yeah,
something like
that. So salute to her, man.
Yeah.
So,
the interesting thing about when you have a cleaning lady is you got to clean before she gets there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did that
At least
last
do the
night,
laundry
this
or something.
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told her
so she can focus on the good stuff.
I told her don't worry
big
about
stuff.
I told her don't worry about the laundry.
Yeah.
We got that covered. Just mop, wipe, clean the bathroom,
deep cleaning,
all that stuff.
Yeah, deep cleaning.
I'm gonna try to take it personally that you didn't ask me to apply my
you
trade in
could.
Spanish.
Yeah, he's been doing well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
but see, I was in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Because first of all, she was trying to get into the house, and I was trying to give her the passcode, and I don't think she was doing it right. So it kept saying denied. And I could see her in the ring camera frustrated. She kind of threw her hand up a little bit.
So just use those automated locks.
To me.
I know you got automated locks. Come on now.
So I'm like, oh man.
This
so I'm trying to
lying to me, not telling me his real code.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. And then
you had her out there fending with the sheep and stuff.
Yeah,
she was fighting with the sheep out in the streets.
Here. Yeah, hopefully the little homeless guy on the bike didn't ride past or nothing. But
right, all right.
These are my confessions.
I already miss Alex Bregman.
Oh, really?
Already?
I already
that
miss
quick,
Alex.
huh?
So I went. I did.
What did Isaac Paredes do to you?
No, well, it's not that. It's not you. It's me. It's I did one of those rabbit hole things this morning because Alex Bregman said something funny, and I was kind of thinking, I wonder if that can be like some question of the day or what's popping or whatever. He was talking about how he still eats cheeseburgers and donuts, as much as his kids and all this other stuff. But anyway, it led to like this video of him talking about all the things that he's been doing with the Red Sox. By the way, batting .400 with an OPS of .800 right now.
The spring training doesn't count.
Okay, well now I guess if it's good it doesn't. If it's bad it does, or something like that. The other way around.
No, it's not even that. It's if I want it to mean something, it does, and if I don't, it doesn't.
We do this all the time. Preseason in the NBA, NFL, if they have a good preseason. Oh, yep. We doing good. If they didn't, who cares? It's preseason.
Yeah, he's just beating up on dudes that's going to be in Double-A anyways.
My point is, I think the Astros are really, really going to miss him. Like all the things that they're talking about, and I read a story about him too that was written yesterday. The Red Sox, like he went on a road trip with some of the young players and rookies, which
he's already doing
which
the
veteran
thing.
Players never do that. Like he got on a bus and drove to Sarasota with the young players so he could sit next to them and talk with them. And
say, bro, I'm trying not to miss my ex right now.
I know, exactly. That's what it is. Some some he has won over the clubhouse. Some pitchers are talking about, does this sound familiar? Pitchers are talking about, he's helped me with some of the things I'm doing. And I'm like, I already miss Alex Bregman. It's crazy.
I'm going to have to fight someone.
Yeah.
You make me fight someone.
I know.
These are my confessions.
What was the other one that I had? Somebody was like, can Reggie confess that he bought the Xbox? I have not bought the Xbox.
Okay.
Friends. I don't have that in the bag. I gotta confess, I did not have a second one written down.
Well, I got another mini one.
Go ahead.
I sent you guys a picture of it.
These are my confessions.
I don't like the way that starts.
I picked up some Lifesaver gummies and jelly beans yesterday when I went to the grocery store.
You about to be eating like a kid on Halloween, man.
I'm so disappointed in you.
For those who weren't listening yesterday, shame on you, number one, but we understand.
What? That was really aggressive.
Secondly, little explanation, I gave up baked goods for Lent.
Why'd you put that emphasis there?
Baked goods, which, by the way, there were some cookies. I walked right by them.
Where?
In the kitchen right now.
Hey, I didn't see those.
Walked right by them,
Well,
which normally I wouldn't have done that. So I'm buying all the non-baked goods I can, including Lifesaver gummies and jelly beans yesterday. So I got my desserts for the next couple of days.
I feel like you're
man.
It's not a loophole. It's factual.
It's
You're abiding by the letter of
No, it's
you're
not.
abiding by the letter of what you said, but also
Shouldn't you?
I feel like it's not the spirit of what
is
you're
a
supposed to be.
loophole.
I didn't say sweets. I said baked goods, which, as you guys well know and are listening, I am a sucker for pastries, especially Mexican pan dulce, and I gave that up for Lent. Give me credit. I'll be eating my jelly beans.
That's like me saying I'm giving up fried chicken, but air fried chicken.
No, that's still fried.
You ain't say air fried.
Listen, I'm giving up cigarettes, but I'm gonna get this dip going right quick.
That's right.
Have a dip in my mouth.
Let me
at
get
all
a
times.
vape.
Right, exactly.
Get a vape.
It's like I feel like you're defeating the spirit of what's supposed to be happening here, which it feels like it matters a good amount. In this. But what do I know? I'm not
good jelly beans.
I mean, I would hope so. Eating bad jelly beans is wild. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions, again, presented by the Men's Clinic. How about that? Yeah. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets back in action after a day off. In fact, I mentioned earlier they were shooting free throws. What's at stake tonight versus the Pelicans? A lowly team that you're facing off against in a little home and home. But what's at stake? We'll talk about that next.
These are my confessions.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The midtime tonight. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
One thing I'll ask of you, dear listeners, to stop encouraging John Lopez and his foolishness. From the 832, Sam's has Tajín gummy bears, John.
I'm interested.
From the 541, Lopez, what are your thoughts on black jelly beans?
Oh, black and red are my favorite. Yeah.
Don't encourage him.
Dude, this is not.
He out here cheating on the Lord, man.
I am not cheating on the Lord.
You see it?
What did I say? Baked goods. What am I going to do? Give up baked goods.
And then
let me load up on
cheat with all these other sweets.
Let me load up.
Jelly beans, baby. Gummy bears. Gummy lifesavers.
Unbelievable. All right. What's at stake tonight? The Rockets are on the road to face off against the New Orleans Pelicans. They'll have a home and home with them because they'll be back at Toyota Center on Saturday to face off against these Pelicans again. And mind you, these Pelicans, not a good basketball team. This is one now that they've moved on from various talented players. They obviously have dealt with various injuries at times, and they're looking at really just being in a place where they need to retool once again. And that is, they're bottom, I believe, 3 in both offense and defensive rating over the course of the season. Just not a good place. So, just on a basic standpoint, what's at stake is not going to a 4-game losing streak, but then not putting yourself in a place where you have lost to basically every caliber of team in the span of a week, right? You took a loss to the Thunder, but of course you did not have your full complement of players of late. You lose to the Pacers, kind of one of those teams that's a little bit in the middle. Actually, they're a little bit better than the middle, to be fair, right? They're in there as a playoff team in the East, and you would have lost to the Kings very recently. That's almost near 500 in that play-in in the West, and then you would have lost, if you find a way to lose to the New Orleans Pelicans, which God forbid them.
Yeah.
They would have lost to one of the worst teams in the league, a team that literally has the second worst point differential, second only to the lowly Washington Wizards.
Look, I'm not going to say, oh, no. What I am going to say is this Zion has played a little better of late. I think he's which sounds weird to say because, when you say Zion Williamson's name and all of a sudden you think, okay, that guy's bust, but has played better.
He's played. When he plays, he is good. The problem has just been being able to play.
Yeah. So there's that. My main thing is, like, you cannot – this has to be the time when the Rockets make some semblance of return to form. We talked about their schedule. I think it's 6 games. They're pretty much all gimmies, 6 or 7 games that should be gimmies for a team that's playing well. And so, the Pelicans, what's at stake is getting right.
Yes.
Getting right. Forget the score, who does what, but just play the kind of basketball that you've been doing.
Yeah, I think
in the past.
That's one of the things is also getting yourself back into a place. Like I guess one of the things at stake for me is you said getting yourself right with energy and effort, right? Getting yourself back in that place. I was mentioning earlier Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle sent out a video on social media, on Twitter, of the team, going through shoot around and getting themselves knocking down free throws, right? Like those are the things that you should be able to do on any given night. The defense, though, like getting yourself in that energy and that locked-in state, being able to, be on point, on task in particular with the game plan, I think that is going to be a big one, especially when you talk about what's at stake. You were just called out. It was one of those things that you made a big deal about. The head coach of this team, just Tuesday night, 2 nights ago, made it a point to really say some fairly harsh things in the subdued tone that he always does about this team and their willingness to get, draw deep within themselves and get to that place, especially for a team that plays the type of defense that they do that's really energy-based and effort-based. I think especially because you don't have a lot of size. You don't have like a rim protector. So it's a lot of, are you going to lock in? Are you going to, just be the more excited and more locked-in team against a team that's not very good? Like, this is the right you can't end up being outworked at all tonight, I think is really the big thing.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Udoka plays it tonight. That's kind of what I'm looking at the most, actually. He went with the younger lineup, in the first end of the back-to-back this past Monday.
Yeah. Because it was a Monday, Tuesday back-to-back.
And then the veterans, and it was, it turned into back-to-back losses. I'm very interested to see that. I'm very interested to see, the energy and the focus, and it's so simple right now with the Rockets. It really is. And Ime has just been very, very outspoken about the things they're not doing when they're not doing them, and they haven't done it very well consistently at all lately. If they even win and just put up a lax effort, I don't know if he's going to be much happier, because this is the time to get better.
Yeah, I think also what's at stake, staving off the encroaching encroaching wave of teams behind them. We've talked a little bit about how the Suns beat the Clippers last night, but the Golden State Warriors, 3 games, now just 3 games back from the Rockets, and they're on a winning streak. The Warriors are. Now, if I look at their schedule, I know that they have the Brooklyn Nets tonight. So you can almost, not saying that you can absolutely mark that up, but you can almost mark that as another win where you don't want to get even closer to there. And I know that there's still some basketball to be played in this season, and the goal at the stated goal at the start of the season for this Rock, you're getting closer to being in that play-in range if you're not, winning basketball games and give yourself that a nice space. Plus, I think also one of the things at stake, and again, a lot of this has come with a level of negativity from me. I believe them capable, and they should absolutely win against a Pelicans team that is below them, well below them in stature. But you have to be careful to make sure you do that, because I don't know. This is the stretch of time where you have the easier portion of your schedule. Yeah. You don't want to be wasteful in that, especially if you already lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, and just to reiterate for those who weren't listening, you have Pelicans, then the Pelicans on Saturday, as you mentioned, Magic, Suns, Mavericks, Bulls, 76ers. So you've got to make hay here. And by the way, I just looked it up. Damn, his last 7 games, Williamson, 27 points in 28 minutes, 7 rebounds and 6 assists.
Well, that's going to be one of these, is like, if you talk about one of the things that you'd like to watch today, how much better can you get at kind of keeping guys from getting into your interior? This hasn't been a very good team at stopping teams at the rim of late.
Yeah.
That interior defense is going to need to be on point, because Zion, he's a big boy and he has that explosion to get to the rim. Can you slow him down at all? I think that's going to be interesting. Outside of just like the win-loss of it all, because again, you can win this game and still have some of the issues pop up on you. I think that's going to be a fun opportunity.
Aren't you also going to be looking at just how the offense, we talked about it some yesterday, how the offense operates, and if there's any sort of, because he's getting the numbers, we talked about it, some people didn't agree with us, that's fine, but it doesn't seem like it's operating smoothly or in any way that Udoka would want it to with Şengün.
No, I mean there's Ime was thoroughly disgusted, I think, with like the way that the Rockets played on that given night, but it feels like it's a little bit of a trend to make sure that these guys are on task. And I think there's a lot of, again, going back to the efficiency, there's a lot being left on the bone. They're not being maximum efficient. Alperin, I think he holds a lot of this because of being the all-star on this team. He was the one all-star. With that level of recognition comes the responsibility of playing to that level at a consistent basis, and he's been below that of late. I mean, he's shooting less than 50% from the floor right now in this stretch. So, yeah, no, he needs to be better in that case, and absolutely that's going to be a point worth watching, because if you can lower or if you can raise the floor on that offense just a little bit, makes it just that much easier for your defensive for like the defense or the margin rather is what I'm looking for, that the defense needs to meet in order to make this more tenable.
Well, and you mentioned the Pelicans and their struggles, 25th in the league in offensive rating. So you got to get well there too. I mean, it's not just like how the offense operates. The thing that drives Udoka nuts. I mean, he was talking about throwing the ball all over the place, not being engaged. Turning over the ball. But I'm, right now I'm talking about the defensive side. I thought they got worked in some very basic pick and rolls. I think they're obviously a perimeter defense. 25th team offensively.
Well, yeah, and I think that's kind of unique, especially against the Pacers, because they play with a level of energy. They're frenetic and they space you out. And that was tough, especially also when you have Alpert on the floor. Teams know how you're going to attack or how you're going to defend pick and roll, which is in that drop, and they're going to take that space. So, I think that is just a weakness or exposure that you're going to have inherent. But yeah, how do they respond to some of that is going to be interesting. One of the things that I found to be interesting, the Chronicle wrote a piece about this interesting question that it seems like Jabari Smith and by extension of the larger team has, which is, are you going to be a Carhartt guy or a tuxedo guy?
I like that.
Which I found to be
what was the context that he used that?
Well, all right. So it was one of the assistant coaches, and the name eludes me at this moment, so you have to forgive me here. Because I'm also not covering myself in glory. I have about 14 different tabs open that are not helping me get here. But Cam Hodge is one of the assistants for the Rockets. Apparently, dating back to when he had a job in Iowa City or in Iowa at an NAIA school, he literally, in order to pay the bills, also had a job at Winnebago Industries factory, where he literally had to put on Carhartt stuff to go to work.
Yeah.
And like that blue collar mentality is something that clearly runs through Ime Udoka's kind of
I love this, by
for
the
how
way.
he wants his team to operate. And so that goes through. Like, are you going to be a Carhartt guy? Are you going to be a blue collar guy that gets your hands dirty, gets down in the mud, and those types of things? Or are you going to be a tuxedo guy? That thing is very evident. But just how are they going to approach the work at hand? He had that a photo of that taped in his locker, right? But then also
He's a Carhartt guy, isn't he?
He is a Carhartt guy. At least that's the way that he views himself. That's the way that what he aspires to be.
I'm looking at the roster. Let's play this game.
You actually want to do
this? Yeah, because I think it could be revealing. I think Amen is the
easy call on Carhartt guy.
Carhartt guy. Now it gets a little interesting here. Jalen Green.
I think Jalen Green is working to become Carhartt guy.
He's a tuxedo guy. Yeah. Jalen Green's a tuxedo guy.
Yeah, and I want to give him his credit this year. He's found a little more consistency, although as the team has, everybody's kind of become less efficient in this time period. So he's going to also need to bring up some of his play of late because, I mean, you can't, you especially being the guy who is given the ball in moments where you need something difficult. I think one of the things for him, stop taking so many difficult shots. I know that you are the closest guy to difficult shot maker on this team, but that doesn't mean that needs to be a steady diet for you. And maybe you can bring this up, but yeah, just that willingness to go hard. He'll play in the minutes if he has to. Being energetic and engaged on defense, obviously. But yeah, okay, I think that's fair to call him a tuxedo guy. But I will give him his credit.
Sure,
you've seen him track towards being better of a Carhartt
Dylan
guy,
Brooks.
Dylan Brooks, Carhartt guy.
Easy, easy. This is an interesting one. Şengün, Alperen Şengün.
Şengün be putting dudes in the basket sometimes.
I think he's a tuxedo guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have a good answer there.
Maybe working his way there.
I'll lean to you.
Van Vliet.
Fred Van Vliet is.
So you want to limit the number of tuxedo guys you got. Who am I missing here? Cam
Whitmore. He's a tuxedo guy.
He is a tuxedo guy. He really is.
But he gets a bucket though. He'll a walking bucket.
What about Tari?
Tari's a Carhartt guy.
Yeah. Jabari,
I think off the strength of like his rebounding and his willingness to go in there and be kind of the defensive big, I'll give him Carhartt guy.
I think he's a tweener. Reed Shepherd.
Reed literally wears Carhartt.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know if that answers the question in the context, but he literally wears Carhartt. So yeah, he's actually kind of a tuxedo guy though.
Like he looks it, but I think he's more of a Carhartt guy. So I think we got to limit the number of tuxedo guys we got on this squad. I think that's what Ime's saying. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
From the 713, hey bros, have you bought a Carhartt button up lately?
No, they're expensive.
I think the general idea works better than the actual implication or the actual in practice.
Yeah.
Because Carhartt is a pricey brand too. Somebody said Jalen's a Carhartt guy. How many games has he missed due to injury? No, he plays a lot of these games, and I think the notion of the tuxedo guy is not just like being there and being on the court matters. So that's why I wanted to give him that credit.
Yeah.
But there's some times where he can kind of zone out on defense and those types of things, and I think those are the things where he's becoming better, but he still maybe has some room to grow.
Yeah.
With this team. But man, opportunity to get back to the basics against the Pelicans tonight at the Smoothie King Center, and just know. If they shoot 50% from practice, they were working on a shoot around.
Yep.
Everybody was on the line.
Yep.
All right, you're in the loop.
I'm getting some suggestions here that I need to pick up some Swedish fish.
Stop.
Yes, I do.
Stop encouraging his tomfoolery.
Yes, I do.
I'm going to tell Jesus on you. I'm going to go tell him. I'm going to tell him that you out here.
Oh, he see all of this.
Oh, he's seeing it all.
No, but I'm still
He knows
gonna snitch.
I'm right.
I'm going to snitch too.
Oh, he's watching you right now.
He knows I'm
shaking
right.
his head.
He knows I'm
I'm
right.
going to snitch as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he sees, but ooh, you see John? You see him? I'm going to be that kid, 100%. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Thursday. It's a rodeo ticket Thursday, by the way. Some Journey tickets coming up in the next hour. But coming up next, let's get some buy or sell. We'll do that.
In the Loop.
His name is
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I feel like I've been doing this all day, just been talking about the things we were talking about in break.
That's right. Well, we should. Don't keep secrets.
I can't wait. Yeah, a very transparent show, I guess, is what we're trying to cultivate here. I'm excited to watch the broadcast of the Rockets Pelicans tonight on Space City Home Network, also because apparently Craig Ackerman, if you've been watching these, you know Craig's been talking about the possibility of
he didn't. He still hasn't.
Seems like he had been ducking the smoke a little bit, and they actually got him a mechanical bull. He got out there and he quote unquote wrote it. So I'm interested to hear how the fellas talk about it along with Vanessa on the broadcast tonight. That should be fun. And if the Rockets do what they're supposed to, there'll be time to talk. Yeah,
that's right. Got to have some filler.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully the Rockets do what they can, and then the whole back side of the third quarter is just them talking about mechanical bulls. My kind of broadcast. All right. It's a Thursday. We're in the window for Rodeo Ticket Thursday. So keep yourself ready. Stay by that phone. But also, let's do a little buy or sell.
Let's do a little buy or sell. You buying or you selling, guys? Ime Udoka. We'll start with the Rockets head coach. He said of Fred VanVleet's latest injury, quote, "This one's different. Hopefully day to day, game to game. Re-aggravated a different area. Same ankle."
I'm buying it just off of hope. I just wanted to. Watching this offense, I'm buying it off of hope. I heard our guy Show saying that he feels like it's evident that this Rockets team is better when the ball is in Amen's hands, and I'm actually not certain that that's the case. Love Amen and the talent that he has. I'm just not certain that that's the case. It feels like this is best when you have Fred there to kind of orchestrate things, and so just pure hope. Pure hope. I hope that he is right and that this is going to come through where he gets back sooner rather than later, and you can get to stabilizing this offense somewhat.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And
hopium. Take this hopium.
I kind of agree. Well, I don't want to say agree, but I do feel like they may be trying to phase him out a little bit because, we was wondering who was going to start. If Amen was going to go back to the bench and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's saying like you can't put him back on the bench. And you don't want to put Dylan Brooks on the bench, have him coming off the bench. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was kind of like a phasing him out, or maybe
they need him though.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm not buying that, man.
Yeah, I'm selling it as well. It's same ankle sprain. It's ankle. It's all there together. It's all one thing.
I love that analysis. It's ankle.
It's ankle. It's all there. All right. So, ever notice how Jerry Jones is almost always on buy or sell?
Because he be talking. Y'all, look, you know this, but I know this very uniquely.
Yes.
He just be talking, just be saying stuff. And it feels like it's gotten worse. Like it's.
Yeah.
All right, I got to be careful with the way that I do this because I don't want to say things that are like out of pocket.
As he's gotten older?
As he's gotten older, there feels to be like some level of degeneration in some of these things.
Yeah, they'll say anything.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And so that's so it's even worse.
Well, he said this, that the Dallas Cowboys are, quote, not looking at free agency to fill voids.
Oh, I buy that. In fact,
where would they? How could they not be?
Thanks for saying the quiet part out loud, dog. Like they've been basically doing that for a while, where their fan base is sitting there watching to see if they're going to make any moves, and they just be sitting there the first day of free agency. See how NFL
like nah,
and they just don't do nothing.
We're not doing nothing.
They be out there on spring break with their kids and grandkids rather than actually being attentive in free agency while the rest of the league is trying to make their teams better.
Yeah.
So I'm just glad he at least said it. But yeah, he just be talking.
I'm kind of buying it a little bit, man. I feel like, and I don't know Jerry personally, obviously, but I feel like he's looking at this like, oh, our quarterback was hurt, and we did okay without our starting quarterback.
Golly.
So let's run it back because he'll be healthy.
I guess I gotta buy it, even though I think it's silly.
Oh, that's of course it's silly.
It's totally like. The Eagles went into free agency so hard last year. How'd that end up?
Well, the Eagles.
I'm just saying, like, you go into free agency to make yourself a lot better. Eagles won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Sure, but I think we have to be careful to make sure that we're positioning that not just that they went and bought the free agents and then won. They had a foundation that they were buying
Ask
into.
Jerry Jones. He says they got a foundation.
He can say again. Jerry be talking. You go look at that roster and tell me where the foundation is.
Yeah, no, you have some teams that even if they do win, they still try to get better.
Yes.
And, they not settling. Then you have some teams that make excuses like, oh, all our players were hurt, but we're going to bring everybody back because, if they wasn't hurt, then we'd be okay.
They still trying to see if they're actually going to pay Micah Parsons, who is the easy dude on the roster for you to go, yeah, we'll bring that guy back.
Yeah, I guess I'm buying it. Hey, how about Texans president Mike Tomlin with his Tomlin's first appearance? Quote, "Our priority is renovation and will continue to be renovation regarding NRG Stadium and versus getting a new stadium."
I mean, he said that on Monday, right? Mm-hmm. And at the time, I buy it. I buy that the priority is renovation because I think also one of the things that we talked about with B. Scott on Tuesday that rings true, the unique circumstance of the agreement to maintain NRG Stadium and how that falls squarely on the county rather than having the primary tenants doing that. That is something where they just want the renovations to begin with. Like, they have not been able to have those. But that openness to a new building, I understand that that's probably the undercurrent of this buy or sell. That is absolutely there. But I do believe that they very much would like, actually, I say all that and I remember that they brought in Tolman because of his unique experience.
I'm kind of buying it too because I do think their first option is see if we can renovate this. Hey, do whatever you can to see if it makes sense if we can renovate this. If not, let's move to the next situation. So I do think they're probably going in right now seeing the options for renovation. That's probably the first option. I don't know if it's a great first option, but that's the first option. And they're going to see whatever they can do if they could renovate it. If not, let's move to plan B.
I'm selling.
Yeah. That's fair.
And by the way, not that they're not going to look into it and do their due diligence. He said they already are. But like as you mentioned, and by the way, is this a coinkydink? Mayor Whitmire and Houston First Corporation about an hour ago unveiled plans to transform the east side of downtown into a walkable convention and entertainment district with a 700,000 square foot expansion of the George R. Brown and a pedestrian plaza that provides access to the Toyota Center. Seems like there might be one thing missing from that beautiful new renovation.
Okay, so you just putting
on the east side.
You putting a new stadium in Edo, huh?
Your words, man. I didn't say anything.
All right. But I do think that move is beneficial for the area in general. And we've seen that kind of turn for the downtown area all the way through. Like we've seen that be the general push. I see what you're doing there. I see you.
I love this one. Dwayne Wade, we're familiar with his work. LeBron James, we're familiar with his work. Dwayne Wade said...
Are you talking about Space Jam?
No. Okay. Maybe. We are familiar with that. He said he knew exactly the moment when LeBron James was going to leave Miami.
This was the first moment where I had an inkling that LeBron may not be back. One thing you don't do is with LeBron cookies. No. This is serious. Like, he loves chocolate chip cookies. Like, chocolate chip cookies and ice cream he loves, right? And so when he gets on the plane, Bron walks on the plane with a bag of food. One bag is all cookies, and other bags are what his chef has prepared for him to eat, because he eats a certain way. He don't eat what's on the plane. Yeah. But he have his cookies. So we get on the plane. We play cards, and then at some point, Bron gonna be like, "Hey, bring me those cookies." And there's one day, he was like, "Hey, where my cookies at?" And they had to come up there and whisper in his ear and tell him there were no more cookies on the plane. Yeah. That motherfucker sat back. He pushed that cards back. He sat there quiet, doing his head like this. I was looking, I'm like...
He gone.
He ain't play cards no more. He sat there like this.
That's probably good. Don't mess with LeBron's cookies. And so he says that Pat Riley... taking LeBron's bag of cookies was the first sign that he knew LeBron was not going to be back in Miami. I'll start. I am buying it. 100% I'm buying. He might have had some thoughts, had some options, of course, always. But don't take my cookies, man.
I actually buy this. Up until I got to the point where it's like, okay, this was like a organizational kind of move where they were trying to kind of impart that power. I thought it was like, yo, we ran out of cookies and he got mad. I was mishearing the story. Yeah, and when Pat Riley's trying to, like, you know, do that chess thing where you have to give Pat Riley a lot of credit because that's one of the reasons that the Heat are the way that they are. But yeah, man, and we all know, like, I think that sometimes it could be overstated, the nature in which LeBron James, executes and is able to leverage the power that he has as being one of, if not the best players in the world. Yeah. But yeah, in this instance, I do think that's part of it.
And this seemed like a small. I'm buying it, by the way. But this seemed like a small thing. But to me, this show, it seemed like Pat Riley. Everybody here is the same. Ain't nobody getting no special treatment around here.
And LeBron says, "No, we're not. No, we're not all the same."
So it might be a small thing, but that might be one of the things that's like, all right, I ain't getting my way here.
Yeah.
So
I totally buy it.
A small sign of the larger power struggle.
Yeah. It was sort of the tipping point. All right, I got a couple more here for you. You buying or selling? No, nobody really knows Jordan Westberg. He's an infielder for the Baltimore Orioles, but I love stories like this.
I have heard of him.
Yeah, well, you would have.
I used to play with the Orioles on MLB The Show.
Okay.
Which brings me back to wanting to buy a game system. My bad. Okay, you're saying?
So these are the stories I love in spring training. So he's hurt. He has a hurt back. He's going to miss some time, and I believe they're going to do an MRI. His reason for hurting his back, he said he hurt his back because the mattress at the Airbnb is too soft. You buying it?
I'll buy it. He is right in that range of, like, player where the accommodations is just the accommodations you get.
But a soft mattress?
Yeah.
Some people sleep on a harder mattress.
He said he did. But yeah, by the way, he said he did.
Some people like a more firm mattress than a soft mattress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of in between because it can't be too soft, and it also can't be a hard ass.
All right, what's your sleep number? You out here setting.
I have no idea, but yeah, man, I'm kind of buying that.
I'm not. I don't mean to be. I mean, I bought some of these, but the last two, I'm just like, nah.
When we went to New Orleans,
I slept on a soft mattress. I didn't need an MRI on my back.
You weren't on your.
Well, I mean,
you felt the difference.
Yeah, I could feel.
How much more so if you were?
I commented that it wasn't the same as my mattress at home, but hey, I showed up and played, baby.
Yeah, shout out to Rob. Shout out to Rob on the YouTube. Again, appreciation of Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
100%. He said he's buying that. They said he's had 2 back surgeries and soft mattresses ruined him for days.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, when you actually using your body to do your work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I guess I'm just conditioned all these weird spring training injuries, like falling off of who was it? Was it Jeff Kent fell off of a treadmill when he really didn't, and somebody, I forget, it was, anyway, all these weird injuries that they say, it was such and such. I guess I'm conditioned like, that's not really what happened. One more. Adam Spillane makes an appearance in Buy or Sell.
Oh, man.
Adam Spillane said, starting Cam Smith in the minor leagues does not have anything to do with the Astros not wanting to start the clock on his big league service.
I feel like
you were standing right next to me. He said maybe if he continues to hit like this, that by the end of the spring he'll be more on my side, because I said it's about the clock, and he said absolutely not.
Yeah, I can't buy it as situated. There is part of it where that is absolutely what we're talking about, trying to get the fullness of that 6 years of control. But I feel like
nothing
the spirit,
to do.
I feel like you're really harping on one time where he said you conceded that the majority of the reason why is not nearly affected by the service time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you are absolutely going to posit it as absolutely nothing to do, I can't buy that. I just can't.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Yeah, I'm not buying it either. I'm not buying it either.
There's a lot of people that with bad backs and bad mattresses.
I guess.
Hey, we got somebody to help the people with the mattresses on the station. I don't even remember.
Oh, that's it. Moises Alou said he hurt his back sneezing.
Hold on.
That was the other one.
Sometimes you be having a bad sneeze.
I actually believe that one more than the soft mattress, but go ahead.
Really?
I'll lean on our listeners. Some have had that same experience.
Yeah, the listeners are coming to Jordan Westberg's defense. Say, you're not no $1 million ball player, Lopez. You out here eating jelly beans.
I mean, yes.
All right. That's a little buy or sell on this Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And bleep it. Why not? Right now. 4 tickets to see Journey on March 14th are up for grabs. All you got to do is be caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. See, I hope you were listening and paying attention. Caller number 9 right now wins the 4-pack of tickets to see Journey play this, I imagine, about 5 times. I don't think that that's actually on the, but I imagine that's how I would have it. Just play this 5 times, and then we can do what else we're doing here. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is typically where we hand it over to Figgy for the mixtape. What you got for it?
Yeah, man. It's official, man. A TV show that we all grew up watching on ESPN. Got its official date, last date. I got a couple questions about that show. A little work for work could get you fired.
We talking about twerking? All right, we'll do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest thing about Stingley is he'd be the last guy out.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. And one of our favorite shows on ESPN is officially going away May 23rd.
Yeah.
Around the Horn. Around the Horn, one of my favorite shows. I felt like Around the Horn PTI was probably the best television history, man. Like, there's no way you would sit there, watch Around the Horn, and then not stay for PTI. To me, I feel like that hour, that 5 o'clock hour or 4 o'clock here, Central, on ESPN was legendary, man. And
I mean, it was appointment stuff for about a 10-year run there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And important television helped launch a lot of careers around the horn. Also, there at ESPN, a really good show that also, I think, when in a space, especially that we've gotten to now, where the debate is all like, hey, it's all the sports debate. I think they did it in a way that like was fun and not as nasty as some of these places can end up.
I thought so it's official now.
Yeah.
So May 23rd, I'll probably watch it. I really don't watch it. I really don't watch it as much now, but I'll be tapped in on that day. But I do have a few questions about this show, man.
Okay.
That I never really understood. So the first one is, can somebody explain how the hell the point system works?
You got me. It like clicks up and then it's 1 or 3 or whatever.
Yeah, sometimes he be going crazy. Blink, blink, blink.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I understand when you say something dumb or wrong and then you get muted.
Right.
But I never understood how Tony Reali runs this point
I'm
system.
not sure he does.
You know what it is? To borrow from the common parlance, vibes, bro. It's just points us off of vibes. He's like, hey, man, it sound like you cooking.
Yeah, so I'm just going to keep hitting this
because
button.
sometimes it be some people that make some really good points. I'm like, dang, sometimes somebody make like a funny joke and then blink, 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 blink. I'm like he ain't say nothing.
Yeah.
Before we go on the end of Around the Horn, we need to add the review. Hey, no, Tony, you got to look at that one. That joke was good. I need some more points off that one. Go to the monitors.
Yeah. Somebody need to call Tony out. They'll probably get muted and kicked off for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
My second question is, do you think in the future they can revamp this show somehow, or maybe somebody else or another company take on this? Because I always thought this was a unique, I guess, way of doing a debate.
Well, because they're remote. You know, a lot of times, the guests. I think more people are leaning toward kind of what FS1 is doing. You know, in studio, just have people there, but same premise. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but there's also like ESPN.
Well, there's the mini-kimes thing. And,
COVID has definitely kind of shifted because the TV landscape. You know, they had to find. I mean, previously it was all you had to, people flew to get in the studio, and now they found the functionality to do a lot more remote. We'll see more of these shows that end up very mixed, where you have certain people in some places. I don't know. This show in particular, I feel like it's been on long enough that we've seen other shows kind of adapt some of the premises and stuff. So I don't know that it'll be like fully revamped, but see, I'm sure you'll see the spirit of it.
It's going to be copied.
But see, even this style, like, because in my perfect world, what I always wanted to create was like a hip hop version of Around the Horn. Or just entertainment version where you got somebody running the panel, and then you go to this person, all that stuff, you can mute and all that. I always thought that was like a cool way of just debating sports and kind of giving you and it's not taking a long time to say something, because that's my issue. Like, people be having long ass monologue.
Yeah, I like to move quickly.
I like to move quick, jump in there and all that stuff. You just got to get in, get some one-liners and make a good point. I like the fast pace of it, and I feel like we don't really see that fast pace of it. It's just like a lot of hot takes, take a long time to get where you going and all that type of stuff.
How many years was it around the
I think it's 20-something?
2002? 2005?
Yeah, 23, something like that. Eric Rydholm, one of the creators of the show, or I guess the executive producer at the very least, He does a fantastic job of creating. He was part of, if memory serves me right, part of creating PTI, Dan Le Batard show, like a lot of some of those ones. So I think he's already been tapped to kind of help create a new one. And that's the one thing I will say is, at the very least, that show existed for a long time. Maybe you could say it had its run. I believe strongly in their ability to kind of find something else that has some level of pertinence and strength in the modern era.
Yeah, and this is my last question. I'm gonna put y'all on the spot. I want y'all to give me your dream around the horn lineup.
Okay,
I have mine right.
Let me
here.
hear yours first.
So mine is Michael Holley, Woody Page, Jay Mariotti, and this one I'm kind of flipping between these two. Tim Cowlishaw and Michael Smith.
I like your lineup. Absolutely Woody Page. I thought he was legendary.
Yeah.
And to me, the one he kind of surprised me because I know him a little bit and I knew him better then. How good he was on this show.
Adonde?
Bob Ryan.
Bob Ryan.
Bob Ryan was.
Bob Ryan.
He was so good. And when you talk to him and you know him, he's kind of he was opinionated. Obviously, he's a columnist or was, but
he was like that old school
kind of low key.
Now was he a TV person to you? Like seeing them in person?
I knew him as a writer, and then he started doing that Sunday morning thing, the
sports reporters.
Reporters. So I'm going to say Woody Page, Bob Ryan. I'm kind of with you, even though the story went weird. Jay Mariotti was really good.
He was really
he
good.
was really, really good. And then I got to get my guy, either Kevin Blackstone or J.A. I'm going to say Blackstone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are good ones. Like I'm writing down to just try and remind myself of the many folks. And I'm not even getting to any like the new school where, I mean, you got the likes of like Pablo Torre. And that's when I say new school, even he is kind of
Bomani.
Bomani Jones
was excellent.
Nina Kimes really found her voice on TV on that. But yeah, it feels like you definitely got to have Woody Page. I would likely have Michael Smith on there. I was very fond of Jackie McMullen.
I like Jackie McMullen.
She was good too.
But I feel like I don't want to have a woman spot, but I'm kind of doing that, so apologies.
Better than mine.
Nina Kimes, I'll put on there. And then just because I absolutely love him as a dude, I'm going to put Bob Ryan on there.
I love Bob Ryan. He was really good.
Possible to just get down to four, man.
Yeah.
There's been so many. They've had so many great people on there. And then they've even still filtered in a lot of new, younger folks that I haven't even gotten an appreciation for just because I haven't watched it nearly as much. Maybe it's my fault that they're taking this thing off the air. But yeah, a really fantastic show, at least in my estimation. I know it's not for everybody. Toby on the YouTube said he hated it, but I've always had a fun.
I like it.
Yeah, it was a good hour, man. Good hour at ESPN, and then leading into the old school Sports Center, where you was actually looking forward to Sports Center to catch you up on sports and all that stuff. You didn't have everything on your phone, so you was looking for highlights and all that stuff. But salute to Around the Horn, man. I'm gonna be tapped in May 23rd.
It should be.
Twerking flight attendant who was fired by Alaska Airlines.
Oh, man.
She made a lot. I mean, she made the rounds all over social media.
Oh, yeah. She's making the rounds.
Well, come on now. That's my line.
So
role reversal here.
Yeah. So it's a
I don't
lady.
know what that makes me.
That's right.
So it's a lady by the name of Nelly Diala. And
Spell that one more time for me.
Diala, Nelly, Nellie Diala. And she said she was just twerking because she was so proud of herself for, making the, I guess the airline had like a probation period.
Yeah, becoming full-time or whatever.
Yeah, which was like 6 months. So here's the story on her, I guess, doing the twerking video that went viral and her eventually getting fired.
She's the flight of her dream job. I didn't think that, being so happy can turn into something like this.
Nell Diala was having a great time dancing and twerking in the aisle on an empty plane before an early morning flight.
No, I decided to just take advantage of the moment to wake myself up and kind of get myself hyped up for my day, basically.
She posted the video on TikTok along with the caption, "What's wrong with a little twerk before work?" But after the video went viral, she says Alaska Airlines fired her.
They just said that I broke their social media policy.
She says she was twerking to celebrate the end of her probationary period.
And I was really proud of myself that I came so far. I just didn't think that my video and my post and the way I was dancing would be deemed as inappropriate. And for them to terminate me without giving me a chance, it just was unfair.
So what's your thoughts on that, man?
It was unfair.
Unfair for her to get fired?
Yes.
They being some haters. That's my thought.
Yes. It was in an empty plane. She just accomplished that, as you heard. You can't go anywhere without seeing something like that. I think this is just Alaska Airlines being whatever you want to call it, just too
hater.
Much of a hater.
That's what
my first thought was I want to see these rules. What did this rule book say?
Yeah, well, their social media guideline or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, unless it says something you can't post on your personal social media.
It says you can't.
No one say that.
Yes,
I imagine that it's like some level of generic, like being inappropriate. Because I've seen plenty of flight attendants, kind of post on social media. There's kind of I don't know if this might be overstating it, like a cottage industry of kind of like flight attendants doing
whatever funny stuff.
Yeah, whatever, or just like, hey, this is a day in the life, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this very much just feels like the word inappropriate is going to be big here, and then at that point I go, hey, what are we doing here? Because she was fully clad in her uniform.
Yes.
And I don't know. Do we want to view a little shaking of the posterior as the thing that is necessary to fire someone over? I personally will, and I know that my personal disposition and my view on this is going to lean towards that, but I think that's a little harsh. Man.
It's a lot harsh. I'm with you on that, and it also has all the markings of a number of people saying, "Hey, my kids saw that, contacted Alaska Airlines," and they're like, "Well, we got to do something." I mean, just too thin-skinned, hater, as you said. It was just dumb.
Yeah. Now to play devil advocate a little bit. I feel like she could have did something else to celebrate her being there for 6 months and be.
It was clearly spur of the moment, though.
Yeah. I just feel like I do think it's other ways you probably could have said, "Yay, I made it." Do a little goofy little dance or something like that.
Well, I mean, I think there are.
Yeah, but I maybe would have called her to the office like, "Yo, you gotta chill that out."
Yeah,
but I wouldn't fire her.
No, it was dumb.
I also think what's worth noting is when we say twerk, we got to be careful with what we do because there are different type of twerk videos.
Yeah, there are.
And it seems like when you say a goofy dance, whatever, it very much to me, from what I see, is
goofy
like
twerk.
Is not even like, it's just like, hey, she was doing like kind of almost TikTok dances, for lack of a better term. I don't know if I have a better term. And then at one point she turns around, she throws something back a little bit. Right? And so it feels like, I think also the gradation, if you can have the gradation of cheek throwing, right? Like I feel like
how much is too much?
We are now fully into the we are really getting into that Key and Peele sketch with the number of pumps in the NFL.
On the celebration.
Where it's like, yo, you can celebrate, but if you pump too many times, you're out of here. And that's what it feels like.
That's exactly what it is.
Feels like we are. But
so where was she in your opinion?
Oh, no, she was well on the
she was on the good side?
She kept it classy.
Yeah, good.
832 in agreement with me. I know that you seem to have done what I did, which is gone on your phone and searched out the evidence of such things. But yeah, I thought she kept it relatively classy. It feels like an over exaggeration, or maybe not like exaggeration in the right word, but it feels like they reacted too much.
They were reactionary.
And the real thing that brings me to that overreaction point is not simply like the video itself, but I don't know that the PR is worthwhile.
Yeah. To me, that's something I would have just took her all to the side and say, "Look, like I understand, you happy, congratulations, but hey, just kind of
put a little
post, especially when it comes to our airline." So I wouldn't have fired her for it.
From the 281, probably not supposed to post in your uniform and in their equipment.
But they do.
Maybe, but I feel like, and look, it might be.
See, that's why I want.
They do post in
and
their
see, that's why I want to see I want to see what the rules say. I want to see what they felt like was like. What's the social media rules? Can they post anything, or if they can't post anything at all in their uniforms, then I guess technically by the rules they they should have fired her.
Now, for me, I'm assuming here, so I'm going to make that clear. I'm assuming that she had already been filming social media content in her uniform.
I'm sure that wasn't her first time.
Right. No. So I'm assuming that was not the violation, but I don't know that. I don't know if Alaska Airlines in particular.
A lot of people in uniform.
Right, but different airlines do retain the right to have different social media policies. I don't know that for certain, and that's why I was kind of trying to keep that. But yeah, and it does feel like hateration because I am very pro shaking that keister.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Now she did raise $3,000 in 2 months on GoFundMe.
Okay.
Insisting she was was wrongfully fired.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that's Alaska Airlines. What airline you think gonna come through and pick her up? You think Delta's coming through?
Spirit. Of course, Spirit. Man.
Spirit's like, you can shake anything you want on this flight.
Ashley, make that skirt a little shorter.
Spirit's like, we could charge for that. Would you like the twerking airline service? That's an extra $50 on your ticket.
Plane.
Hey, Nell, go get it.
She can get on Soul Plane.
That's crazy. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, we'll go ahead and see what the fellas.
All right, trees and ability.
and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Hope you've enjoyed rocking with us on this Rodeo Ticket Thursday. And hey, you hear Journey. I hope that you've been paying attention. You've been rocking with us. Surprise. You got an extra one. Caller number 4 right now. Or caller number, why not? 4 right now. Get your 4-pack of tickets.
Honor of Deshaun Watson getting his contract.
What are you doing? What is that? Why would you do that?
Why are you breaking up that man?
Right now, 713-572-4610.
He shouldn't even be in the same sentence.
Not even at all, bro. That has nothing to do with it.
The guy got extra money again, as if he needed more.
Hey, bring up.
No, Deshaun didn't give him extra money.
Well, for doing nothing, he got it quicker.
Actually, I'm not even certain if that's the case. He might still get the same payout. Like that's one of the
things. No,
things.
They got the same payout, but then they gave him
changed it to bonus. Yeah, that's more cap accounting. I think that's more cap accounting.
All of that is guaranteed anyway.
Yeah, I think that's just accounting. I think it's just when does it
for
show
doing
up
nothing
on salary cap. I don't know that he's actually getting more money or quicker or what have you.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just brought him up out of nowhere unnecessarily. There's times where you can bring him up. I just don't think that you need to.
Do that. Bring up the number 4 that's current on the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Bring up Kamari.
Yeah.
Who, I know, what was it, earlier this week? There was video of him already kind of getting in work out there. I'm excited to see him back on the field as soon as we can. Another person who you will absolutely, or likely to see back on the field, I guess before you go through training camp, you can make the assumptions on certain people. And Kurt Hinish has been signed by the Texans to a 1-year deal with the maximum value of $2.35 million, base value of $1.8 million. So, at the very least, that depth that he brings, the certainty that he has, like the veteran status that Kurt Hinish is, will remain in that defensive line room. So that's cool. I thought Kurt was solid. Kurt was fine. He came in. He played his role. He was not a detriment by any means in that rotation that DeMeco Ryans likes on that defensive line. And so I'm cool with having Kurt back. How about you?
I frankly don't even know, how much of the rotation he's going to end up being ultimately. But for now, they gave him a contract.
Right. That's still a place where there's a lot of attention. Clearly, that's one of the places where you likely to maybe get a drafted player in there. Free agency, we were just talking about the likes of B.J. Hill. We've talked about like the possibility of a return of Sheldon Rankins. Talk less of any other players that are out there that could be in that space. But, this is one of those things that you handle, right? You kind of do some free agents to paper over those places before you go into the draft. So there you go. Kerr-Heinz returns for your Houston Texans. We were talking about a little bit earlier the Devontae Adams thing. More and more people kind of weighing in. DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
They're available in this space. DK Metcalf, there's more and more people that are kind of looking at this like, nah, I'm not there. I saw that Lindsay Rose of Sumer Sports, she said that the trade comp tool at Sumer Sports has them thinking that it's closer to a third-round pick as compensation. Wasn't a trade comp that she said felt perfect. Demaryius Thomas to the Texans in 2018 with a fourth-round pick for a 30-year-old Demaryius Thompson at that time. And then the other comp that she was able to put up was Brandon Marshall to the Bears in 2012 for 2 third-round picks, but he had 2 years on his deal. So that's already somebody kind of speaking to something that we were talking about earlier where, yes, it's been reported by Diana Rossini, a very, very good reporter in the space, that the Seahawks are probably going to ask for a first and a third. But the idea of what is actually going to ultimately be the compensation, if you could find a comp, which it doesn't seem like there's been a good one there, they're putting that as a possible third-rounder?
That's what I said. When we were talking about it at 10, I was like, okay, now we can talk. If you want to do just a third-round pick, then you can start talking about some of the salary you're going to get, you're going to do for him, et cetera. First and third just is not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Just not going to happen. That's an awful lot.
Yes, and again, 929, you come back to what is going to be the stumbling block for me personally, being stingy, being Scrooge McDuck on this money thing, which is a third-round pick, but also a third of your salary, and not quite actually a third of your payroll. But he is talking, and this is the ask up front. And we all know with the negotiations, you start high, and you find a level of compromise. But it seems like he's going to want an average annual value of $30 million.
Yeah,
and that's a lot to ask for a team that already has a lot of and will have a lot of money tied up in some admittedly very good players that are going to be foundational. I just don't know that that's the smartest decision for this Texans team.
Would you, if you had to either or on this, and they could swing DK, but sort of fall short in other areas, and obviously they'll fill their roster. I'm not saying like in terms of like other free agent areas, or like the Christian Kirk and a Lockett, and be able to get a defensive tackle or be able to get a running back or whatever. Which side would you fall on?
I mean, I think
you're 2 for 1, or you want DK?
No, I'm 2 for 1. And I still understand. Appreciate the idea of having a good amount of talent for C.J. Stroud to play with, right? But I think that that's something that you can find in various different places without having to go to that space. Hell, I mean, you even still can get a name and somebody who produced at a decent level last year, I imagine, in a better space with a trade when you talk about Cooper Kupp. I'm more open to the idea of Cooper Kupp than DK Metcalf, which I know sounds insane, but I am deathly afraid of that double pay, and I really am cognizant of the fact that, and look, there's going to be times that as the Texans get closer and closer to competition where it's time to run up the charges on the credit card. It feels like that is almost the way that you have to play
It's where they're
this.
going.
But I don't know that I'm ready to quite get there, especially when it comes to
crazy to have DK and Nico on the same team, both big too. That's the other thing. Like,
well, ain't nothing wrong with having more big players. I don't think anybody's going to complain about such
and all that. And how the hell you going to guard them?
Yeah,
and they both fast.
It's both super fast, both big. Strong.
That was one of the things I thought about
on the ball
when we were all in our Awuga moment when we first just saw it. I was like, can you imagine? Especially after a year where C.J. Stroud had to put the governor on himself.
Yeah.
We know CJ like trying to uncork it downfield. If you just got Nico and DK running 4 verts, obviously like proverbially, I don't think they're actually just going to get out here and just run 4 verts.
You never know.
But I like the idea. Hey, just lay down there somewhere, check it up there, let them run and beat the people downfield. Like that is fun to think about, but I just don't know that that's as realistic. I think I'm sticking with some of the other guys that we're looking at. You could sell me on a lot of other guys in a space that's a lot more comfortable. And
on the other hand,
I imagine for cheaper. Although one of the things that we're continually seeing, we mentioned Tutu Atwell re-signed with the Rams. He signed for 1 year, $10 million. I think the Spotrac evaluation or projection was 1 for $4. We saw that Zach Bond yesterday, or was it yesterday? 2 days ago, in fact. One of those things. Re-signed with the Eagles at a valuation that was significantly higher than what the kind of the projections were. I might need to be careful about utilizing these projections as, we'll slot that in as how much that player is going to cost.
That's kind of a starting point.
Yeah.
On the other hand, third-round pick makes me feel a little bit of it's a third-rounder.
I don't know what's happening. Are we gonna have like a 6'10" combine? It feels like Ron is over here working on his explosion.
Shuttle.
He just came in the door with a little bit of burst.
Don't bring up combines. I've been a part of one of these before.
Now I have to bring it up.
I've been a part of 2.
Have you?
Yeah, Sports Radio 610 combine.
How'd you fare?
The first one pretty good in all the physical stuff. The second one, I think I had some hammy issues, but my claim to fame, I actually won the what's the test called?
Which one?
The old one,
the Wonderlic.
Wonderlic. I also got.
You won the antiquated test.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
That was my claim to fame.
All right. Excellent.
Yeah.
I don't know. I definitely was watching the. I don't remember which one was. Bleacher Report on social media put out a video of some of the media folks that had been at the combine out here running, and it's always a fun reminder that, hey man, these dudes that we're watching are freak athletes. But no, Show out here, he looked like he's getting a little bit of burst around these parts. He's out here moving, shaking.
Got that first step.
He does have that first step.
Always had that first step. My 10 was good.
It's the second through 99.
So yeah, the 10-second split, the 10-yard split is nice.
7 through the rest.
7 through the rest.
My first 6, though. Telling you,
money.
My first 6.
So I need to hear about it because clearly there's a story here, and I love it when there's a story. I like to hear about it. What's the combine story for you, Ron?
So my previous station, they wanted to do this thing. Hey, let's do the combine. And it was, they really wanted to embarrass us, so they videoed us and everything. And every time I ran, I don't know if you remember the old linebacker who played for the Eagles and the Chiefs, Sean Barber.
Oh yeah,
Sean Barber's an ass. Every time there was any kind of running, he would then jump in to race me.
Just to make you look bad.
So the shuttle, he's nowhere to be found. Yeah. And so we run to 40, and it's my turn to get to 40. Obviously, that's not going to be my strongest one. But he just gets in there and just embarrasses the hell out of me. And 20 yards in, it wasn't like at first I was thinking, all right, man, this may be helpful to me. I'm chasing something.
Yeah.
But it was really just discouraging.
Yeah.
After about 20 yards.
Yeah.
I had that moment. Go ahead.
And he's standing. He turns around and stands.
Good job, son. Good job.
I can't believe the Ron Hughley I know let that happen.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
What the hell was I going to do?
I would have bet $1,000 that you'd have came off the line diagonally and hit it.
I didn't know that was the kind of business.
He didn't turn around and
shoot. He did, and I should have known. He had that grin when we went up.
Yeah.
Nobody else had a running partner.
Yeah.
He just got up in the lane next to me and just took off. And then I get up to do the shuttle. He was behind me, and he's doing the shuttle. I was hot.
I had a similar moment. I thought it was by chance. I'm pretty sure it was by chance. We didn't do bench press, but we did push-ups with those little handle things.
Okay.
Which are harder. And I was 50-something, and I was like, man, I'm kicking butt. I think I did 18, 19 in the time allotted. Ted Johnson's next to me, busted out 48.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on,
that'll hurt your pride.
I'm like, come on, man. Ted Johnson, who's a musclehead anyway.
Yeah, I'm good if you ain't trying to. No, Sean tried to make me look bad, and he succeeded. I was going to do that by myself. Succeeded.
Clint, what's the combine drill workout that you still got in your bag? I feel like you got at least one in you.
Throwing.
I mean, I can throw. I can still spin it.
Okay.
A couple of years ago, I could really still spin it for my age because I was training kids, and so I was throwing all the time. So it was coming off my hand better than it ever had, to be honest with you. But I mean, the bench, I could still.
Oh yeah, you
I'm
still do
stronger
that
today
yeah.
than I was then.
How many are we getting
about
up?
10 reps.
10?
I
10 to 225?
No, hell no. I said by 10.
Oh, okay.
I mean, 225. I can give you. I'd say 23 right now.
Okay. Woo. I like that.
23.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, we about to combine it up.
I can see it in your face. I can see it in your face.
Yeah. This is the first time this has been able to go this way.
I would guess
23.
I'm guessing.
Clint, there's some D linemen that didn't get 23.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware.
Ooh, I know.
I like this.
If you had.
Lifetime membership. We got a lifetime membership. We need to be over there.
I will tell you. Let's 17, and I'll let you go right
meet me in the middle. I'll straight up over under at 20. 17 is without a doubt. I'll bet you a house note right now. 17.
Oh, we're making this happen.
I mean, I can 17 right in the hallway whenever you want to get somebody to set it up.
I still got it.
17 is not a problem.
Do it.
20, huh? You got 20.
20 would be. I think 20 is probably a good over/under.
Chris, can you find some of the reps that we got from offense and defensive linemen? Because I like 20. I know 23. I heard somebody didn't get to 23 as a defensive lineman. All right, man. Listen. Nobody believes in you more than
our work here is done.
Than me.
John,
when you heard him say 23 first,
I thought it was high. I'm just gonna be honest.
Did you feel like it was high? Felt like it was aggressive.
I know he lifts all the time.
I will agree it's a little aggressive. I would say if I were going to bet something, I'd put the line at 20. 20 would be a good number.
Yeah.
And I would bet a lot of money that I
get 17.
Huh?
You can fight to get to 21.
Yes. I feel confident I can do more than 20. 23 maybe a little strong for you, boy.
That would jump to 23. I didn't say 24. You do not think that is too
Why
much?
not a cool 25? You know what I mean? Let's just get.
I feel like I can get to 20 fairly without pausing. I think the last two would be 2 or 3 would be a little bit of a struggle for me.
I'm very glad.
Oh, that's impressive.
I wasn't even trying to instigate.
Even
in
17 would be.
I'll tell you right now. I do every day. I work out.
23.
I do right now. I work out and it's cake. It's 3 sets of 15 at 195.
Okay.
And you bang out
and it's cake. And it's just because I don't have my weight set. I don't have another 45. When I bought my weight set, I have. So I go.
If you're doing 3 sets of 15 at 195, you can get 17
all day.
At 220.
And you're banging all 3 sets without slowing
down, without taking a breath,
can get
without
17.
pausing, without.
But you know what? 17 to 18 is a lot harder. You know,
20 pounds more is 20, 25 pounds
that
more.
That third set don't even
it's 205. I'm sorry. What did I say it was? It's 195. 205.
Now it's going up.
No. Well, it's a 45 and a 35. What's a 45 and a 35?
You guys.
That's 205.
80 and 80,
106,
45
So
pounds.
I bang 205 out at 3 sets of 15 every time I'm in the deal.
All right, so he can get 17. He can get 17. I know that.
Carson Schweschinger, linebacker, UCLA, 20 reps at 225.
I mean, you give you something else you ain't gonna believe. You give you something else you're not gonna believe.
You're gonna have to do this stuff. I hope you know that.
No, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Somewhere you're gonna have to do this.
I can't do this anymore. But it was plumb ass.
By the way, we're not doing it for free.
Take a wild guess at my incline max.
Oh, that's so hard. Incline.
It was. What
was your max at the time? Your bench max?
My bench max was 365 at the time. Take a wild guess at my incline max. Reg, you got anything?
I'll say 245.
You're Reggie's body weight off of it.
Really?
I inclined 405 when I was a Cowboy. 1 rep.
See, I want to see this.
Oh, we gotta get there.
I didn't even realize.
I'll tell y'all listen any of them you want to right now. They just sit there and watch.
I want to hear this by the end of the show. Honestly, I just want to. If that's not a reason to lock in, I don't know what else is besides the fantastic sports.
Someone is right here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Wait, let me do this real quick before I miss it. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now the drive is live.
The drive is live.
Yeah, 15 seconds to spare. Man, this bench press bet is going to turn into the golf bet between Clint and Tyler. That we will never ever see an outcome.
No. There is no. The golf bet. I guarantee. I don't feel real confident about that. I'm gonna have to get in Tyler's head, especially because I don't think Tyler's near as good as he says he is. But the odds are he's better than me.
This one, you'd be ready to do this one Saturday.
I'd walk. You can sell tickets to this one. I don't give a damn who.
This is like the Rich Lord Bowling. You're ready.
Well, no, the Rich Lord Bowling thing was a shot in the dark. I thought I was going to lose that day. I would have bet that Rich was going to beat me to death.
That's not what happened.
No, it's not. He got destroyed. I mean, I felt bad for whooping up on the old man.
I don't think he ever forgave you.
I don't
think he ever forgave you for it.
Well, I made sure he did. Like I had like literally to this day, I can count on two hands how many times I bowled. Literally in my life, like went to a bowling alley and bowled on less than 10 times, and that's including the Rich Lord slaying. I mean, that was just a freak. Something was wrong with that.
That was your day.
It was my day, man.
And you need to have another one of them days.
You know, it wasn't my day in Knoxville in 1998. It was my day, you know. Hey, sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not.
You have to bring that up. 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Clint is at 20. He first jumped out at 23, and then he then within I guess a couple of moments felt that was aggressive.
Well, no, you tell how many can I do? I think I can do 23.
You think you're 23? Well, let's keep it.
Now,
23.
No. I'm not betting at 23.
You're not betting, but no, can you get to it?
I will bet I can get over 20.
This ain't a bet. I just want to see how many you can get. 23 felt it. 23. There are linemen at the combine that have not hit 23. Linebackers is Chris. Chris is in for Tyler, who's got a migraine. Do
me some quick math. 45, 35. And a 25 on each end. What is that? It's 205, and then you add the 50, so it's 255. I threw because that's how my weights are set up. I didn't when my wife bought my weight set a couple years ago. I only have one set of numbers, right? So I only have 245s, 235s, 225s. I don't have the additional, so I can't just do a solid 225. I tell you, I threw 255 on there probably 2 weeks ago, and I did 3 sets of 10 and never stopped, no nothing. Just banged it out and kept moving.
Just banged it out. All right. I mean, yeah, I want that in a row. That many in a row. 23 in a row. I want to see it. 225, right?
225 is the number. 225 is the number.
Sean G said he would set the over-under at 18.5.
Sean G, that means, Sean, you ain't got no confidence in me. I mean, you've knocked 4.5 off of what I told you. I think
Daniel Hall said Clint must have serious old man strength.
I've always had old man strength. I've always been significantly stronger than most quarterbacks. All quarterbacks, if I'm being honest, that I've ever played with.
Man, his confidence rolls.
But no, I mean, just like quarterbacks don't typically work out like that. In fact, that's why I said how stupid that was. Like how stupid of it was for to let me, for the strength coaches. Now, I mean, obviously, third string quarterback don't matter if I get hurt. But I mean, how stupid was it for them to let me get under that weight? I mean, that's don't make no sense.
Your name should be on the records. Then it should be a positional record up there.
I'm just telling you, man. What happened was I'd hurt my shoulder. So the story behind it, I hurt my shoulder my senior year in college.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how bad it was. And anyway, I figured out how bad it was when I'm literally in camp with the Cowboys. And so I told the strength coach, I said, my shoulder's jacked up. I got to strengthen it. I got to get it right. So I started literally working out with Darren Woodson on shoulder days. And so the next thing you know, my incline is skyrocketing, and I'm just blowing weight up.
And then
I was also sitting at 225, 232. Most quarterbacks ain't sitting that big at 6'1".
Text line coming in, Sean said it's more of an easier way for me to make money than having confidence in you, Clint. Wow.
Well, you set the over under low. I mean, that's having confidence in me. That's having confidence in that money. But I'm with you.
All right, a big show today. Listen, Chris, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. How many you think you got at 225?
220, zero.
You don't think you get it once?
No, not at all. No.
You can't get 225 one time?
Yeah, maybe.
Assisting you or spotting you? Spotting that just means I'm there to help in case something happens.
Assisting. Yeah, assisting.
I'm probably right now. Probably in the 7 range right now is where I am right now to bang it out 7.
I don't believe you.
That's I don't believe you. I mean that's a solid number.
That's all right, Chris.
I mean, I bet the crazy thing is I bet there's some single digit guys at the combine.
Might be. Yeah, probably.
I bet you there's some DBs that got it 9, 10, 11 times.
Yeah. Maybe less than that, some of the real small ones. All right, but a big day today. Your chance to win tickets. 4-pack of tickets to see Journey, that's right, 3 and the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to get 4 tickets to see Journey at the Houston Rodeo 4-pack. First time is coming up at 3 o'clock. And listen, this is your last opportunity of the week to win tickets. You were able to win tickets on Tuesday and earlier today on Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop. And this will be your final chance today. So 3 o'clock hour, the next time you'll have a chance. Somebody text in. How many times you think Seth can get it? You think you can get it more times than Seth?
I don't know how much Seth works out.
Yeah. Seth got them long arms too. That slows you down.
I don't know how long Seth works out. Like if he's not, I've heard Seth talk about his workouts. I don't think he's in the weights the way I am. And so I think, and if he'd be honest and say, I ain't putting no weight on the bar in a minute, then I would bet I could get him.
You can get him.
But if he's in the weight room, he'd blow me out of the water.
All right. That's your chance to hear Journey. All right. Ian Rappaport. He said this yesterday. We played this yesterday about what is becoming the most talked about potential free agent on the move position in the NFL, and that's the wide receivers. And I know you heard this yesterday, and it caught your ear that you wanted to discuss something off of it. Here's Ian Rappaport talking about DK Metcalf and then into the wide receiver market.
That's right, another situation that has been bubbling for the last several weeks. DK Metcalf has requested a trade from Seattle. He had a meeting this morning with Seattle brass, discussed the trade request. The team has acknowledged it and essentially said, you are allowed to explore it, and they will do some exploring as well. It is not a great free agent class at the receiver position. It is not a great receiver class in the draft. Players like DK Metcalf, I would say similar to Deebo Samuel, when they become available and there's just not a lot of other players where teams can improve upon the roster with, these guys become coveted. I expect there to be significant interest in DK Metcalf. We'll see if Seattle gets enough interest to do a trade. This is really one of the best receivers in the NFL. The fact that he's become available, I can assure you, teams have noticed.
All right, where did Ian Rappaport's comments take your mind when you heard this yesterday?
Yeah, look, Ron, for me, at first it was just what. I mean, that's a one receiver. Are you kidding me? Hey, we're a wide receiver needy football team. I don't know that we need a one, obviously, but are the Texans interested? But the more you listen to that, the more it draws me to what I think the Texans are up against here. Forget DK Metcalf, especially with the report of what they want for DK Metcalf, and I think we'll hit that a little bit later. I'm out on DK Metcalf, but the comments there about the wide receiver market is what concerns me, is what is going to be the challenge for the Texans, right? Because you need, if we're being honest, you need two guys. Again, I don't need John Mechie to be plugged in as the lock, stock, and barrel third receiver on this football team. Neither is Xavier Hutchinson. Competing for those jobs, sure, but not as the number 2, or number 3 on this football team. Cannot be the plan going in based on what we know of those guys. So you need 2 guys. And if the market, whether you're talking free agents or you're talking the draft, which in this case he was talking both, Rappaport was talking free agent market and draft market for wide receivers. If it's that thin and the Texans are at a spot where they need at least 2, man, it got me in a spot where it's going to be more of a challenge for the Texans than I thought it was going to be, right? I mean, they may have their guys, they may just grab them and move on with them,
yeah.
But it's just one of those things where to hear them, I didn't realize, I guess is the point, I didn't realize that the draft market position was so bare to where we got receivers asking for permission to be traded a year early, and organizations trying to shed cap space this year versus next year because of that draft class and that free agent market is so weak. I mean, the teams think they can get more for these players, and these players think they can get more in a contract this year than they can next year because the market is so bare otherwise. Like, that could end up being a real challenge for the Texans, who are a wide receiver needed football team.
Well, and the other part is, because that's happening, there are becoming more teams that are going to be trying to go after wide receivers.
Yeah.
Because when we look at it, we read it yesterday, there are a lot of guys out there. It's just depending on what you need. And the reason why, Clint, I hear what you're saying, but I think the Texans should be okay if they have a certain amount of aggressiveness.
Yeah.
They should be okay is they are not in need of the top of the line.
Yeah, they got a 1.
So they have a 1, right? They need is filling out 2s to 3, right? And that to me brings them more into where the bigger crowd is of guys are, right? Like they could use a Joshua Palmer and that worked. They could use a Tyler Lockett and that would work. There are other teams that may be trying to battle at the top. We saw how quick Washington tried to pull the trigger on Debo Samuel Adams and the DK Metcalf. Maybe at the top, it's limited there, but because the Texans have Nico, that big piece, it should be easier for them if they have a certain amount of aggressiveness. Now, if there is a deal of let the game come to me type of thing, and we'll just kind of wait until, I don't know about that, but if they have a certain level of aggressiveness, they should be able to get what they need to fill out their team.
Well, I think it depends on what they want to do with their draft pick, right? Because if you're willing to use your first-round pick on a wide receiver, then I think the market being down in the draftable wide receivers is irrelevant because you're going to get one of the top 5 guys, and there's plenty there, right?
And they don't need Malik Neighbors.
Right. Well, I mean, you hope you hit on a guy like that, but
saying they don't.
Yeah, you got Nico. You got Nico at the top, but the thing is, then that guy plugs in as D'Amico Ryans has said, he's a plug and play starter from day one, and then what you're piddling with here in free agency becomes a number 3 receiver, which is going to be there. I think there's probably a slew of those guys that are going to be available. So we'll see. The thing for the Texans, I think that I don't want to see happen is you got Nico Collins. And you're in on a couple of these big time guys, and there's guys flying off the shelf, and then you look up and you got Nico Collins and a bunch of 3s. You got Nico Collins and a bunch of dudes that are, the Robert Woods of the world, the Cook of the world, that kind of older, lost a little bit of a step, kind of receivers. And you don't have a legit complement that can create separation and is a real option outside of Nico Collins. And I'm on record already. I don't think your tight end's going to give you that. I don't think John Mechie and Hutchinson are ready to be those guys. And so you're going to have to sign 2 guys that you feel like have the ability to separate. Right? Whether that's drafting them early enough that can separate, that is going to be able to separate at the NFL level, or paying them enough in free agency, guys that are going to be able to separate. But just going and getting run-of-the-mill guys, to me, is a bit of a gamble.
Yeah. No, I just – they got the hard part, which is big. It means they can go in a lot of different directions with things. But this wide receiver market, I think there's a good point of it looks really, really – like when you start to say the names that are available, it looks like it's a big market. But then you start bringing in the teams and you start looking like the name DeAndre Hopkins doesn't feel the same as actually what he's putting on the field right now.
Yeah.
The name Deontay Johnson doesn't feel the same of it. Like some of the names are like Amari Cooper doesn't feel like the same as it was before. So it is the smaller part. All right. Coming up, there is some news that just came across to one of the best players in the NFL. He is surprisingly going to be available to anybody. We'll let you know who that is for the Astros to bring up Cam Smith. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Who's on Sean? Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Make sure you got the right person here. Never know what these. There is nothing that has gotten me more than that fake Adam Schefter account.
He keeps getting you.
He's gotten me. You all right?
All right, little hiccup.
Got your ass. No, there ain't nothing because his avatar is just like Adams, but this is Adam Schefter. The Bengals have taken the rare step of granting All-Pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. Trey Hendrickson, who has had 17-plus sacks the last 2 years. It's been an honor and a privilege to represent Cincinnati over the last 4 years, said Hendrickson, the NFL sack leader. I love this city and organization. I appreciate the privilege of now being allowed to explore my options. We just saw Max Crosby get paid yesterday, a record-setting deal for a non-quarterback contract, and this dude has been as good as anybody rushing the passer. You put him on the market, it's some teams. Now, the Texans, obviously, this is none of their concern because I believe they've got the best tandem when it comes to defensive edge rushers with Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. So I don't think this has anything to do with them. But this is a big piece on the market for contending teams, and we see Myles Garrett. We got Trey Hendrickson. Washington's been in the mix. Detroit, other teams been in the mix. This is really surprising, Clint. You don't normally see players at this position like this good get free.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those deals in the league, man, where the times are changing, man.
This is becoming a thing.
Times are changing, man, and it's if you look at the Bengals in particular, they have chosen their quarterback and their high-powered weapons on the offensive side of the football. This has to be T. Higgins has got a monster deal long term coming up sooner rather than later.
Chase, who hasn't got.
Yeah, good point. He hadn't got. We know his is coming, right? I mean, but so you've got this. Clearly, is them picking, the explosive weapons on the offensive side of the football over the ability to pay top dollar for a premier top. I mean, hell, he's had more sacks in the last 2 years than anybody from on the defensive side of the football. So, it just. Again, the thought of 1 year on a contract, now's the time to get out of it, whether you're cutting cap space or you're just trying to get something knowing that you're never going to sign the guy long term. And these players understand that with the $20 million of added salary cap this year that came as a surprise. I think most teams expected $10 million. They ended up getting damn near 20, I think. That the ability to go out and capitalize chip, man.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good one out there. There's several, right? Joey Bosa got released from the Chargers.
Myles Garrett wants one.
Yeah,
even though Cleveland's pushing back on that. And the thing here's the other thing about that, right? Is I don't know that if you're the organization, I don't know that you have much power in these cases.
If somebody like Myles Garrett comes out and says,
if anybody, right? Like, unless you are a team like the Patriots of old, the Kansas City Chiefs right now, you look at a couple of teams that are always in the running. The 49ers were there for a couple of years in that mix. Unless you're one of those organizations that has proved like, hey, man, if you don't want to be here, get the hell out, and we'll just reload and we're going to win either way it goes, right? Unless you're a team like that, like if you're a dysfunctional team to any degree, like the Browns, and you're going to hold players hostage like Myles Garrett, that can't bode well for you. I mean, that like right now, the Cleveland Browns and their organization saying, I don't really care what Myles Garrett wants. You're talking about a guy that has given everything to the city of Cleveland year in, year out, over and over again, and all he's done has been held back. I mean, all he's done has been held back. Could you imagine?
They don't see it that way.
Like with him, you can't. You got to be crazy if you don't see it that way. Even if you are them.
They don't see it that way, or they don't see it as this is our best asset.
Yeah,
I don't want to let it go. I am surprised they have not gotten to the point in Deshaun's contract again. They've done that.
Yeah, it opened up a bunch of money, and that maybe that's why they're doing it. Look, I don't know, man. To me, these organizations that have never or haven't won in 15 years other than just a little blip on the radar here or there, and you hold a player that's already poured 4, 5, 6 years into your organization and been a good soldier and produced at a crazy rate, and you've been dysfunctional around him, or you haven't been able to find the quarterback, or for whatever reason you haven't put the supporting cast around that quarterback, and okay, he's had enough and now he wants out. I don't know that is a good look for organizations, the way that players and agents are in today's game.
And these guys are more apt to make things uncomfortable.
Yeah.
They don't have a fear to make things uncomfortable. Well, and I don't think a lot of teams are willing to pull the Detroit Lions, where they just say, all right, Barry, you'll never play again.
Right.
Or Calvin.
But with the transparency, too, that's in the league today, you can't hide it. Everybody knows. And do you want to get to a spot where, okay, now you're making a little leeway and you're starting to win some games, and you can even say Cleveland's like that. Like you said, Texans knocked Cleveland out of the playoffs last year. They're not far removed from at least having a playoff caliber. You're not that far removed from it. Do you want to be viewed as a team moving forward where players don't want to come? You're already viewed. Players don't want to come to Cleveland. Players don't want to play for the Browns. It's even going to be more so if your organization handcuffs these players for multiple years after they give you everything they got. I think especially Cleveland is on the verge of that being a problem.
Yeah, the odds are that he eventually wins out. That
Myles Garrett?
Yeah, that he'll get out. But
doesn't sound like Cleveland's moving at all.
But Cleveland is. They do seem like they want to get silly. They want to get.
Well, you don't want to be the New York Giants like last year, and you got to sit there and watch somebody in your division with your idea of the identity of your offense last year, and he takes them to a Super Bowl. You don't want to watch that happen. But I think the Giants did right by Saquon. Let him move on. I want to see Myles Garrett playing another uniform. I ain't got no skin in the game. I don't care what it is. I want to see Myles Garrett playing another uniform exactly the same way I wanted to see Saquon Barkley playing another uniform. We deserve that.
And I think, to me, it makes it would seem to be the best course for the Browns to get back where they have a chance to kind of start over. Because even with Myles, they're not going anywhere. With their situation, their quarterback situation, whatever, they're not going anywhere. Even if they draft a quarterback in this draft, they're not going anywhere for several years, you would think. So get you multiple first-round picks and start this thing over. All right, an argument to be made of why not just bringing Cam Smith up at some time, but bringing Cam Smith up early, even right as the season starts. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, check it out. If you are looking to revitalize the
Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into the drive as Chris Santiago is in. Tyler is out. Got a little migraine issue that hopefully he gets over and is back with us tomorrow. But we're in good hands as Chris is in the building. Clint is here as well. Remember, coming up, you got 2 opportunities today. The next one is in the 3 o'clock hour to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey. That's coming up at some point in the next hour, so stay tuned and get your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. You got 2 opportunities, 3 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour. That's the last time of the week until next Tuesday. So make sure you're listening for that. Clint, I'm looking at this thing and Cam Smith is becoming a phenomenon. I think he may be potentially, somebody with his look that could challenge Jeremy Payne.
It's a panty dropper.
Good, there you are. I think there's something this fella could challenge. He's kind of got the build, kind of got the look that some people might really enjoy, and obviously what he has shown thus far has been a big power potential bat, and being able to understand why Dana Brown wanted him so bad. D. Brown, the basketball player.
Yeah, D. Brown wasn't around long, but he was.
I say he's dead, isn't he? Damn, I just.
Did he die?
Did we lose? Did D. Brown die? Or maybe it's not D. Brown. It's another Brown. Anyway, let me get off before I kill somebody else off. But I think the argument for some, because I know people want to push like, let's get him in. The look of him, the excitement that you've had, and to me, I know they want to make sure they take their time with him and they get him up there when he's ready to go. But I think the selling point for this, to me, Clint, is when you really look at the Astros right now, the power hitting the ball over the wall, that they are really lacking at that. And then the other part of it is there are some teams you look at that lack and you're like, all right, that's not a team that hits a lot of home runs, but they counteract that because they steal a lot of bases, they run, they take extra bases, they use their speed. I don't know the Astros really have that either. Besides Handy Dropper Pena, who else runs at this point? I mean, Jake's got to get on first, right, to be able to run. I'm not trying to be a jackass, well, kind of, when I say that, but, and I guess Dubon a little bit. But, I mean, they got two guys on the team that last year hit more than 20 home runs.
Yeah.
And Walker and Alvarez. And, so when you look at that, not saying now they got other guys that can jump, like I know Altuve was right at 20. Paredes was at 19. We've seen the power from Diaz, but obviously, as we talked about going into last season, there may be a switch of things when you got to catch every day, and he only hit 16 as opposed to the well over 20 he hit the year before when he didn't catch as much. I mean, and obviously Chaz has hit over 20 before. So there are some options there, but that could be the selling point of this team just doesn't have enough power, a lot of power on this team, and they don't counter it by, all right, we're gonna be one of the top teams that run, that steal bases, that find a way to manufacture other runs. So that might be the selling point of trying to get him up here quicker because they just lack power in this lineup.
Well, look, I think there's several selling points. I mean, I think that is a big one. The power that walked out the door, and you didn't bring a lot more walked out than what walked in. Number one,
especially
I think it's documented at damn sure at this station how valuable Dubon is as a utility guy and how important that is to the team. Now, I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but I do understand the thought, right? And if that is the case, then Cam Smith makes sense to be, somewhere in the big leagues with the Astros, whether it be right field or third base. You look at, again, Chaz McCormick. I mean, is he going to be Chaz McCormick or is he going to be white boy Chaz? What's he going to be? If he's Chaz McCormick, then that's not going to keep Cam Smith out of the big leagues. And then you just look at overall, I mean, I know it's just spring training, and I know we've only seen the highlights, but it seems to be real hype around Cam Smith. It seems to be like even the people that study it the closest are like, it's just a matter of time. And if that's the case, there's no better time than now, given the needs of the team, given the build of the construct of the roster right now. Like, I think there's plenty of a case to be built, or there's plenty out there to build a case why Cam Smith should be in the big leagues immediately.
Yeah. And that lack of power is well, hopefully it doesn't play a big role. And as you said, some guys take steps either forward or take steps back to where they've been. Because Pena is another one. Someone said Pena has had power. Yeah. He at 20 hasn't really shown that as much. Kick rocks comes in. The Astros for years now have relied on their pitching to win. If you don't hit a lot of bombs, you need speed or good pitching. Yeah, and to me, I don't know if you can be as confident right now in their pitching as you have been in the past. I do think their starting pitching has a chance to be really, really good, but right now I don't know if you had as confident. And this isn't a team that's going to run right now. Like that's and the guys that do may have a struggle getting on base. But that is something they've got to kick up, and they've got to find, because if like Dubon in there instead of him, that obviously is not going to bring the ability. And because Kick Rock said they've been doing that for years. I don't know. I mean, Tucker is a guy that has power. Bregman is a guy. Now, they were going in some form or fashion, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker, all in a row, right? And like, so I mean, that's big power in the middle of the order that kind of scares people that I don't know they have. Right
well, I mean, that's fine if you want to get into comparing old Stros versus the reality of it is this particular lineup lacks power. I mean, whether it's any way you slice it. I mean, we can talk about pitching, I guess, but any way you slice it, this lineup lacks power, and he appears to bring some effortless power to the lineup. And so, I don't know, man. I don't think this is obvious. If it is, man, he needs some run at the lower levels to develop and mature. Okay, then go let him develop and mature. I don't think this is about this. Doesn't seem to be a storyline of somebody in the Astros organization is keeping him from it.
Yeah. No, I think right now it'd be him not being ready.
Right, correct.
Like,
if that's the case, then so be it. But boy, the more we seem at the plate, it sure seems like he's getting ready.
Yeah. Text line comes in, guys. It's spring training. What are we doing here? We're talking about the Astros.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Talking about the Astros and looking at this team that's trying to compete. And when you just start looking around the diamond, it's like, all right, where is power coming from? Dubon right now is probably penciled in at second base. Not a lot of power there. Pena, potential for power, but nothing that you can actually depend on. Paredes, maybe. He hit 19 home runs last year between the Cubs and the Rays. Jake, stop. Chaz hit 5 home runs last year. Now, he hit 22 the year before. You don't know, but again, you can't depend on it. Like, the guys that right now you depend on in power is Altuve, Alvarez, and Walker. And so,
yeah, I mean,
and
look,
you don't run.
The point's valid. The point is as valid as it is. I mean, to the texter, I mean, it's the best, highest rated prospect in the Astros system. He is playing positions of need, and he has one hell of a a spring training going. So yeah, it makes sense to have a conversation about this guy, and I think he's played his way into a conversation of, hey man, when do we see this guy in the big leagues? Because it's not great. You need guys at the positions that he plays. So it's not crazy to think that a big time prospect could make that jump. And it's not crazy to think that the organization would want to get him in the big leagues as soon as possible, to get him plate appearances, to get him comfortable down the stretch in the season. He becomes more of a real big leaguer than just a prospect trying to get his feet wet.
Yeah.
They've
got to find more power in this in this lineup.
And yes, by the way, to your PowerPoint, he seems to have, I didn't hit that one square, but it dropped over the wall. Like he's got effortless power. Like he's making mistakes. And he's parking the ball. So I don't know, like that's worthy of a discussion here on Houston Sports Leader, I do believe.
Yeah, someone else texted in, let me preface this by saying I be loving me some Ron. I'm not one of those haters because he's from KC. However, there ain't no way he's banging out 7. Wow.
7 reps at 225.
You know what, to this texter? I'm going to choose my words. I think it's fair for you to think that.
When was the last time you were under 225?
Way under 225?
Man. Well, no. I think you need to be 325 to give you a better chance at this one. But under the weight, like with 225 on the bar. When was the last time?
I like much of what you've said is like in my time with Red, it was more reps.
Yeah,
than
like high rep stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So we would do have 165 on, and I'd have to do it 20 times.
Yeah, you'd almost do it to failure.
Yeah. And we would have to come down. So I was getting that up.
Yeah.
Pretty decent. I feel like I got 7, but generally I would come out. You shake your head that hard one more time, Chris.
I'm sorry, Chris is behind that mic.
I swear to God, just because you don't have any doesn't mean that you don't look. I don't know. I really, the judgment that you are giving, and you know what? I want to say this now. I take back my apology that I made to not get you and your girlfriend to VIP. I'm glad that you got shut down. I really took that home with me until between that night with that and those turkey legs, I really thought damn, man, I came over there like I was the man, like I was going to get him and his lady up there, and I got shut down. I wish I didn't give you them drinks.
You know what? Thank you for those drinks, by the way.
Did you use them?
Yeah, I sure did.
Okay.
I sure did.
Absolutely, you did.
How many do you think I can get?
5.
If you don't think I can, you don't think I can will myself. You think I'm willing myself to 5?
If you can get to 5, you can get to 7. The question is, does it bury you at 1? If it doesn't bury you at 1, you got a chance.
Because I'm coming, I'm
225 is 220. If you ain't been under it, 225 is
much like
bear.
sex. I'm a noisemaker.
He's a grunting, hips up to the sky.
Oh yeah,
on them tippy toes.
I'm a more of a when they bring it down and hit the chest.
Oh yes,
yeah, one of those.
Yes, yes, that is great.
Ron ain't got 3 reps at 225. Real talk.
You see, I was gonna say 3. I was gonna say 3, but I went ahead and I gave you 5.
Shut up, Chris. Stop talking, man. I know I've seen Byron walking around here. I'm about ready to get Byron
in here.
Come here.
Tap your arm, Chris.
He didn't started at 5, and in the last 45 seconds, he dropped down to 3. And I can see in his eyes that he don't even really mean 3. Coming up, I want you to think about this, because I want to discuss this on the other side. When you look in this draft, the Texans are sitting at 25 and probably in a pretty good spot to be able to get something that they need. But is there at least one player that you covet that they could realistically go get? And I mean realistic, not Travis Hunter at 4, but there's someone you see in a range that you think they could realistically go up to get that you would covet? Is there a one player in this draft? We'll discuss that next.
All right, check it out. If you're often feeling tired fellas. You're laying in wet, noticing a little loss of muscle mass, fellas. And last but not least, if that old low libido is causing problems with your get down, you know what I'm talking about. It could be low testosterone. Don't wait. Got to find out now. Make it easy to check your levels. They do over at Low T Center. They make it real easy to get your levels checked, man. It's a simple test. And with their on-site lab, you'll get results back right then and there. It literally takes it's less than 20 minutes before you get your results back, man. Low T Center is not your typical doctor's office, so fellas, don't turn a deaf ear to this. Don't be like yeah whatever. No, look, they're health providers that specialize in treating all of us men with low T. It's not if, it's when. Mid-30s and up, you need to get your levels checked because odds are your levels are low, and if they are, you're probably feeling it, and if so, testosterone replacement therapy or TRT, same thing, just shorten it there. TRT is the answer, right? I'm telling y'all, Low T Center is the way to go, man. You can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications at Low T Center as well. All right, get back to living your best life, fellas, and do it with Low T Center. Go to lowtcenter.com right now to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare. Thank you, Low T.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
This is what almost every Rockets fan wanted.
Yeah, I signed on for it.
To stand pat at the deadline, don't make any deals, stay exactly as they were, knowing that if Van Vliet missed time, things would get a little hairy.
Yeah.
They are having the growing pains that young teams have to experience before they can experience success.
Radio hits different at night. On Houston.
Stevie Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. West End Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So the Las Vegas Raiders have made Max Crosby the highest paid player in NFL history who's not a quarterback. On the face of it, it doesn't make sense. Why give this kind of money to a non-QB? But let's give the Raiders the benefit of the doubt. Pete Carroll's there, Tom Brady's there. Maybe they're trying to signal they'll reward excellence. Whatever's happened in the past. I'm Bill Ryder.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Like mobile device, message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app, where all you're doing, picking between 2 and 6 players and more or less on their stat projections. It's just that easy to play, and now is a great time to get in on Prize Picks. The basketball season is heating up. On your way to the playoffs. We've got the college basketball tournament coming up as well. Prize Picks is built for basketball. Of course, it's got all sorts of other sports as well. Football, baseball, soccer, hockey, golf, MMA. It's got it all. And it's really easy to get your money out when you do win on Prize Picks. And you can win up to 1,000 times your money, up to 1,000 times your cash. $10 can turn into $10,000 on Prize Picks. Get on there today. Play alongside me on there. I love playing Prize Picks every single night. And right now, the deal they've got going on is fantastic. Download the Prize Picks app. Use my code 610. You're going to get a $50 bonus for a $5 lineup. $50 guaranteed for a $5 lineup when you download Prize Picks and use my code 610. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
For 49 years, our friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been committed to providing excellent client experiences. Cars.com has ranked D&M the top leasing company in the country for the 10th year in a row and the best overall dealership for customer experience in the southwest region of the U.S. With today's lower rates, auto payments are even lower. Now's the time to capitalize. Join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000 or visit online dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Measure equal parts of hydrophosphorus with an alkaline balancer.
Garden
does.
Is a call in and chat with us.
We believe gardening should be fun.
Or just listen to us chat.
Welcome to Home Show Garden Throws, making gardening fun again. Saturday morning, 7 till 9.
I want to get my butterfly garden going again.
We answer.
Other things that you could look
Advice and tips that put easy and fun into your lawn and landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 610.
The stars are out. Catch Rodeo Houston Hall of Famer Brad Paisley on the Star Stage Monday, March 10th. Full lineup and tickets at rodeohouston.com. Let's rodeo.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos $1,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Texting in. We'll get it worked on soon. But is there anybody out there that you look at and say, yo, I want that guy. I covet that guy so much that I'd be willing to leap up a little bit to get him. Not go from 25 to 4, but I'd be willing to leap up to go get that guy. Or is there just somebody you're good with, or you're just chilling? You're just staying at 25, and whatever guys are still left on the board, That's who I would get. But is there anybody that you covet, that you want the Texans to jump up to go get, that would be realistic to get? Anybody? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Is there anybody you look at, Clint, that you're like, I'd be willing to give up assets to go up and get, as opposed to just sitting right there at 25?
Well, my one, Ron, has climbed so high he's not going.
I want to see if it's the
well,
same.
you know who it is. It's the tight end out of Penn State, Tyler Warren. I mean, for me,
that's mine too.
Is it really?
Yes.
I mean, but he's climbed so damn high though. It ain't.
I've seen him at 14 to 18.
I mean, Daniel Jeremiah's most recent one's got him at 7.
He's drunk. I've seen all the post combine ones. A lot of people have him going to Indy, but I've seen him also then move to 18. Clint, I'll let you give your thoughts. He is somebody that I would go to 14 to get. And I think people would look at tight end. You want to move up to get tight end right there? I'll listen to your thoughts on him first, but I would be willing. I'm not trying to get to the top 10 because you know that costs a lot. But 14 to 18, which outside of Daniel Jeremiah, that's what I've seen a lot of with the guards that have come up. That's what I've seen a lot of.
Well, look, I'll play along with that. I mean, that makes sense to me. Tyler Warren is one for me that I think now I will be transparent. There's zero in that for me is Dalton Schultz looks like is going to be here. They're not going to move him. I don't know if they could, if they wanted to. And I just flat out think you need a better option at the tight end position. I think Tyler Warren is a able and willing blocker. I think he's not a guy that won on just sheer athleticism in the pass game at Penn State. He's very good at using his body and almost posting players up, and that typically translates to the league for pass catchers. And then when you look at what he's able to do, he's an old quarterback, so he clearly knows the game, better than most tight ends would know the game. He sees the game through a different lens. And then you look at the wildcat stuff that he did. He's very, very comfortable catching the football at the snap and getting downhill and doing some different things in the run game. I think that kind of wrinkle, that kind of weapon would be really, really valuable in the red zone and third and fourth and short type situations. And so, yeah, I like Tyler Warren as a guy that I don't think he's going to be even reachable, but if he were, he's kind of my draft crush this year, if you will.
Say he's sitting there at 13 and you think the Colts may, or sitting there around 12 or whatever, you think the Colts might jump up. Would you be willing to go up to like 13 with the Dolphins to get him? Is he that potentially that valuable to you?
Yeah. Oh, I think long term, I think the guy's got a chance to be one of the better. I mean, he obviously it's a reach, right? I'm clue, but I would draft him with the expectations of using an every down tight end,
physical that can do everything, that can run
absolutely. And he the thing about the physicality, right, is he's not going to win any run blocking awards. Like, he's not going to be the best run blocking tight end in his game. But if you watch his game, he hadn't been a tight end long. If you watch his game, he's absolutely filthy. He plays hard. He plays to the whistle. He drives guys as far as he can. It's a different level of willingness to get physical. It's a different level of effort than what we've seen here. And I just think the guy's ceiling's through the roof.
He's like, listen, to me, the reason why I like him, and I think the change in things with the NFL is you are trying to find explosive players wherever you can get them. Right. And it's not explosive player doesn't just mean that they are a guy that plays receiver or running back and can catch it and go the distance. Like, there are tight ends. If you get a tight end that's getting you chunk plays, that has mismatches, that gets you big plays, and especially in the red zone, that is an explosive level player. And when you watch him, and I think the Texans lack that. I think the Texans lack explosive players all over the offense in certain different levels of the offense. And if you can get somebody like that, and to me, like Dalton Schultz, yeah, he'll be here next year. you can go ahead and roll from him next year. I like the thought, and some people look at tight end as not a position that, all right, we're struggling with the offensive line, receiver. I get that, but when you're in the first round, you're trying to get special players, and if you get a chance to get a special player, and the Texans, you know it, Texans fans, they have done it. CJ, Will, Derek Stingley up to this point, those have been special players in the first round. He would be one. He would be one to go up to get. Someone said this is an absolute terrible take. Please, I think what we have just said makes a ton of sense. I would love to hear you. Who are you coveting? A guard? Probably what you are. Someone texted in Kenneth Grant. I like that. The kid, the
safety out of Georgia.
No, Grant. Is that it? I think Grant, isn't he the defensive tackle? Yeah, the defensive tackle for Michigan. Kenneth Grant, the interior defensive tackle.
Yeah. Okay, got you.
Michigan. I could see that. I'm seeing him in the current one I'm looking at right now. He is at 18. I've seen him at 19.
Yep.
I like him a lot, and that is a spot where you could really, an area on the team where you could have an upgrade in the defensive tackle spot.
Yeah, look, I
like that. I like that one.
I like that. To me, this isn't about necessarily the Texans' biggest needs, if you will, because I mean, you can sit right where you're at, and there's going to be a guard fall in your lap. You can sit right where you're at, and there's going to be a really deep fall in your lap. You can sit right where you're at, and there's going to be a really good wide receiver fall right in your lap. The question here, for everybody listening, the question is, if there's one player out there that you like, that you would get aggressive and go get, who would it be? Right? That to me, that's not just need. That is, we're talking about a player that you feel like moving up to is going to be a potentially great player that's going to help the other great players on this football team, which I believe the one that needs it the most is C.J. Stroud. I mean, Nico Collins is going to need help, y'all. Nico Collins is going to need some help. And whether you're drafting a wide receiver or you're drafting a tight end, either way it goes, you're drafting a pass catcher. And I just think the Tyler Warren kid's got a chance to be like one of the best tight ends in the game.
Text line coming in. They have Stover, don't forget. Guys, there is not a tight end on this team that would stop Tyler Warren from
Yeah, it's a different animal here.
Yeah,
I like Stover.
Yeah,
that's a different animal here.
Yeah, like Stover is, I think Stover has a place on the team. I think you're talking about a potentially really special player. Multiple people have come in with Matthew Golden. He started to move up a bit. Somebody said Genty, the running back. That's
great player. I love him, but
that's a little strong for me. I don't know that I would roll that high, but hey, I hear you. This is
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you a prospect that I think is going to fall in the lap, or maybe not fall in the lap, but I think will be there. That I would love to see the Texans get. I know John Lopez is in love with this guy. A lot of people are after the combine. Nick Amenwari, so the safety out of USC. Well, if you looked up and you had obviously one of the highest paid best corners in the game, and Derek Stingley at one corner. You got Kamari Lassiter at the other corner. You got Kalen Bullock out there roaming center field, and you got Amenwari as the other safety, and you got Jalen Petrie as your nickel, and you got Christian Harris roaming underneath down at your linebacker. I mean, you talk about just a nasty, nasty defense. Again, not necessarily my top three positions of need for this football team's interior defensive line, interior O-line, and wide receiver. There's a need at safety as well, but not necessarily the biggest need, but boy, I'd like to have that kid there.
Yeah, seeing a lot of people roll through with Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. And, yeah, I mean, he seems to grade well, and that's a player that is really moving up, him and the kid from Missouri. But just for me, I'm looking for somebody that can be really, really – like if I'm going to move up, give up assets to go get, I'm looking for somebody who I think can be really special.
Somebody that a comparable player is not going to fall in your lap. I mean, look at Tyler Booker, the kid out of North Dakota State is is really good. There's a couple of other interior offensive linemen that you can get your hands on a really good interior offensive lineman. Now, if one of them separates themselves and it is just a different animal, then maybe you got to move up for him. But I think you can sit steady and get one of those if that's what you want.
Yeah. So that is the latest. Hey, real quick, did you see Charles Davis calls games for CBS? Also works for NFL Network. Did you see his top 3?
I did not.
He put out his latest mock draft, and Charles Davis is not generally a person who is, hey man, I'm out here for the clicks, baby. Let me do this to get these clicks. His top 3: Titans at number 1, Shedeur Sanders; Browns, Cam Ward; Giants, Jackson Dart. Is that crazy? Is that insane?
Yes. Absolutely, it's insane. Absolutely, it's insane.
There is no way. No.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we have some Houston Texans breaking news, and I just want to make sure we have this right. Diana Rossini. The Houston Texans are finalizing a trade. Jacksonville Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk potentially coming to Houston to be a Houston Texan. That is coming from Diana Rossini. Christian Kirk, who has been with Jacksonville. He had some injuries last year, but 2 years ago was really, really good for 3 years ago was really, really good for Jacksonville. His last 2 healthy years with Jacksonville, he was really, really good. To me, fits that mold of that slot guy in the middle of the field. I think if he is healthy and right, a great compliment to a Nico Collins. That is the latest. Again, if you are just missing it, breaking news from Diana Rossini. The Houston Texans are finalizing a trade to bring in Christian Kirk, Texas A&M Aggie, former Jag. If you remember, he killed the Texans 2 years ago in the middle of the field, especially Tavier Thomas. He is going to be a Houston Texan. Clint, we'll get your thoughts. Text line listeners, we'll get your thoughts. We'll pick it up on the other side and continue with the breaking news. Christian Kirk going to be the latest Houston Texan. That's next.
All right, y'all, if you're out there and you're dealing with joint pain, right, I'm telling you right now, QC Kinetics is the answer.
every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We got action, boss. If you are just joining us as the segment ended, Tyler's kicking himself. He's not here. Chris Santiago hit the breaking news sounder, and the news was the Texans made a move. They made a trade. They have a new addition to the team, and it is at the wide receiver position. It is Christian Kirk, and they are sending a 2026 to Jacksonville for Christian Kirk. The Texans will take on Christian Kirk's existing contract, which is set to pay him $16.5 million in 2025, the final year of his deal. So right now, it is a 1-year, $16.5 million deal for Christian Kirk. And Christian Kirk, last year, the last 2 years, had some injury issues. His season ended last year when he broke his collarbone. And he played 8 games, broke his collarbone, missed the rest of that season. 2 years ago, he tore a groin. But even that year, he was almost 14 yards a catch, primarily working in the slot, almost 800 yards. The previous year before that, he had 84 catches, over 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. His first year with Jacksonville. I see a lot of people texting in, and you can on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. All you also on YouTube and Twitch. I see you all, Cam, Kick Rocks, DQ, Cornbread. Go ahead and you get your thoughts in. What's your thoughts about it? Straight up. The Texans have Christian Kirk. He is now a part of this receiving core. Your thoughts on it?
I like it. I've always been a fan of Christian Kirk. I like the as I've said multiple times with the Texans in the past, of like all the receivers do everything. I prefer receivers to be niche receivers, if you will, or have an identity as a receiver, if you will. I think it's very, very easy to see and say that when you look at Christian Kirk, he is an inside receiver, period, point blank. This is not a guy that's going to be on the outside running the route tree. This is a guy that's going to be on the inside, matched up with nickel defenders, that has the twitch, the explosive, the change of direction that you need in order to create a little bit of separation for the quarterback immediately. One of those guys that can run the now routes. Like either way you go right now, he's open, boom. If I'm getting heated up, he can give me an option in the pass game. We've seen him personally here when the nickel defender isn't necessarily a cover guy. Hell, he ended the career of a Texans nickel defender here a couple years back. And so, look, I like Christian Kirk, man. I've always liked him. I liked him when he was at Texas A&M. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to stay healthy of late, so the numbers don't necessarily show you what you would like to see. But beside the injuries, man, I really like Christian Kirk. I like him here with the Texans, and I think it gives me a little. This is a different conversation, obviously, but gives you a little peek behind the curtain of what potentially Nick Caley's offense is going to look like versus what we've watched here for the last 2 years with Bobby Slowik.
He comes into kind of that Diggs role from last year, and to me, you got younger. I think you got cheaper, and I think he's at least on the same level of Stephon Diggs, the players right now.
Yeah.
On what you're asking to do. I think that he's at least on the same level, and potentially as off of a collarbone issue, as opposed to somebody 31 coming off an ACL who may not be ready at the start of the season. I think you potentially have at the very least got the same level of player to me that you got from Diggs. And I'm seeing some people chime in on this thing. I'm with you. If he is healthy, I don't like the move. I love it. I love the fit. I love the combination of it. Like, to me, the Texans don't need, now somebody developed in it, the Texans don't need a one. They have a one, and they have somebody that works well. And I think this may just say, hey, we want somebody that runs inside routes. Or Clint, as you've kind of alluded to, this may also shed a light on maybe what kind of offense they want to run, right? And that Brady style of offense in New England had a player that fit this mold. You can think of him in your mind. Had a player that fit this mold. I think he and Nico fit. Now I think they still have to address another receiver. This does not at all take receiver off the board to me in the draft. In fact, I would even still push that they really take a look at 25, taking another receiver there. Like that to me would make a lot of sense to go. We've got Nico. We sign a veteran that can play on the inside, and then we go get another one. I love the move if he's healthy. Love the move of Christian Kirk coming here. That makes a lot of sense to me. A lot of sense. CJ, him, love it. Yep. Love the move. Love the move. I see some of y'all on the text line do not.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. Let's
text in. Y'all are gushing.
No. Here's
Kirk
the deal.
signing underwhelming. Typical Texans.
No. Here's the deal with the Texans, man. Now, talk about the deal, right? What does it tell you about Nick Caley's offense, and what does it tell you, or in your opinion, for what it's worth, what do the Texans need to do next? Right? That's all this is, right? You're talking about very little risk with Christian Kirk. Yes, there's a $16 million salary on there, but there's zero dead cap on this contract. Assuming his contract transfers and it's exactly what they get. He was fixing to get cut by Jacksonville. And all the Texans did was throw a 7th-round pick out there to make sure that they get their hands on Christian Kirk and not let him hit the free market, right? So good move for the Texans. This doesn't mean that this is the receiver that they're going to sign and they're done with it, and this is what they're going to roll with the rest of the year, or come training camp time. This is just a move that presented itself, and there's a clear need with the Houston Texans, and this is a very, very, very good ad. It's a safe ad. This is a very safe ad with a player that will be worth every bit of $16 million. The only complaint right now, if this is the best receiver that you go get, then I'm going to have problems with it. Like, if this is the only receiver that you go get, then, yeah, there's going to be, we're going to have a different conversation. But right now, the Texans are wide receiver needy in a big way. They need experience in a big way. They need, as they've talked, I think there's going to be the change that you're going to see offensively is each receiver's going to have more of an identity this year instead of being so versatile. They needed an inside receiver, and this presented itself, and they gave up a 7th-round pick to go get it. This is a really good move by the Houston Texans. I love it.
Yeah, and you said safe. You said this is not a move to me that needed to be a huge splash. I think they needed receiver help, but I don't think they needed splash help. There's some other.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
You think they need a number 1 level receiver?
No, they need a true, legit, no doubt number 2 receiver though. Like legit, like a guy that is a can flirt with a number 1. Yes, yeah, they need that. Yeah.
Do you think a healthy Tank Dell was that a legit number 2?
I think he could have been one day. I don't think he was there. No.
Like to me, year one, the combination of Nico and Tank.
Okay.
And now Nico is better. Obviously, I think obviously I'm with you. I think the combination of Nico and Christian Kirk can be on the level of the combination of Nico and Tank Dell. If Christian Kirk is healthy, I mean, this is a guy.
Look, I don't know that. In my opinion, I don't know that Christian Kirk has the ceiling, like the highlight reel ceiling that Tank Dell has. But he will be a good complementary receiver. I'm not saying that they need to go sign DK Metcalf. What I'm saying is the same thing you're saying. Like you just said, that this doesn't take 1st or 2nd round wide receiver. It's the same thing. I'm with you 100% right there. Like somebody Like, you can't sign Christian Kirk, especially with the injury history and with the fact that he's a true blue inside receiver, and say, I'm going with Nico and Christian, and I'm going to hope that Mechie and Hutch pan out.
Oh, yeah,
There's got to be another guy in there that's a lock, stock, and barrel starter and potential game changer in this offense.
Yeah, and the draft makes a lot of sense. I
agree with that.
I don't necessarily say they have got to bring in somebody that production-wise that's gonna be better than. I mean, this guy has either had 1,100 yards or flirted with 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
It's like they need another one that can come in and can be a threat and can give you 700-800 yards to me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Nico is a plain one. All right, you got me here. They got a flat plain one in Nico, and then they have a really good. I think production-wise a 2 in Christian Kirk. All right, more on that news. Tyler is out, but I will do the turds list.
That's there, and you're dealing with.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news, the Texans, we have been talking about, all right, what moves are they going to make? They restructured Nico Collins' deal to kind of get them about $10 million more dollars. They have actually made the latest move. Their latest move, they've traded a 7th-round pick, a 2026 7th-round pick to Jacksonville for slot receiver Christian Kirk, 28 years old. 28 years old. He will be here for the remaining of his contract. The Texans will pay the remaining of his contract, and the remaining number for his contract is 1 more year at $16.5 million. That is what the Texans will pay Christian Kirk. So right now, it's essentially a 1-year deal. Not essentially, it is a 1-year deal for $16.5 million. And I, to me, if he is healthy and can be healthy, and obviously that's an if, and I see a lot of people texting in injury prone. Hell, man, a lot of these guys, you could have said that. If they would have signed Cooper Kupp, he's older and had injuries. If they would have signed Deebo Samuel, he's older and had injuries. Devontae Adams has had him some injuries and missed some time. I think we could have done that for a lot of guys that potentially would get out of there. It just didn't need and have to be DK Metcalf. They didn't need a sexy. If they went and threw it at it, fine. You figure out what it would look like. But they weren't. They need a sexy big time get in the interior offensive line. They need that. They've got Nico Collins. So, to me, I didn't expect or need this to be a sexy pick, but if this dude stays healthy, I think he will be an upgrade over Stephon Diggs. I do. I think he will be an upgrade over what Stephon Diggs is right now at 31 years old.
Yeah, look, I think he's the beautiful thing about him is he's played a lot of football. He's caught a lot of footballs. I think he fits the mold of what Nick Caley and Nick Caserio and everybody on the offensive side of the football is looking for. In a sense of this isn't just a wide receiver that can do any and everything. This is more of a specific type of wide receiver. I think this is a guy that when you look at like the chemistry that he typically has with his quarterback and he's the stories that I've heard over, obviously being at A&M, he's more of he's ate up with football. And I would imagine it's going to fit pretty well with C.J. Stroud. So, look, man, I love the move. I think it's a good move. I don't think it's the last move. I don't think it's a huge move. He was fixing to get cut for crying out loud. There's obviously a reason why he was available. To think the Texans are going to get a 28-year-old, super productive, never injured, player for a 7th-round pick is silly, right? There's a reason why the guy's available. I think this is a good pickup for the Texans.
Yep. All right, we will continue that news of Christian Kirk, but Tyler is not here, but that's okay. That does not mean we will not do the turds list. I've stepped up as the clear leader of this show. I have stepped up to take on Tyler's turd list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get this thing. I don't have the gold deal, but there it is. Chris says if you're on YouTube and Twitch, Chris Santiago is holding up the gold. We will get to that right now. But here is the bronze. Let's start with the bronze. The bronze medal goes to the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers, Jeannie Buss. There is no reason in God's green earth for her to do this. Clearly, the Mavs and Anthony Davis are already down, and there is no reason to kick this man while they're down. The Lakers are in a great spot. They're the 2 seed in the West right now. They're rocking and rolling. Luka and that trade has worked out swimmingly for them. This is what her comments were on Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis was complaining about where he isn't happy. So, I think this was a positive for both teams. They got what they were looking for, and we got what we were looking for. I mean, look, Jenny, there is no reason at all to do that to AD. There's no reason to talk about, yes, AD. I
mean, come on, be transparent. Put it out there, man.
No. You wasn't being transparent while he was there.
I mean,
no, that's messed up. Don't pick it now because he's hurt.
I no longer need to bite my tongue. It's not going to impact the play on the floor. It's not going to disrupt my team. Hey, man, here's the deal. He was bitching and moaning about not getting playing the right way or the right time or this or that.
He didn't want to. He wanted to play. He wanted to bring in a center. He wanted to play the 4.
Well, there you go. I mean, clearly he didn't have the power. He ain't LeBron. He didn't have the power to dictate who they bring in, who they don't bring in. Well, take your ass to Dallas.
Well, come on. But I'm just saying it's over, man. He's hurt. He's out. The Dallas thing is just let it ride, man.
Yeah.
There is no reason for what. Nobody prompted her. She just. Well, he was complaining about. I can see how she said he was complaining about where he wanted to play. But now he can go.
More importantly about Jeannie Buss, I saw a report that her and her husband sleep on different floors in their own house.
And that's another part, yes. And he ain't a nobody. Is it Jay Moore? I believe she's with Jay Moore. Jay Moore, not just separate levels. Jay sleeps on the first level.
She's on the third?
And there's somebody between them, and then there's the third where she is.
Well, it'd be a hell of a deal. I'm going to tell you, I love my wife, and I love being married. I wouldn't like being married if I had to sleep in a different room.
I mean, I guess he's just telling himself
call me
she's
what
in
you
there
want.
with Liv.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I mean, if I, for no reason other than I just don't want to be in the same room with you, my wife's going to sleep on a different floor, yeah, man, I'm out on that deal.
All right, Jenny Buss, you get the bronze.
Even if you do on the Lakers, Jenny.
All right, the silver. The silver to me is a collective. To all of the NFL fans who find themselves getting mad at players when players try to get new contracts, even when they're under contract, when they try to say, hey, I played better than what my current contract is. I want to get a new deal, and they sit out and do all those things. Because what we're seeing right now is NFL teams just cut dudes and not honoring their contracts. The Jets just cut Devontae Adams. Mm-hmm. The Bengals are essentially doing it. They're you can trade Trey Hendrickson. Like Bosa, he's owed $26 million. The Chargers, well, we're done with you, so we're going to
cut. The Jags are fixing to do it with Christian Kirk.
Yeah, about to do it with Christian Kirk. We're seeing it, and it's big time around the league right now. And that, to me, is why when fans get mad, like right now, I'm not going to say he's probably ain't going to do it, but Derek Stingley, if you say I don't want to play another down, and I'm eligible and I know I can get my money, I don't want to play another down. I get it. Because as soon as your ass is useless, and not even useless, you can still play and help the team. But if I just want to save a little money,
they consider you too expensive.
I'm going to let your ass go.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Tooney, I'm going to let your ass go.
Yep.
So now, all of those get here.
I agree with this.
They don't honor theirs.
I agree with this,
Ron. Yeah,
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Every last one of them. Roll. Get up out of here. As soon as you can get your money, as soon as you got leverage, do it. I don't care if you signed it 1 year. You outplay that sucker. I would have been mad if Saquon said, "No, I need a new deal." Now, they just did it themselves.
Strike while the iron's hot, baby. You got to do it if you're a player. There's no doubt about it.
Last person text in, honor your contract. Well, won't you say it to the team?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I bet you Joey Bosa wanted to continue to live in Los Angeles and make his $26 million a year on that team that seems to be ascending. And no, now he's probably got to go somewhere cold and play. All right, the gold. Please hold up the gold. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it. The gold goes to that man yesterday or the other day who tried to stop the bull. That black man, that medium-sized black man that at first tried to stand in front of that bull, and then once the bull obviously got around him and by him, he then tried to jump on him, grab him by the neck, And, of course, the cone was not what stopped him.
It was the cone,
It
right?
was not. It was the fact that bull came running through and your silly ass ran. And I'll be honest about it, it's because you just messed this up for the culture, sir. You did. Because when you read that story, you have an idea in your mind of the type of person that tried to stop that bull. And, sir, you messed with that stereotype. And you say, yeah, it was a black dude in a white tee that tried to stop that bull from running. So you, for one, being silly trying to stop it, ain't no job mean that much. And for two, just messing it up for the culture.
I got to find out what was going through his head. I mean, to get in front of it and maybe just do a good deed, but then to turn and – I mean, he chased it every bit of 30 yards.
Yeah, kept chasing it. Even.
Hey, man. Hey, bro, I'm with you, man. That damn cone, that's bull crap.
Well, it's not. No, it wasn't. I mean,
that's
bull crap.
That's the biggest cones in America, too, man. Them sunbucks are three feet tall, man.
You better go let them cats with horses and ropes and all that.
Cowboys running everywhere. Huh?
Boy, if you just read that story, you know exactly what he looks like. Not jeans, a white tee, and somebody who needs to go get lined up.
I tell you what, he got a bad right arm today because he hit that concrete hard on that joke.
I think it's the hip and the shin. All right, that's the turd list.
Man.
What you got coming up at the fourth?
All right, the Texans, they made a move. Former Jag, former Aggie, Christian Kirk. He is a Texan, y'all. We've told you all about who he is and how we feel about the move. What does it mean moving forward for Nick Caley's offense? What's that going to look like? And what does it mean moving forward for the Texans in free agency and the draft in 2025? That's right around the corner. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Kashada Casino Resort, y'all.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
A little Thirsty Thursday for everybody out there. If you listen on that old Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. AUDACY. If you're not, download that sucker and keep it on your hip. Not only can you go back and listen to segments with that rewind feature, but there's also a bank of podcasts there on the Odyssey app that you can go back and listen to. I know a lot of you folks out there, instead of listening on that AM dial, FM dial, instead of listening and watching on YouTube and Twitch, you like to go the podcast route. Well, you can do that on the Odyssey app as well. We podcast every segment, so independently, so you can go and you can listen to them what you want to listen to, when you want to listen to it. We've got that on the Odyssey app, so download that sucker, AUDACY. The Texans have made a move, folks. The Texans have made a move. We're getting down to that free agency's fixing to hit. Next week is a big, big week in free agency. That legal tampering period is going to hit. The new league year starts next week, and so a lot of contracts that are floating around out there kick in. A lot of big money exchanges hands at that point in time, and we're coming up on that next week. Free agency's fixing to go absolutely crazy. The Texans have made a move, but before we do that, we got to make a move right here on Sports Radio 610 because our old fearless leader over here, our old fearless leader, Ron the Show Hughley, told everybody out there was going to give away tickets in that 3 o'clock hour, and his ass didn't do it. So, here comes old Dirty and old Santiago. We got to come on in, and we got to clean up Ron's mess, man. I mean, he was so worried about taking over Tyler's Turds list and doing it his way, and so got distracted by this old Christian Kirk news.
It was a big story.
Over here beating his chest about being a leader, and here we go.
Oh, damn.
I mean, not only did you drop the ball, Ron, you dropped the ball on the people, man.
Just say it once, and then we give away the tickets.
All right, let's give away some tickets. Couple of them, 4-pack to see Journey at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Let's give them away. We're going to go with caller number 5. We'll go with caller number 5 today, 713-572-4610. Get over the head. Houston little Journey. That'll be a hell of a night.
That's on me, folks. That's on me. I do think Tyler would have reminded me, but that is Hold on. I'm just saying that. So don't try to steal my taking responsibility.
See, this is not being a leader. He's trying to pass the buck.
I'm not trying to pass the buck.
Absolutely.
I'm giving an explanation of what happened. I do think
you're just passing it kind of behind your back instead of.
I think Tyler would have reminded me, but this is 100% on me. All right. That's 100% on me.
More callers, baby. Y'all are out there listening. Get them Journey tickets. Now, forgive Ron. Don't hold it against him. Y'all hold enough stuff against Ron as it is.
Next chance at 5 o'clock.
There you go. 5 o'clock. And
remind me.
We'll all make sure that we stay on top of that because we know John. We know Ron will drop the damn ball. So we'll keep on top of that. Hey, but the news is, all the Texans fans out there, the Texans have made a move. We were wondering, a lot of wide receivers hitting the market. Some that are you're going to have to trade for. Some are getting cut. Some are already free agents. And the Texans have made a move. Former Jacksonville Jaguar, former Texas A&M Aggie, Christian Kirk is a Houston Texan as we speak, y'all. Now, this was a situation where the Texans didn't want to allow Christian Kirk to hit the market. He was due to get cut. There was no guaranteed money no dead cap on his current contract. There was 1 year left, a little under $17 million per year. There was no dead cap, so the Jacksonville Jaguars were going to cut him and allow him to hit this. The Texans said, no, don't do that. We want him. We'll give you a 7th-round draft pick in 2026 for Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk is a Houston Texan. That's how they acquired him. Now, he's 28 years old. He's been injured more years in the league than not. But he with the exception of all the injuries, last injuries, the groin took a toll on his 2023 season. The collarbone took a toll on his 2024 season. And the Houston Texans acquire that contract. Again, a 1-year deal, a little under $17 million, I believe, left on that contract. No dead cap hit, no guaranteed money. We'll see if Nick restructures that to create a little bit of room. And I don't know exactly what all that looks like, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did that. I think we've discussed for an hour leading up to this segment right here, Ron, who the player is. You like it, potentially love the move with Christian Kirk.
If he's healthy. Yeah, I do.
Look, I mean, there's a reason he's available, right? So the health has obviously been a problem. Right now, the Texans are in a dire need for wide receiver help, and everybody's not going to be 25 years old and never had stitches, right? You're going to have to acquire some players at all your need positions. You're going to have to acquire some players that were either injured or didn't have the greatest year last year, or for whatever reason didn't perform up to snuff.
Super expensive. The team's going in a different direction.
I mean, that's just where, at the end of the day, that's just where the Texans are. And I'll say this: the need at the wide receiver position is deep enough, right? You have Nico Collins, number one without a doubt, and then you guys that should be competing probably for that third spot on the wide receiver run at the very, very best, right? So there's plenty of room there that the Texans need to make up. And the Christian Kirk signing, I actually like this signing. One, there's no risk. Two, I think he is a guy that fits squarely in that 3 role, if not that 2 role. And now you got to go get one more, whether that's via the draft or free agency. But there's a couple of things here, Ron. The player himself, you're talking about a savvy veteran that I think is a true slot receiver with twitch, with change of direction, with explosion that you're looking for. In fact, D'Amico Ryan spoke about the wide receivers, and he's actually speaking about smaller wide receivers, speaking about Tank Dell a little bit, but then he kind of went into what I think was a little peek behind the curtain of one change that they want to make this year, which is personnel-wise. They want to be a little bit more specific. Instead of all guys being everything, looking for certain players. Here is D'Amico Ryans actually talking about the slot receivers, the matchups, and what they bring to the table.
Receivers under 170 pounds just need to be fast. So a guy like myself can't hit you. But speed is the redeeming quality. I think for smaller receivers, you having that speed, the quickness, especially those guys who are in that slot receiver position, like them being matched up on a lesser cover player, the nickel position, right? They can really make a ton of plays in the game just by utilizing their quickness.
I love it. That's exactly who Christian Kirk is a guy that's going to be in the slot. He's an inside receiver. Now, he's knocking on 200 pounds. He's got that change of direction. He can run that jerk route, that juke route over the middle. He can give C.J. Stroud options right now from the slot position, from the inside receiver position, and he can give you now answers, whether it's a mismatch or it's a pressure, and CJ's got to get rid of it right now. Christian Kirk is a true inside receiver, Ron, and I think there's a reason why he's here. I don't think D'Amico Ryans right there was just spitballing. I think that's a direction that this offense is going to take moving forward as they build out this wide receiver room, is a little bit more specific skill sets at the different positions.
Yep. They when you look at the receiver point, they needed, and I understand it, it's whatever offense you think. If it's going to be a blend of the two offenses that Nick Caley has been a part of, or if it's going to be flat out what it was when Nick and Nick were together in New England, that spot is extremely important.
Yeah.
That slot in the middle, move in motion, all the things that spot is extremely important. And to me, one of the other things is it doesn't change how you want to use Nico at all. Nico can go and be whatever it is that you planned him to be, move wherever, because there is nothing that is forcing him to have to do something different.
Yep.
So I think that's why I love the compliment of what these two could be for each other. And I think and you know this as playing the position, there is something about, we've seen CJ thrive in this, there's something about, all right, having multiple guys on the field, uncover quickly, that can do that in a quick manner, and he's done this his whole career. You can go put up his numbers against any of these other guys. Cooper Kupp, outside of the one magical season that Cooper Kupp had, his numbers are comparable, if not better, in some of them. Right? And so to me, that this makes a ton of sense right now with what it looks like this offense is going to be.
Yeah, I love it. I've said it many a time, man. When you just look at what the Texans are going to – I think one of the differences is going to be from last year's offense to this year's offense is that guys are going to be a little bit more specific skill sets that you see, a true slot, a true boundary, a true field. Now, those guys, when you get into bunch sets, those guys all kind of bunch together and can do different things. But Bobby Slowick was pretty outspoken about all of his receivers are going to do all things. Like for instance – I'm be honest with you, like seeing Tank Dell break his damn leg inside the 5-yard line blocking on a goal line run, that's plumb ass silly, right? Especially when you've got other guys that can do it. Like I would doubt that you're going to see consistently those kind of things. I don't think that moving forward the Texans wide receivers are going to be everybody can do all things on the wide receiver field, can play all positions. I think you're going to see more specific skill sets at the wide receiver position again, which is slot guy. This is a smaller slot guy. It wouldn't shock me if you didn't see Dalton Schultz be more of a taller stand-up slot guy. It wouldn't shock me if you didn't see a receiver that's maybe drafted this year be a taller slot, bigger-bodied slot player or an outside speed guy fit perfect with Nico Collins. So I think we're going to see more specific skill sets deployed with Nick Caley's offense. The other thing with this one, Ron, is the wide receiver room moving forward. I think a lot of people are frustrated on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. I think the frustration is that you look at this as if it's the move that the Texans are going to make. We've been talking about Deebo Samuel. We've been talking about DK Metcalf. We've been talking about Devontae Adams, and all of a sudden here comes a move for Christian Kirk. Look, I understand where you're coming from. I don't view this move right here as the biggest move they're going to make, the only move they're going to make. It would shock me if they don't draft with the first or second round pick a pass catcher. It would shock me if they didn't go out and acquire a wide receiver in some way, shape, or form that is a true speed receiver outside of Christian Kirk. Right? I mean, that would be – I don't think they're going to move forward with, again, Hutch and Mechie as the third best wide receiver on this football team. I think you're going to see another guy bounce in here that's got some proven experience, a nice little resume in the league. And now I don't know if that's going to be a DK Metcalf type player, but I do think there's going to be a guy that fits squarely in a true number 2 wide receiver role here. Now you can argue Christian Kirk is that guy, but he's a true slot receiver, so that adds a little different dynamic. I could see them signing a true number 2 wide receiver with this team.
Yeah, to me, this does nothing to change your plans in the draft.
Yeah.
We give for Christian Kirk a 2026 7th-round pick. He is on a 1-year deal that the Texans are paying fully $16.5 million. That's the move. That's the details of the trade. But this should not change anything you do. Like I told you in the break, to me, this makes sense. You have your one in Nico. Then you go out. We talked about this. This is moving right to what we said. We talked about it yesterday. We said we used the player in Tyler Lockett. But now they've gone with Christian Kirk. He's another one that fits the same bill. You go out and get a 28-year-old proven veteran that's been a Pro Bowler in the league, or that's played at a Pro Bowl level in the league, in Christian Kirk, that fills a position in the slot, and then you go find your outside receiver. You go find what the Bills find Keon Coleman. You go find the Chiefs found Xavier Worthy. You go find your receiver, your other receiver, and bam, that 3, whoever you would draft in the first round if you would want to, there is your receiving core with guys like Mechie, guys like Hutch, and hell, as you're right, maybe sign another veteran. Guys fighting it out. But that, to me, makes sense. You got your centerpiece in Nico. You've just brought in a 28-year-old veteran, and then you can still go in the draft and draft one of those guys at 25 because obviously he's on a 1-year deal, and he's probably going to be going next year unless you want to bring him back. Another. It does not have to say – I see some people texting in that I think we're done at receiver in the draft. No, it doesn't. No, if you want to get Matthew Golden, bam, he's there. Go do it. And right there, if you tell me rolling in Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and then you got a Matthew Golden who is learning and growing in the NFL, that sounds sexy to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Like that.
I'm with you. To put a bow on this thing, man, the player, Christian Kirk, savvy veteran, slot receiver with great feel for the game, great twitch, great change of direction that can create right now options for C.J. Stroud. The offense, the Texans offense moving forward with Nick Caley in charge, more specific skill sets as they build out this wide receiver room, boundary receiver, field receiver, speed receiver, possession receiver, slot receiver, instead of the all things to everybody that's been asked of receivers around here in the past. And the wide receiver room moving forward, I would be shocked if the Texans are done adding to the wide receiver room before we crank up training camp here. I like the Christian Kirk ad. I'm interested to see what comes next.
Yeah, I love it. I love it if he's healthy. Obviously, if he, as you said, man, there's potential issues with all of these guys, right? We've been saying the same thing for Cooper Kupp. We've been saying the same thing for Debo. Been saying the same thing for a lot of guys. To me, there are some guys, Clint, that are getting released or moved on from or cut or being able to seek a trade because play. I don't think this is the case with Christian Kirk. I think Christian Kirk can still play. Damn. I didn't know we had motored through that. Oh, go ahead. Congratulations to our latest winner. I thought we were still rolling. All right, coming up as we continue here rolling through on the drive, there is something that just came across that is built for Clint Stoerner and a little Astros related news. I wonder if we'll get to it, but a little Astros related news as well. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. I want to take a minute right now. I want to tip my cap to all my Coors.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big news of the day, Christian Kirk, the latest Houston Texan. He comes over in a trade, in division trade. You don't see that a lot with the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 7th-round pick in 2026.
Duval.
Yeah. I can't wait to get away from that fool. Probably never even got – I wonder – you think he ever even met Liam?
Oh, yeah.
You think he met him that quickly?
Ain't no doubt.
No. He told him to kiss his ass.
It's an interesting bunch out there in Jacksonville. We'll see how it works.
But the Texans are paying the remainder of his deal, which is a 1-year, $16.5 million deal. We will continue to catch up with that. By the way, that is the thought. They get to Christian Kirk. He's going to be ready them 2 games.
I would imagine so.
I would imagine, it's a business. He clearly they just said, here, man, we don't even care. We don't even care so much. We are willing to trade you somewhere to play you twice a year to the division leader.
All for a 7th-round pick, baby.
Yeah, for a 7th-round pick. So, you got too expensive. So there will be some big-time motivation there from Christian Kirk in those 2 games. All right, a couple of things rolling around, Clinton. I just want to get you because this one's made for you. I'm going to show you this. Now, I don't know if you've seen this, Chris. And I want you to head to the Houston Texans page. And I don't want you to do it. Go on Twitter, head to the Houston Texans page. Rodeo obviously is starting. What was it? Riley Green had a good night, and then he teased me. If you listened to the show yesterday, we clearly have, well, at least me and Tyler clearly established that he is making her wait. But the rodeo is on, and it's going. The Texans put out a hat.
A cowboy hat?
For the rodeo. And I just want to get your thoughts on this cowboy hat that they put out for the rodeo.
No.
Clint, just look at it.
It's fire, man.
You said it's fire?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you like, no. so you, Chris, you would wear it. 713-572-4610. Go to the Houston.
Nah, it ain't it.
Go to the Houston Texans Twitter account. It's the first thing there. They've got, to describe, Clint is good at the describing. Describe this hat to the people, those that
it's a black felt cowboy hat, just a run-of-the-mill cowboy hat with the new H-Town blue H out, piped in with the piping, red piping on the outside of it. It's a cool-looking logo, but you don't mess with cowboy hats, man.
Feels like they're trying.
You don't mess with cowboy hats. Of late, the cool thing has been.
I didn't know where you were going to go on this. This is where I felt. I didn't know Chris was going to be a fan. Chris is into it.
Yeah, no.
He said he used fire.
I have 2 cowboy hats.
I'm not saying you don't have 2, but this one, you like this one.
I was so close to dropping the little hand emoji, but I don't know if I want to do all that.
Carol and Hannah, bring some down. Maybe Clint needs to see him in.
No. It's not a bad look. It looks cool. I mean, I agree with Chris in terms of you just glance down there and look. It looks cool, but you don't mess with the cowboy hat.
This is
to me, we're pushing the limits these days with all the branding on the felt hats. It's cool to have one little brand maybe on the side or underneath the brim or something. That's a cool brand or whatever you want to do. And I think women do a lot more of that from a cowboy hat perspective of the different branding and stuff, and that's fine. But you get into decorating hats, and now we get into the different styles of hat. You get into what Cam Newton does, where there's feathers and all kind of crap all over it, which is fine, but it's just not you get away from the cowboy stuff to me. I don't know. Cowboy hat, a felt cowboy hat ain't to be a man's felt cowboy hat is not to be played with. Put a nice band on it if you want to, something like that. Cool. Throw your little feather out. Throw your little some kind of little something in the band if you want. But nah, big H in the front. Nah.
So this makes sense. Someone Cornbread just text in pass. I seen it.
Yeah.
Another one on the text line. I like it. Love it. Nice hat. See, this makes sense. I could see
if you're gonna put a costume on. If you're gonna put a costume on to go to the rodeo, you love it.
I knew it's going. See, I could see, like, I could see you, Chris. This like, oh, I rock this. I feel this because I like when you come out and say, "Hey, I got 2 cowboy hats." Yeah, lets me further know that this ain't normally your look, or that you ain't really like that you really your thing when you come out and tell me how many cowboy hats you got.
You know what's crazy? I just bought 2. That's why I'm telling you I have 2.
Yeah, you got 2. Somebody, Leo Lopez, coming in on YouTube and Twitch, said game day only, and then said maybe. LOL. A game day one. Yeah, I feel like Clint. If Clint was if he was going out there tonight, I don't know who's performing tonight, but if Clint were walking out there tonight and he saw a person walking towards him in that hat, I think he would clearly have a feeling of maybe what that person is about in terms of that cowboy hat. Oh,
yeah. Look, I just don't. I don't think you play. I don't think. Now, and this is maybe it's a man thing. Again, I've seen females will play with their hats a little bit differently, but I don't think men playing with their cowboy hats. That if you like, I'm just like real cow. Like if you wear cowboy hats and that's one of your things, I don't think you play with your hat. And that's playing. Now, look, when I say costume, I mean like if you go to a Texans game, if you're a Texans fan, like I don't mean that as disrespectful as it comes across. If you want to throw it on to go to a Texans game, cool. Whatever you want to do. It's like you throw a jersey on or something. You don't randomly wear a jersey to the rodeo. You don't randomly wear a jersey to a concert somewhere. I mean, I don't know. For me, it's you don't play with your cowboy hats, man.
Someone texted in. I agree with Clint. It looks cool. Damn, Chris.
I don't think even a country like we say like when you say cowboy, like now we're riding horses, we're working the farm, we're working the ranch kind of deal. But yeah, I got buddies that ain't rode a horse 5 times, but they're big. They're big into Western wear, always wearing hats, and them dudes wouldn't even do it.
But I think the Texans are probably going to get a lot of people that like them and go get them.
I mean, right now the way the Texans are playing, you could put that H right there on that golden turd in there that's on that desk that Tyler uses, and strap it on your head like a helmet, and somebody buy it.
You ain't lying. That feels like a lot of ladies is going potentially.
Yeah, I can see that. You know who I saw wearing it first? Oh. Bun B.
Makes sense.
Bun B was wearing it as he was doing a video.
I gotta get in the gear. Gotta get in the thing.
Yeah.
Let me throw on the hat.
Yeah. By the way, which one of them boys do the cowboy hat best? Slim. Yeah. Without a doubt.
But Slim, he wears. I've seen him. He wears a lot of.
Slim. When I see Slim in a cowboy hat, you're like, yeah, he
doesn't look like he's putting on a costume.
No. He's got a sweat ring in his hat. Yeah. Slim's got a sweat ring in his hat.
He's got a sweat ring, but he's.
You know who else surprisingly wears the good cowboy hat? Surprisingly, with that dome he got, Cal McNair. When DJ Stroud looks like he got a costume on, look at Cal in that picture. Cal looks clean in that cowboy hat. I bet he had a cowboy hat on. I bet he had a felt silver belly cowboy hat on when he met Hannah.
Yeah. All right. What other things can the Texans do to create some more money? We see that they've already created some money with Nico Collins, and bam, they bring another receiver in a trade and allow themselves to pay him as well. Who else could they potentially do something with? We'll discuss that next.
All right. Are you have you found a new home?
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio and presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue to The Drive. Clint is in the building. Tyler is out with a migraine, which is tough because a former Aggie, Christian Kirk, is
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
There you go. He's going to be a Houston Texan. He's been traded over. He's going to be a Houston Texan. And I don't know if this directly rolls into that, but they did free up some cap space with the deal that they were able to restructure with Nico Collins, freeing up about $10 million. $16.5 is what they're going to be owed, what they're going to have to be to owing Christian Kirk for this 1 year. So it is not long term. And when you look at this, Clint, what else? What else are they going to do? Right, as you said, it's not done. It can't be done. Right, they haven't touched the interior offensive line, and I've said they at least have to go and get something, at least one major piece up front, which will cost them cash. I know you've said a couple. You talked about you want a center and a guard, which I ain't mad at you. I just don't think that's what they're about. But that's what they have to do. How are they going to free up space? As you said, they held maybe another receiver as well. How are they going to free up some more space? They have some space, but they have the ability, Clint, to go do this with other members of the team like they did with Nico Collins, turn some of that money into salary cap. I'm sorry, into signing bonus money, and then lower their cap hit. So that now it's the thought of who else is going to be available to do this. And I like one of the ways, Clint, right off the bat is, I believe that is the case. They can just really cut Shaq Mason and make $13-14 million for him.
No, it's not that big. There's some guaranteed money on there. I think they can save roughly $2 or $3 million by cutting him. That's it.
Is that what it is?
They're only two. There's him, and I wish I could remember off the dome right now. I can't remember. There's him and one other player on the Texans that they could cut, and it would clear, I think, max $4 or $5 million. In terms of whether they kept him or not. So that's the way I read it. I don't know exactly all the details, but there's really, when it comes to cutting and saving money, they're pretty limited in their options, I think. I mean, like enough they would, but you could cut Titus Howard, and I think it would you could save $2 million. I think was the other name that was on that list I saw. So. Yeah, I mean, there's some space to be to which look, the Shaq Mason deal, you might as well, right? I mean, the Shaq Mason deal, I think it's at the end of the day, it's probably a move that you end up making. I think if they end up freeing up cap space, though, I think it's going to come more in the form of restructuring deals than it is. Cutting guys and getting that money.
Yeah, one more year away from being able to just completely.
Shaq, you talking about?
Yeah, one more year away before they can completely let him go. But they would save some money, would let him go. Listen, Christian Kirk comes in, he immediately jumps to be the third highest paid player on the team next year in terms of money that he's going to get. And for me, if Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil to me as well, but especially if Titus Howard is going to be on the team, really both of them, then we got to restructure them. Like restructure to drop some money, because those are the two highest ones that you can bring that can bring money into with him. I'm sorry, he becomes a fourth one with Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter is a little bit ahead of him. Hunter is just 1 year though. He's on a 1 year deal. What you could do with him is do a new deal and bring his cap number down if you wanted to do a new deal with Danielle Hunter. That is another way where instead of a $23 million hit that you were now bringing it down potentially. So that is a way that they can do that. But there are multiple guys they can go to. They could go to and But the two guys at the top, Laramie, those are two guys. They can definitely do something similar to what they did with Nico Collins.
Yeah, look, I got to think that there is definitely some flexibility with those guys. I think there's probably some flexibility with Dalton Schultz. I'd imagine there's probably some flexibility with Joe Mixon. I don't know all the details or what that looks like, but we're talking about creating as much cap space as you possibly can, and the bigger contract guys that have multiple years left on their contract are the ones that are I would think are the easiest to restructure. I'd be shocked if the Texans are through in free agency, and I'd be shocked if the Texans are through restructuring deals to create space.
Absolutely, yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to add the ability to add more money to this team to be able to make more deals for them to be able to strengthen this roster. As we said earlier in the week, man, there is no reason to believe that they are not going to be able to add the pieces to this team. The cap, if they want to, they're going to be able to fix this thing. All right, as we continue the big story, Christian Kirk, we'll dive into that more in the 5 o'clock hour. Remember, and I will be right on this. Remember, in the 5 o'clock hour will be your final opportunity. Leaders make mistakes sometimes as well, but I will be able to make sure we have a winner in the 5 o'clock hour. The last chance, the last opportunity of the week. Your chance packets to see Journey coming up in just a bit. Before we continue here with the big news, again, if you're just jumping in, the Texans got another receiver. They have made a trade in division with Jacksonville to bring in Christian Kirk, former Texas A&M Aggie, former Jacksonville Jaguar. They have brought him in. We will continue that as the top story rolling through. Clint, by the way, this other story in sports, you see this? Old Stephen A. Smith got $100 million.
Got $100 million, huh?
You've been talking about
there ain't many in that media game that's worth it, but he is. I'm not. I don't always agree with Stephen A.
5-year, $100 million deal with ESPN is what.
Yeah. That's big money. I'm a fan, man. So it makes sense. It makes sense. If anybody's worth it, it's him.
Yeah. That is just wow. Boy, how he has pulled this thing off and turned this up. That Skip Bayless is looking at him. What the hell was that?
I wonder. I'm going to assume that includes his podcast and all that kind of stuff. Even though
his podcast is separate.
Well, it was. I mean, he's on record. Yeah. I don't. It may still be. I mean, he is on record of saying, really giving Pat McAfee a lot of credit in the sense of letting folks, opening the door for folks to be able to do their own thing and make their own money on the side. But Pat made his own money on the side and did his own thing, and then all of a sudden ESPN came in and bought it all up. Not all of it, but paid a boat, including a 5-year, $100 million deal with Stephen A. I got to believe that there's more than just being on, more than just the show.
Well, it is. Hell, he's on everything.
Yeah. Well, look, ain't nobody working harder.
NBA stuff. I don't think his podcast is included because he gets off into a completely different other space that I don't think Disney would want to be a part of.
That's a good
point.
He's even dabbling off into politics
he's going
now.
Hardcore into politics.
Yeah.
They ask him like random questions too, from Twitter questions.
Oh, they be real super nasty.
Yeah, it gets a little weird.
Yeah, it gets a little weird. He does a little too much, but man, he's done it. He spun this sucker into $100 million. $100 million. That is. I mean, how many Texans? Where is he ranked on the Texans? I think he's 4th.
There's only 3 of them making over 20, right? Titus, Laramie, and
Daniil Hunter. I think he slides in right above Christian Kirk.
There you have it.
And he ain't done.
There you have it.
5-year, boy. I'm telling you, man, this business, man, we got to figure this thing out.
You got to be crazy.
Got to figure this thing out. Yeah, he has pulled it off and set this. Like he was celebrating when Pat got that deal.
Oh yeah.
He said, "I know it's coming." Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Got that thing. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Right here on The Drive. Not only will you have a chance, and we'll do it in this segment, if I'm able to remember. We'll do it in this segment. Not only do you have a chance to win 4 Journey, final opportunity of the day, but we will catch you up on the latest, everything happening in the NFL, including the Texans news and what this means moving forward. What does this mean moving forward for the receiver position? I know that's a lot of thoughts in people's minds. Does this mean the Texans are done at receiver? What does this mean for the draft? Are they going offensive line? Whatever. We will get you on that and get you caught up on what it means moving forward for the receiver position now that they've acquired Christian Kirk. And again, your chance next segment to win 4 tickets to go see Journey at the rodeo. That's coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, and Big D Santiago is in the building as Tyler is out today. Tyler's recovering from a migraine. Hopefully he is good, and we will see him back tomorrow. By the way, are you taking the initiative to give us T Mill's best bets by way of Chris Santiago?
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay, good for you, man. Are you going, man? Maybe you learned your Boncaro lesson. The last time you were in here, you just kept rolling with.
Look, man, I'm already 1-0.
Already making people money.
I'm already 1-0.
Already 1-0. Well, that doesn't help now that we haven't heard him. But
you can't start 1-0.
Yes, I mean.
So personally, he's already made it
right here.
He's already made himself some money.
You got the receipts?
Yes, sir.
He's already made himself some money. Hopefully, he will make you some money a little bit later on, doing a little T Mill's best bets, Chris Santiago. But it is 5 o'clock, and the latest is. One in this segment, so make sure you're listening. In this segment, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see Journey coming up on March the 14th. You'll be needing to listen for your cue to call. When you hear that cue to call, we will make that happen for you, and Chris will take care of you. But the big news of the day, a lot of people getting in your cars, just getting off work. The Texans have made a move. They have acquired Christian Kirk from the Jacksonville Jaguars. They give up a 2000 round pick. The word on the street was he was potentially going to get cut. Very similar to the Joe Mixon thing. And it looks like the Texans, Nick Caserio, D'Amico, decided, let's not try to get into a bidding war. Let's make sure we go and get the guy that we want to get, like they did with Joe Mixon. It worked out last year with Joe Mixon, and hopefully for the Texans, it'll work out this year with Christian Kirk. It is a one-year deal, because they are taking on his existing contract, which is one more year in 2025 for $16.5 million. All right, we've heard your initial thoughts, and we will get to some of that. I want to get to this because I've seen this a lot coming from people on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and on YouTube and Twitch. Now that they've got this move in, this is a big move, $16.5 million for a wide receiver that they traded for. What do you think this means moving forward for the wide receiver group? Do you think they are done? What do you think it means moving forward?
No chance they're done. No chance they're done. I think they make another big move. I think they probably make a bigger move than Christian Kirk.
I think there's a bigger move?
Yeah. I mean, look, we can't view Christian Kirk, and the Texans more importantly can't view Christian Kirk as the healthy version of Christian Kirk that we saw 3 or 4 years ago, right? Now I'm talking about business. Like I don't think again, I don't know what's going to happen, but when you look at his injuries, we're talking about a groin last year or 2 years ago, we're talking about a collarbone last year. I'm not overly concerned about the injuries themselves, but from a business perspective, the Texans have to look at this thing as Christian Kirk is an injury-prone wide receiver, and then you've got John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, and we know you got Nico at the top, and you've got a Dalton Schultz that was really a non-factor last year in the pass game, and obviously the run game as well. You can't stop at Christian Kirk and just hope that he stays healthy this season. And again, we're just talking like that can't be the plan, right? To me, the Texans, this is a good get, but the Texans have to either use a premium draft pick on a wide receiver or go get another wide receiver that's equal to or greater than Christian Kirk. Now, that's hard to compare because Christian Kirk is an inside receiver. He's a slot receiver. I don't think you're going to go out and get another slot receiver, but you got to get that third piece in this wide receiver room. You got to get that outside, wide side of the field receiver that can take the top off the coverage. You still don't have anybody that threatens defenses deep outside of Nico Collins. Nico Collins can do it all, right? But at the end of the day, you got to have a space creator for Nico. You got to have a space creator for Christian Kirk. You got to have somebody that can create space for Dalton Schultz. You got to have somebody that C.J. Stroud walks to the line of scrimmage and says, all right, these guys are in a pressure situation, and they're pressing my outside receiver. Or these guys throughout the game, they're safeties. They got 2 on the roof, but they're slowly creeping down, and now I'm snapping the ball, and they're at 10 yards deep in their eyes or nothing. You got to have a guy that can take the top off. You got to have a guy that can threaten them, and they don't have that guy right now. That guy has to be a complementary piece to Christian Kirk. Has to be a complementary piece to Nico Collins. So yes, I think I'd be shocked if they're done, and I think they've got to make another big move, as in somebody better, different than Christian Kirk. Obviously, somebody that fits as a 2 under Nico Collins.
Is there anything, like, as I'm trying to think of the player, like the type you're talking about, is there anybody out there that comes to mind that fits what you're saying? Like, are you talking about like Devontae Adams? Like,
no. That's
You know
that's
what I
a
mean?
1.
I'm
I'm
just
not
trying to
talking
get-
about a guy that slides in as a 1, whether Nico's here or not. Just doesn't slide in. I'm talking about a 1B. I'm not talking about a 1B. I'm not talking about that. No. DK, no. Devontae, no. I think Brandon Cooks would be a good one, or one to look for. I think I'm trying to think of that list that's all out. The guys that are out there.
In my mind, what I'm thinking, because I don't think they're done either. I don't think this should change anything that they have in mind for the draft.
Now, it could be a top draft pick, a first or second round draft pick. Yeah, that would be the same, in my opinion, the same
like
thing.
In my mind, I'm thinking, all right, maybe we've seen that popular name Matthew Golden, who I think is a different receiver than like Luther Burden, who I think is more of what Christian Kirk or Tank Dell could be. Like, if I'm thinking that, or for me, this person has never been as productive as him, but I think would make a lot of sense, is what I'm thinking. The type of, if that Palmer, who was
I think that would work,
who was in L.A. with the Chargers as the outside receiver, like I'm saying. But when you look at that, if you look at his numbers and production, it hasn't. I mean, he doesn't have any 1,000-yard receiving yards, but he would feel like the perfect type of player that's a free agent out there that would round out that's in my mind what.
Yeah, I think Joshua Palmer would be a good 2 on a team.
Yeah, so you can see him as so you could see those guys like 2-ish players.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's hard. Like I said, it's hard to get into the 2-3 game because Christian Kirk is such a specialty wide receiver. At the end of the day, you've got to have 3 guys that you can spread out across there that you can trust can either create separation, get over the top. Now, I would prefer, like, I'll use the Chiefs. I would prefer a Worthy type player, even though they used him more in that gadget role than anything as the season went along. But a guy that can take the top off the coverage out there, the Will Fuller type player. And I don't know what his stats tell you he ends up being, but more of an outside receiver that's a little bit runs a little bit different, can run the route tree, can threaten you deep. That's the guy to me that they're missing right now. Whether it's a first or second round pick, or it's somebody that becomes a free agent or is a free agent. Bottom line, I don't think the Texans are done.
The Chiefs feel that what they did last year feels very similar to what's happening now. Like, they're one. I think the Chiefs, even if we're just not even talking about Kelsey, but the Chiefs felt like Rashee Rice was their one.
Yeah.
And then they brought in Hollywood Brown, who they view as like a 2, and then they go and draft Worthy to bring him in. Like that type of thing makes a lot of sense for the Texans this year. So I don't think they're done either. I think they are going to bring at least another person that in their mind they feel like will be over the top of Hutchinson and John Madden.
That's the key, right? Is however you couch it above them, regardless of how you look at Christian Kirk. It's got to be somebody that's more proven and has a better resume than those guys. But one thing to keep an eye on too is I would be willing to bet you sooner rather than later that we see a Christian Kirk restructure. I don't know if that is an extension, add a year, shift some numbers around. But right now, all of his contract is salary. It's all base salary.
Yep.
Right? So how can they shift that around? He has nothing guaranteed. They could cut him at any point in time, and he gets absolutely nothing. That's what was fixing to happen in Jacksonville. So can Nick go in there and save a few bucks on the cap by giving him money up front and maybe pushing some into the future if you want to extend him a year, and however they end up doing it. Remember, they traded for Steph Diggs. They ripped the 3-year deal up, gave him a 1-year deal, added 2 free agency in a year instead of making it 3 years. I would be, another thing, I'd be shocked if we don't hear from the Texans that something's been restructured, added to, moved around with Christian Kirk.
That'd be
before
interesting.
too long.
That would let you know how they feel if they do something to where they're tied in with him for multiple years.
Yeah.
Right. They didn't do that with Diggs last year. Hell, they got out of it even to just one.
Well, even if they convert some of it into guaranteed money and lower the overall number, right? Yeah. That could happen. I don't know exactly what is possible with a 1-year deal, but the injuries are an issue, obviously. But I wouldn't be – if you can get him at a cheaper number, I wouldn't be – like the injuries, again, I don't like the fact that he's had, I think, 3 or 4 seasons end in injury, right, or have some kind of injury problem throughout 3 or 4 of the 7 years he's been in the league, 7 years, right? But if you look at it, it's all different injuries. It's not like the same knees messing up. Again, it's a collarbone and a groin. Yeah. I mean, those are kind of – as I see them, it's kind of freak accident type stuff.
Yeah, he was clearly healthy with the groin. That's the one you would worry about. He was clearly healthy with the groin. He just hurt his collarbone. You call him collarbone. That's it. Also, with Jacksonville, they're tied in Evan Ingram. They let him go too. So he's going
loose,
up there. Interesting to see what they're going to do. They've cleared up some space, but they've got a lot of. I mean, in the last couple of years, they've let Ridley go. They've in division. They've let now Christian Kirk go in division. I know they love Brian Thomas, as they should, but we'll see what kind of weapons they. All right, there it is. Turn that thing up, Chris. I didn't forget this time. Here we go. This is your opportunity. The final one of the day, the final one of the week. Caller number 11. Caller number 11. Yeah, I want to give everybody a shot here. Caller number 11. 713-572-4610. If you are caller number 11, you will be in the building. You will win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Houston Rodeo on March 14th. It's a Friday night to go see Journey. Caller number 11. 713-572-4610. Chris will take care of it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. More moves coming in the NFL and in the AFC. This is an AFC contender that has gotten weaker. We'll see what else they do. Clint, the Bengals, they have taken the rare step of granting all-pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. He has led the league in sacks. He led the league in sacks last year. He's had 17-plus the last 2 years. He is one of the premier pass rushers in this game. A true big defensive end that can play the run and rush the passer. He is now available. We saw Mason Crosby get a big deal. We know Myles Garrett is seeking to get traded. Joey Bosa, big time player. And I said this earlier, Clint. There are certain positions where you don't see guys out on the market. You don't see premier left tackles usually out on the market. You don't see premier quarterbacks usually out on the market. You don't see premier corners usually out on the market, and you don't see premier pass rushers because those are most important and hard to find. This has to mean the Bengals are going in a different direction with their money.
Yeah, different direction. It's called Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and they're going to keep that high-powered offense together and risk. It looks like risk losing their big time top of the league pass rusher. So. Look, I don't know that. Well, that's a hell of a predicament to be in, man. Can you keep?
It's not a predicament that they should be in. I feel like this is one that they're making themselves be in. And I would say, before you continue, this is why Houston fans ought to be thankful that Cal and Hannah McNair is your ownership, because when you get to this point, right now, Joe Burrow is the only one on that team that's making big money.
Yeah.
We know good and hell well we've seen many teams that have a quarterback, multiple receivers, and a pass rusher that's making money. The Bengals said, "Nah, man, we ain't gonna be able to do all of them. We ain't gonna be able to do all." They could have staggered this. They could have taken care of other guys. Watch what the Cowboys are about to do. They're about to pay Parsons. They're about to pay CeeDee Lamb. They've paid Dak the most.
Yeah.
And they've when the Texans come up, Will Anderson gonna get paid. Derek Stingley gonna get paid. C.J. Stroud gonna get paid. Nico's get paid. He'll probably get paid again. Like, this is cheap ownership that refuses to change and do things. And you gotta be thankful that the McNair family ain't about this life.
Yeah, I wonder, Ron, when you look at it, if you're an organization and your quarterback's out there playing at an MVP level, and you're scoring points through the roof, and it's a shootout every game, and your defense can't stop a damn thing. I wonder if that lessens the value for you of a guy that can just go get the quarterback. And I'm not saying it does. I'm talking through it like it would be hard for me to keep writing checks if that particular approach resulted in just getting boat raced. I mean, not being able to stop anybody.
I mean, I don't. If you're in win now mode, which I believe the Bengals are,
yeah, you think they are,
like to get rid of the lone dude over there, and we'll see what they get back in a trade. But to roll through that, I think you're giving the Brown family way too much credit.
Oh yeah,
You've
don't know
known
enough
this. They've
about
been
Cincinnati. I don't know enough.
They've been cheap as hell forever. Like they.
Yeah.
The fact that they have waited this long for Jamar Chase is insane. Which the silliness, the fact that when CeeDee Lamb signed, bam, they should have signed. Justin Jefferson signed, they should have signed. Just silliness there, but unbelievable that they have let it get here. But Trey Hendrickson, we'll see. I think this is a good thing. Yes, they're going to have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, but this team, to me, now didn't jump up a spot on the Texans, potentially losing Trey Hendrickson. Yeah. We got to see what the rest. I know Al Golden, when he took that job, I wonder if he knew he was going to lose.
Well, they just cut their other defensive end too, wasn't it? The Hubbard kid?
Oh, Hubbard retired on there.
Retired, yeah, he retired.
So both of them. So we'll see if they can rebuild that sucker. But now they got to rebuild a defense on a team that Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are supposed to feel is ready-made. Also, remember the Rockets. They're back at it tonight. They should beat the Pelicans, although Zion is back playing better. They should get back into a winning spot. They've lost 3 in a row. Let's see if they can get it going in Smoothie, with that Smoothie King Arena there in New Orleans. All right, coming up next, I want to address something first with you, Clint, because you set the text line and specifically old Kick Rocks and others on here about Brandon Cooks. And I just want you to address and explain the Brandon Cooks. People like Brandon Cooks. Did he just say Brandon Cooks as a potential option as a third receiver? I want you to go ahead and address that because I want some answers from you on Brandon Cooks. That's next.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Coshada Casino Resort.
610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, with the big news of Christian Kirk coming to the Texans in a trade with Jacksonville, we were talking about to start a 5 o'clock fire. We were talking about what this means the rest of the way in the receiver room. Does this mean that maybe the Texans are done even with what kind of moves? They're done with big moves, maybe just filling things in. We both agreed, no, there is still another move to be made for somebody that will get significant time out there. It's a 2 or 3 or whatever. And I kind of put you on the spot of a name of the type of player you're talking about. He talked about some in the draft, some in free agency, and you brought up Brandon Cooks, my man Tommy Dang on Unit every day with us. Said, did he really just say Brandon Cooks? And then kick rocks? WTF? Brandon Cooks? There were some questions on Brandon Cooks, so you thought Brandon Cooks would be another potential fit for a third guy there. And then my man went on to say, maybe you meant a player that is like a Brandon Cooks and not Brandon Cooks.
Well, to be completely honest, I hate to let y'all down, but I completely misspoke. I thought I said Brandon Cook. My mind was saying I was talking Steph Diggs or a player like Steph Diggs is more what I was trying to say. And when I said it, I was like, did I just say Brandon Cooks? And you looked at me, you didn't say anything, and I was like,
I thought you meant Brandon Cooks.
Damn, I'm not sure. No, I didn't. I mean, look, if there wasn't a history, if the history wasn't what it was with the Texans, then I would have no problem with Brandon Cooks. I just don't think there's any way in hell that Nick Caserio is going to let Brandon Cooks back in this facility. But no, I completely misspoke. I just meant another veteran receiver that's got a resume that's maybe on the backside of a career that can still go get it, that can do some things, but isn't going to cost you $30 million a year. That's ultimately what I meant. I'm sorry to let y'all down. I don't have anything other than I was looking at a list of the free agents when I was talking, and Cooks was on that list, and I meant Steph Diggs when I said it.
All right, so calm down, folks.
But to be clear, I would have no problem. I would have no problem with if we're just talking.
So the only thing that stops you is the history with Nick Caserio.
Yes, yeah. It's the fact that I know, or at least I don't think there's a chance in hell that Brandon Cooks would ever be here. But yeah, that would be. I would love to have a guy like that in the rotation here, in Houston. Yes, I mean that the overall point was, you're looking at a true 2/3 receiver to go along with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. You're not looking at bottom of the barrel guys just to add, and these two are going to be enough.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry about that, bursting that bubble.
There we go.
I know y'all wanted a little more than that.
Well, I think they feel better. I just want you to set the record straight.
Well, I mean, am I crazy to think that like the Brandon Cooks that I watched in Dallas, he wasn't like statistically he's not what he once was, but I mean the guy can still go make plays and things. I mean he's still got a role in the league as a low 2, high 3 in the league, right?
Yeah, I think for me, I think Brandon is coming to the end, and I would try to get somebody younger. If I would do that, somebody younger, or if it was a veteran, somebody a little bit.
I mean, you got Brandon Cooks or Robert Woods.
Yeah, I think that they are very similar.
Oh no. But anyway, I
think Cooks is better and more explosive, but I think they're in the same boat to me. Thank you, Lord. Thought Clint lost it.
Yeah, no, just misspoke, baby. It happens. It happens to the best.
Just in Amari Cooper, like. that would be, if I were to go and a veteran player, that would be a one that would be a good one to stick outside. But I don't know what.
I got to find out what the hell happened.
I don't know what the hell. Yeah, what
the Amari Cooper that we saw, and even the one that wasn't getting as much run as typically the one we last saw in Cleveland. Yeah, absolutely. I was, when I was looking at that list earlier, I was thinking Amari Cooper, Nico Collins, and then Christian Kirk on the inside. Yeah, that could make a little noise. But I don't know what the hell happened to him in Buffalo. I bet on Amari Cooper.
Like he
one
wasn't
time
even on the field.
I bet on Amari Cooper one time to have more than 2.5 catches, and he had one play. Yep. He was in the game for one play. I thought, what in the hell is going on in Buffalo? So I got to find out more about that.
No, as we said, and I agree with it, and I still believe this. I don't think what happened today will change whatever it is the plans were in the draft for the Texans. I think they probably have the same thing in their thought process, in their mind. Christian Kirk, we've added him, but I don't think this changes if they wanted to go receiver, if they want to go do whatever. I don't think it changes. I'm going to tell you one player. Now, I think the Texans would have to do work to go get him, and I will be very clear, Clint. I think it's an absolute long shot that they're even in the thought process of this. But that tight end, that Tyler Warren, that tight end out of Penn State, like if it's reasonable, like if he's sitting there, and most people don't think he would get past Indy at 14, you're talking first-round picks, and the Texans have really done a great job getting the most for the majority of the time in this little mini run of getting first-round picks to be a big part of their team, and they have been some of the biggest parts when you look at Will and CJ and Stingley. They need, and what you want is an impact player, whether they're 25, whatever. If they could find a way, in a reasonable way, to move up 7, 5, 7, 8, 9 spots, 10 spots to go get him, that player, he is an explosive player in a position that you don't generally think of as explosive. But when we see really good tight ends in the league in positions where they have those guys, like the Chiefs have been led by their tight end as their explosive player for the last couple of years. Other teams have been led. The Raiders right now, Brock Bowers, he is something special.
Kid in Detroit special.
Yes, but this cat, I know what we love about him is he's got so many tricks in the bag that he can do. Hell, he can run the ball. They've done Wildcat with him. They've done a lot of different things. He's more physical. He is a special player that I look at and say, man, that could be a big time playmaker for us. And I would be one to at least look to be aggressive to maybe try and get somebody like that.
Yeah, there's several reasons why I like this. It's a pipe dream first in, but this. So? Yeah, I do, because I think everybody else is going to love him too. I mean, he's an old quarterback. He moved. That's why he can do the Wildcat stuff, because he's taken a million gun snaps in his time. He's an old quarterback, so he sees the game through the quarterback lens. No wonder from a pass catching perspective, he understands the voids in defense. He understands leverage and all that kind of stuff. Understands route concepts. And you know where they'll say the inexperience is. A little bit of a problem maybe in the blocking, whether it's pass protection or run blocking. But if you actually watch him, he's filthy. It's just a matter of getting more run doing it. I think his ceiling is really, really high. I mean, his ceiling is one of you would think sooner rather than later Pro Bowl caliber tight end. Like he has that level of talent. The other thing I like about what he brings to the table, Ron, is the ability the ability to play right away.
Oh, absolutely.
So there's and the other thing with if you're going to not reach, but if you're going to go best available in this scenario and move up to get him and not take a interior defensive lineman, a safety, a wide receiver, an interior offensive lineman, then you need that guy to be a pass catcher as well. Right, and his pass catching ability is really good from that position.
And in this,
I like him a lot. That'd be my pipe dream as well.
In this scenario, to me, the Texans will have taken care of their interior offensive line. The agency trade somehow, before you get to the draft. And I hope that is something.
Well,
right now,
I mean, no. Look, I mean, I hope you're right. I mean, it's interesting that all these cap concerned folks out there that you tell us how they can't go get these interior offensive linemen, but yet they go get a slot receiver at $16 million, almost $17 million a year.
which is not their most important position.
Right, which anyway you slice it, $17 million is a lot. I mean, it seems like, boy, if you're cap strapped and there ain't nothing you can do, that seems like a lot of money to pay for Christian Kirk. Right. The point
you hadn't addressed your biggest issue.
Right,
yet.
right. The point is I just don't think I think finding that money and getting that done on the interior offensive line is going to get done.
Yep. All right, coming up, Tyler's not here, but we will still have T Mill's best bets. Chris Santiago is feeling very confident. He will have that, and we talked about it, and we've had probably a couple of hours to think through with it. And you can send in your thoughts as well on YouTube and Twitch and the text line. Now you've had a couple hours. What's your reaction now? Had a little couple hours to deal with it. What's your reaction now to Christian Kirk and his fit with the Texans? That's coming up.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here for Twin. Generac dealer. GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We will soon get to our thoughts and some of your thoughts. You can text in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610, or on YouTube and Twitch. You've had a couple of hours to think and sit with the news of the Texans acquiring Christian Kirk, the slot receiver. What is your reaction to that now with a couple of hours to respond to that? Coming up behind us is Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. I think they may talk about this a little bit, maybe.
Let's get it on, baby.
John McClain will join them as well, the Hall of Famer. Pure greatness and nastiness all at once. We'll join them coming up.
Brian, let me stop you right there.
You ain't got to stop me. I know your heart. Coming up behind us, 6 to 7, and then and it's the place to be. Listening to Houston sports in the nighttime action as they have a Rockets game that keep you updated on. I'm sure they will talk about the Christian Kirk situation. Chris Santiago is usually with them. I'm guessing he's not pulling double duty tonight. No, he's slaved over that stove already today, so he's going to take it in. But the fellas will hold it down, so stay tuned for that. T-Mill's Best Bets by way of Chris Santiago coming up here in just a bit. All right, as I see from some of you on the text line coming through, bottom line, the team is better today than it was yesterday, potentially much better, fine by me. I love the Kirk signing, a solid receiver that's also taken away from a division rival, so he'll have 2 revenge games next season. Investing my life savings in Kirk for cornerback for comeback player of the year. See you guys in Monaco. All right, there's just some of the reactions from people there on Christian Kirk move. You had a couple of hours. Where you at? Same spot?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I like the Texans going this route. It doesn't surprise me. The word on the street was Christian Kirk was going to get released by the Jaguars because there's no guaranteed money. They could save, the 16 and a half, damn near $17 million on their cap by cleared up a bunch by releasing Evan Ingram, the tight end, as well. And we talked about it yesterday. This offense in Houston is. We're not real sure exactly what the offense is going to look like, but if you look back at the New England days when Nick Caley and Nick Caserio were in New England, the receivers were a little bit more skill set specific, if you will, position specific type skill sets. And in other words, you had a true slot receiver, the Wes Welkers of the world. Julian Edelman, they went through several of them. Danny Amendola, they went through several of them in New England. So I think this not only fits the mold of a true slot receiver, but it gives us a little peek behind the curtain of what the Texans offense is going to look like this year. It was built different last year. If you remember correctly, Bobby Slowick talking about, our receivers, all of our receivers are going to be able to do everything and run every route in the book and do, every position in the playbook kind of deal. It seems like this is a move that's a little bit more specific to an inside receiver. And you're going to ask that inside receiver to do certain things that you don't ask outside receivers to do and vice versa. So I like the sign. Obviously concerned about the injuries. I think it's a good get. I don't think it's the best get that the Texans get this offseason at the wide receiver position. I don't think the Texans are done in any way, shape, or form adding to this wide receiver room. Yeah, to me, the only concern is health. Mm-hmm. And I think you brought it up earlier. Some of these isn't like a knee that continues. He got tackled and fell on a collarbone and broke a collarbone. Like that, those are things that in many cases, most guys, if you fall the right way, are going to have that injury. And then he had the groin tear the year before that ended his season. But again, as I said earlier, if he stays healthy, I absolutely love the move. I love the fit. I love
how him and CJ can work together. I love how him and Nico can work off each other. And there is a little bit more big play element coming out of the slot from him. When I say big play, just chunks, more chance to get, 15 to 20 plus yard plays, and what we've seen from him in the past. And to me, I just don't view him as a player that's getting let go because his skills have diminished in a major way. And the thought is, I'm not sure he can play. I think there's a question about that with Amari Cooper. I think there's a question about that with other players out there is, we're letting this guy go, but can he still go? Can he still play? I think Christian Kirk at 28 years old can still play and can still give problems to defenses like he had the last couple of years when he was healthy. So that's the part to me. I did not expect a big splashy move when you have a top 5-10 receiver in the league already.
Yeah, look, I think there's, when you talk about Christian Kirk, I mean, look, he's with a new head coach and a new general manager that's starting over, and they had to decide, is he worth paying him $17 million, or can we move on from him, save that money, use that money elsewhere to help us build this team? Christian Kirk is not a guy that you want to build a team around. No. I mean, and that's exactly what Jacksonville is going to have to do. They're trying to build a team first and foremost, and if releasing Christian Kirk freed up, $16+ million, then that's a good business decision. That's not he can't play anymore, we don't want him around anymore. It was a good business decision, and because of the way the contract is structured is why he's out of the building. Evan Ingram's another one. Evan Ingram's a really good football player. Evan Ingram's got a lot of football ahead of him, I believe. I don't know where he's going to end up, but he didn't get cut because he can't play. He got cut because another $10 or $11 million, I think they could sign. I mean, they could save of cap space and use elsewhere to build this team and hopefully build around their quarterback where they can protect him and where they can run the football and where they can play defense. And I mean, this is a good get for the Houston Texans. Again, expect them to restructure the deal. Expect him to be, I think, significantly less expensive than $16.5 million, and expect once they do restructure that, I think they then go out and make another move for another wide receiver.
Yep. This is a player that the last time 2 years ago when they made it the playoffs, 3 seasons ago when they made the playoffs, this is a guy that led. Essentially, he was their number one for a guy like Zay Jones, Marvin Jones, Evan Ingram. He goes 84, 1,100 plus yards and 8 touchdowns. Led across the board in those numbers. Almost 14 yards a catch, or over 13 yards a catch coming from the slot. This is a player that when he's your one, Clint, you're clearly limited. But if he's not your one, and there's somebody else that is going to take some sort of a coverage from you, you're in good shape if he can still go like that. So I definitely like this move. I think what you said earlier is interesting, and we'll see how much they like the move. Is this just a play it almost like they did last year with Stephon Diggs and just a 1-year deal? Or are they going to try to do something to help open up some more cap space, but put themselves in a position where Christian Kirk is here for more than 1 year? That to me will let us know how much or how they feel about him as a more of a future thing. And at 28, that is definitely on the table.
Yeah, and the way that this wide receiver room is built right now, it's definitely on the table. I would think that both the team and the player would be interested in that. Now, I don't know how much the team wants to commit, again, to a guy that's had the injury issues that he's had, but again, they're not your normal injury history. It's not like the knee is interesting because then that takes a lot of times a receiver goes through that and he loses the change of direction. He loses the explosiveness. He loses the twitch. A collarbone, you ain't losing none of that. So it will be instruction and what they do moving forward with Christian Kirk. But I think this is going to be a really, really good pair with C.J. Stroud. I think it's going to be a really good complement to Nico Collins. And a good top 3-4 wide receiver on this team, no doubt about it.
All right, T-Mill is not here, but Chris Santiago is here, and Chris is going to take it. Listen, we've had some gut. We had a tough start on Monday, but T. Mills has come through. He had a 4 for 5 day the other day. Help us out. T. Mills' best bets by way of Chris Santiago. What you got tonight?
All right, so tonight I got Franz Wagner over 5.5 rebounds versus the Bulls.
Okay, all right.
How you like that one?
That's all right. Magic are struggling a bit, but 5.5 boards, I like it. That feels like a good one.
I'm taking the Lakers money line versus the Knicks.
Beautiful.
I mean, what? 8-game winning streak right now?
7, but I hear you. You don't want to put the.
It's gonna be 8. It's gonna be 8. Then I'm taking Luka over 3.5 3-pointers made. Looks like he's back.
Getting hot. He's getting hot. Yes, he's getting hot. Yeah, I definitely like that Luka. Both the Lakers one.
I'm taking Amin Thompson over 5.5 assists.
I just don't know what he wants to do tonight. I don't know what happened to your voice.
Yeah, I know.
He lost confidence.
You didn't have any confidence.
No. It cracked.
Maybe guys stay away from that one.
Maybe not. Then I'm taking Jabari Smith over 1.5 3-pointers.
So 2 threes in this game.
And then to finish it off, I got a little parlay. Rockets money line. And
That parlay looks good. I mean, the Lakers and the Rockets should win those games.
They should, but you know how it is.
Now, I will say,